Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Looking closer now, she recognized Lisa's red hair. The domino effect of shocking revelations continued to fall for the bewildered daughter. Lisa was the church choir leader, wife to the Ajax, and the second most influential woman in the church. No matter how she spun it, she couldn't figure out how Lisa could possibly end up between her stepmother's legs. Maria seduced the church's woman to present her beloved son and off-course in a day to conquer Starsea. That's it, you fucking cunt-licking slut. Faster, faster, oh fuck, fuyuyayuck, Maria screamed as she had her intense orgasm cascaded through her. The thrill of knowing her daughter was watching helplessly and of her daughter's inevitable submission, served only to intensify her earth-shaking orgasm. Lucia couldn't believe the words out of her mother's mouth or the fact that she herself felt her panties getting excessively wet. She decided to leave, feeling helpless to stop the dominoes. As her daughter turned to leave. "Don't you dare fucking leave, daughter. We are not done talking," Maria said loudly. Lucia froze, startled by the dominating tone of her mother, so similar to her father's. "Good, Lucia, now turn around like a good girl," Maria purred, as she finally released the head of the MILF between her legs. "Pet Lisa, say hi to my new part-time pet." Lisa looked up from between the older's legs, her face dripping with pussy juice, and looking directly at teenager Lucia, said, "I'm so sorry, Lucia." Lisa said to Lucia, "Pet Lisa, is that what I fucking asked you to do?" Maria scolded her pet. Sorry mistress," Lisa stammered as she quickly apologized, an obvious fear in her eyes, not wanting to be punished by her powerful mistress. Lucia stood frozen as she watched such a powerful holy woman's humiliation. "I am sure you are wondering how Pet Lisa ended up my personal cunt licker," Maria said, before adding, "but this is actually about you, my daughter pet." "Daughter pet?" Lucia repeated, in a sexual daze. "Yes, Lucia," the smiling daughter purred, her voice laced with both sweetness and venom. "You will obey me without hesitation, without a single question, or—" She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in, her grin widening with malicious delight. "I, along with my beloved pet, will pay a little visit to the church," she continued, her tone dripping with mock innocence. "And I'm sure you can vividly imagine how that would end." Her eyes gleamed with dark amusement as she leaned closer, the threat hanging in the air like a dagger poised to strike. "Shall we test your faith?" "You wouldn't," Lucia responded. "Would I slut Lisa?" Maria asked, looking down at her MILF pet. "Yes, mistress, you would," the church choir leader nodded. "You see, Lucia," Maria began, her voice as smooth as silk but laced with menace, "there are so many things I've learned from Maxwell that words can barely do justice to them. But let me give you a small, enlightening example." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "Did you know that if the church repeats a lie enough times, it becomes the gospel truth to the common folk? These fools believe whatever they're told, obedient sheep. I've witnessed it firsthand. Her smile deepened, predatory and confident. I'm a lot like Maxwell in that way, she continued, casting a glance back at Lisa, who lay trembling beneath her gaze. I thrive on control. I savor it. Being in charge isn't just a preference, it's a necessity. Her voice softened into a purr, but the threat lingered, sharp and undeniable. And the best part? It's so easy to bend others to your will when you understand the game. Clean up my cunt, pecked Lisa. Yes, mistress, Lisa replied, returning to her submissive position between the thick thighs. You see, daughter, there are two types of people. People like Maxwell and I, who are dominant personalities, and people like Pet Lisa and you who have submissive personalities, the powerful woman explained. Lucia finally spoke. Maria, this is wrong. But it feels so right, the mother purred. Now up in your room. You will wear exactly what I laid out for you. Any disobedience and this all goes public. Please, mother, Lucia pleaded. What do you want to replace Pet Lisa now? Maria asked, smiling. What? No, that is incest, Lucia gasped. Yes it is, Maria purred. Is your pink cunt wet now? I bet it is. Lucia's face went red as she couldn't deny just how wet she was. I thought so, Maria smiled. Now go get dressed, daughter. My friend has me pretty revved up again. Having permission to leave, Lucia quickly dashed out of the bedroom and to her bedroom. Her door closed, the tears began to flow. What had just happened? How did Lisa end up being her stepmother's pet? Why was her pussy so damn wet? Lucia had never even considered another woman sexually, and yet now she couldn't get her own mother out of her head. Lucia's eyes still watery, she glanced over to her bed. Curious what her mother expected her to wear, she walked over. The dress was one she seldom wore, a red number usually worn at weddings. It was her most provocative dress, but nothing that was inappropriate. Beside the dress, was a pair of beige pantyhose still in the package, also nothing out of the ordinary as she always wore pantyhose. The panties and bra too were her usual ones. No frills. She then grabbed the little box. Opening it, she pulled out an egg-shaped object. As she held it in her hand, she tried to figure out what her mother was, startled by the voice of her old friend. It's a pussy plug. Lucia turned around and asked, a what? A pussy plug. It is supposed to go in your vagina, Lisa explained. Oh, Lucia said, even though she couldn't fathom why anyone would want to put such a thing inside their vagina. Lisa walked over to the bed. Lisa taking the egg from Lucia's hand and said, I am so sorry, Lucia, how do you become my stepmother's pet? Lucia asked, needing to know. Chapter 25, Lucia's fall. Lucia's eyes still watery, she glanced over to her bed. Curious what her mother expected her to wear, she walked over. The dress was one she seldom wore, a red number usually worn at weddings. It was her most provocative dress, but nothing that was inappropriate. Beside the dress, was a pair of beige pantyhose still in the package, also nothing out of the ordinary as she always wore pantyhose. The panties and bra too were her usual ones. No frills. She then grabbed the little box. Opening it, she pulled out an egg-shaped object. As she held it in her hand, she tried to figure out what her mother was, startled by the voice of her old friend. It's a pussy plug. Lucia turned around and asked, a what? A pussy plug. It is supposed to go in your vagina, Lisa explained. Oh, Lucia said, even though she couldn't fathom why anyone would want to put such a thing inside their vagina. Lisa walked over to the bed. Lisa taking the egg from Lucia's hand and said, I am so sorry, Lucia, how do you become my stepmother's pet? Lucia asked, needing to know. It's a long story. But to make a long story short, she learned of my many infidelities with a few other women in the community and used it to blackmail me. Lisa explained. You're into women? Lucia asked, trying to process the thought of her friend and others in the community being lesbians. No, but I am more into women than men. So are many others in the city, Lisa explained. I can't believe it, Lucia said, such a revelation unfathomable. It's not like I don't enjoy it. Anyway, I have been instructed to help you get ready for the dance, Lisa said, reaching for the package of stockings. I can get dressed myself, Lucia snapped, her anger coming back. I have no choice. It is an order from your mother. If I don't, I will be punished, Lisa said as she opened the package. Punished? Lucia questioned. Yes, last time I disobeyed her. She made me masturbate at church during the service, Lisa explained. No. Lucia said, still unable to believe such a thing. Yes, and if I disobey this time, she promised to leave me untouched for a long time, Lisa explained sheepishly. Oh my, who? Lucia asked, just beginning to understand the full complexity of what was happening. That is for your mother or brother to tell you, Lisa answered. Can't you stop them? Lucia asked. No, he probably runs this town, Lisa revealed. Maxwell runs this town? Lucia repeated. Yes, you will see, Lisa promised as she said, please get undressed, Lucia. You can't be serious? Lucia asked. Please, Lisa said, her tone desperate. So she will do it? Lucia questioned. Definitely, Lisa said. Lucia slowly got undressed. Her hands trembled as she unbuttoned each button. She had not been naked in front of another person other than when she was young. Naked except for her bra and panties, the modest daughter hesitated. Everything, Lucia, Lisa instructed. Lucia's face flushed at the thought of being naked in front of a friend. Lisa ordered. Now, Lisa's tone was demanding obedience. Lucia was startled and about to respond, but the look in her friend's eyes stopped her. Instead, she nervously unclasped her bra and slipped out of her panties. Once naked, Lisa smiled and said, "Wow, you have done quite a good job of hiding your body." Lucia, feeling so awkward and insecure, asked confused, "What do you mean?" "Your body is perfect," Lisa said. "Really?" Lucia asked, flattered by the compliment, especially considering no one beside one had given her such a compliment in years. "Seriously," Lisa said, moving forward and cupping her best friend's big firm round breasts. "Do you know how long I have wanted you?" What do you mean?" Lucia asked, surprised by her best friend's actions and words. "You would be a great addition to our weekly discussion," Lisa said softly, as she let go of her friend's firm breasts, grabbed the bra from the bed, and slowly, teasingly, put it on her naked friend. Lucia just silently allowed herself to be a real-life doll as she was dressed by her friend. She lifted up her leg to allow her panties to be put on. As her friend slid the panties up her legs, she could feel her friend's hot breath so close to her burning vagina. Lisa smiled, knowing her friend could be seduced right here, right now. She said, "Lucia, when was the last time you trimmed this thing?" "TT trim?" Lucia stammered, her excitement growing against her will with her friend's face just inches from her vagina. "Yes, have you ever trimmed your cunt?" Lisa asked, pushing the boundaries with the nasty C word. "Never," Lucia admitted, the thought never once occurring to her, not since college. "Interesting," Lisa smiled, standing back up and gently pushing Lucia onto the edge of the bed. "What are you doing?" Lucia asked. "I have to put on the stockings," Lisa explained, taking one of the two thigh-high stockings from the watch, confused, realizing the package was not the normal pantyhose she always wore. "They make them like that?" Lucia asked innocently. Lisa laughed and said, "No, but they were made on the demand of someone special. You really are innocent, aren't you?" The way she said it made it sound like an insult, and Lucia quipped, "Well, I don't submit to Maria like some cheap whore." Lisa looked at Lucia, as if Lucia had slapped her in the face. Her face recovered quickly as she retorted, her tone biting, "Oh, don't worry, I give you only a few more hours and then that statement will no longer be true. Then you will be just another cheap slut like me." Lisa was no longer sweet and smooth as she rolled the first thigh-high stocking up Lucia's legs. Lucia wanted to apologize for calling her best friend a whore, but couldn't get the words to leave her mouth even as her thoughts were formulated. She robotically gave Lisa her other leg and watched the stocking slide up her leg. "Stand up," Lisa ordered, the earlier wariness gone. Lucia obeyed. Lisa noticed the quick obedience and pointed out, "You really are obedient, Lucia." Lucia blushed but admitted, "I have always been the one following orders." Lisa put the dress on Lucia and her tone now softened again as she said, "I really am sorry. I never imagined you being pulled into your mother's web." "It is not your fault," Lucia said, feeling bad for calling her best friend a slut when she had been having such nasty thoughts herself, before adding, "Well, your predicament is your fault, but my current dilemma is not." "Oh shit, I almost forgot," Lisa said. "Maria would punish me big time if I forgot the most important part." Lucia watched Lisa reach for the egg. "Be warned, this may feel a bit cold at first," Lisa warned. "You are not seriously going to?" Lucia stopped mid-sentence as her best friend quickly reached under her dress, pulled her panties to the side, and slipped the toy easily inside her vagina. "Ah," Lucia gasped as her vagina was violated by her friend. Standing back up. "That is to stay inside your cunt until you get the real thing inside." Lisa explained. "Really?" Lucia said, more rhetorical than a question. Really," Lisa smiled cheerily, trying to relax a tense situation. "I have to find a way out of this, Lisa," Lucia said. "I thought that at first too, but then now I couldn't fathom living without it," Lisa replied. "Without what?" the still bewildered Lucia asked. "A mistress and master's big fat electric cock," Lisa revealed, slowly pulling her best friend deeper into the sweet sin of submission. "But what about your husband?" Lucia asked, pointing out her best friend was married. Lisa laughed, before explaining, "We have been going through the motions for years. Our marriage is a charade. That stupid man is too afraid to truly touch the woman of the church." "Really? Why didn't you tell me?" Lucia asked, concerned for her friend, briefly forgetting the absurd situation she was currently in. I was living the charade, Lisa said with a shrug as she turned and walked to the door, before leaving with a lingering question. The real question is, are you living a charade of a life too? Before Lucia could respond, Lisa was gone and she was left alone thinking about the absurdity of it at first, but not so absurd when much consideration was put in it. Then again, you didn't allow your best friend to dress you and shove a toy inside your vagina either, nor did you drool over your brother's cock inside your stepmother, and you definitely didn't get wet thinking of your mother becoming your mistress. Yet, all these had happened and the guilt of earlier was fading as the excitement of real sexual pleasure began to build. As the young daughter of Magnus Greathouse looked in the mirror, she wasn't sure she recognized the woman whose reflection was staring back at her. Trying to change her image of purity, she took her hair out of her traditional bun and let her hair down. Her blonde hair fell happily down and created a whole new look for the conservative girl. Lucia opened her unused makeup bag and pulled out the red lipstick. She painted her lips. She followed this by taking her thigh-high stockings off and painting both her fingernails and toenails a matching red. The everyday task for most women was liberating for the long-tamed woman and a clear statement that Lucia was coming out of her sexual cocoon. Once her toes were dried, she put the stockings back on her legs and was surprised how naughty she felt wearing them. The dress was plenty long to hide her stockings, yet just the thought of dressing sexy excited her. Suddenly a thought popped inside the head. Lucia went to her closet and pulled out a pair of black boots she had never worn. She bought them a couple of years ago in Cart City. She was so excited by the boots, but when she showed them to her mother when they got home she disapproved, saying, "No daughter of mine is going out in public in screwy boots." Thus, they had sat at the back of her closet ever since. Her mother gone, she decided to rebel secretly against her family's authority by putting the 4-inch heeled leather black boots on her stocking-clad legs. Makeup added, boots on, Lucia looked back in the mirror after her own self-created transformation. She smiled at how a few simple changes, eyeliner, lipstick, boots and hair down, could so drastically change her look. For the first time in years she felt sexy and a tingle triggered again down below. Lucia went to the hall to avoid anyone seeing her even though not many people were in this huge castle, still nervous about having another confrontation with her stepmother, and was thankful to find she wasn't in the way. A mixture of trepidation and excitement rattled inside the long-ignored woman. But excitement was winning. But just before she moved a few more steps Lisa was standing in the way. Was Lisa she first saw? Lisa joined Lucia and said, "Oh my, you look good enough to eat." Lucia blushed at the naughty compliment, catching the obvious innuendo. Lisa said, "Wow, you're even more beautiful with your hair down." "TT thanks," Lucia stammered, flattered by the words of her friend and yet confused at the slight tingle down below. "And those boots, where did you get them?" Lisa asked. "Cart City, not a long time ago," Lucia admitted. "Why have you never worn them before?" Lisa asked. "My mother said they were too slutty," Lucia answered and then covered her mouth for swearing. "You are so precious," Lisa laughed, squeezing her best friend's hand softly. "Trust me, before you know it you will be using a lot of profanity." "I would never," Lucia began, before being interrupted by Lisa. As Lucia and Lisa walked in the huge empty room. A moment later her mother, dressed elegantly in a blue shoulder-length gown she didn't recall her having. The dress had a long generous side slit, which showed she too was wearing similar colored thigh-highs, said, "Lucia? Is that you? I almost didn't recognize you, you look super fucking hot with your hair down. A new order of yours to obey is to always wear your hair down. Is that understood?" Flustered, the suddenly horny daughter, stammered, "Oh okay, oh, good," Maria teased, before asking, "So how is my lovely daughter this night?" Lucia looked at a smiling Maria and Maxwell as she tried to avoid eye contact from him and said weakly, "Good." "Damn. Lucia you are one hot babe, you look good enough too," Maxwell quipped, with a lecherous smile, before being interrupted by Maria. Turning to Maxwell, "Down boy, all in good time," Maria said, foreshadowing the fall of her daughter. Turning back to her flushed, pretty Lucia she asked, playing with her words, "It seems like there is metal in the wrong place." The Master of Thunder said with a smile. Lucia's red cheeks turned redder at the obvious implications of her brother's words as well as metal egg down below. "Enjoying yourself, daughter?" Maria asked as she turned to look at her. "Yees," Lucia replied, letting out an uncontrollable and embarrassing moan as the sensations inside her sped up. "You okay, dear?" Maria asked, sitting down beside her. Lucia just held on to the table as the increased pressure inside her had an orgasm on the rise whether she wanted it or not. Maria leaned into her daughter and whispered, her hot breath adding to the sexual build-up, "Come for me, dear." The daughter, embarrassed by her lack of control, closed her eyes, clenched her teeth to avoid the scream that wanted to break free, and obeyed her mother's order. Her legs stiffened under the table as the orgasm that had been simmering inside her all these days since walking in on her brother and her mother cascaded through her like a waterfall breaking through a dam. "Damn, she is coming," Maxwell said. "Good Lucia," Maria purred in her daughter's ear, already learning that praise of a task of obedience only added another layer of submission and loyalty. The daughter's head was mush as the orgasm overwhelmed her. Finally, as the last wave slowly crashed in, she opened her eyes and saw Maxwell. "Lucia, that was one of the hottest things I ever saw." He smiled and said. Lucia actually smiled at the absurdity of it all and asked, "Is that so?" Maria stood up and said, "Let's go dance, Maxwell." Lucia clearly needs to recover before the big finale. Lucia watched her mother sashayed away, Maxwell's hand clearly on her mother's ass as she contemplated the last ominous words of her mother. What was the implication, she wondered. Oddly, instead of being fearful, she was intrigued and even a bit excited. She watched her mother dance before Lisa and Maxwell. The dance was near ending an hour later when the build-up started again. Lucia sighed as she was standing up. "Same place as yesterday, daughter. Now." Lucia's face went red again at the aggressive demand of her mother. Yet, before she even had time to consider her options or rationalize the consequences, she was walking out the door. As she made her way to the room, only a few doors down from the hall, not wanting anyone to see her, she contemplated the expectations of her mother. Even though her vagina was burning with a need she had long forgotten existed, she had to stand up to her mother once and for all. She was the daughter of Magnus Menger, a true heir with the blood of a duke in her veins. Maria? She was nothing more than a whorewife, a fleeting distraction. It was time to remind her where true power came from. The nervous daughter went down the stairs as she had the night of a few days before and again heard the sounds of sex. The door was wide open this time and she wasn't surprised to see Maxwell again fucking her mother. What surprised her was the woman standing by the side. "Hi, daughter, come in and get a better view," Maria smiled, Maxwell slowly sliding his cock in and out of her. "Hi, Lucia, those are some nice pairs of boots," Maxwell smiled, continuing the slow in and out of his hot stepmother, not wanting to come until the time was right. Maria noticed her daughter's black boots and purred. "Oh, Lucia, I love your boots. We are both wearing fuck me like a dirty slut boots. You really were dying to break out of your restrictive shell, weren't you?" Maria asked. Chapter 26, Having Fun with Lucia and Maria. "Hi, daughter, come in and get a better view," Maria smiled, Maxwell slowly sliding his cock in and out of her. "Hi, Lucia, those are some nice pairs of boots," Maxwell smiled, continuing the slow in and out of his hot stepmother, not wanting to come until the time was right. Maria noticed her daughter's black boots and purred. "Oh, Lucia, I love your boots. We are both wearing fuck me like a dirty slut boots. You really were dying to break out of your restrictive shell, weren't you?" Maria asked. What? Lucia stammered. "No, they are just boots my mother wouldn't let me wear." "Because they are slut boots," Maria judged. "That is what my mother called them," Lucia admitted, avoiding eye contact. "So daughter, dress like a slut, you must be ready to sin. Are you ready to officially become my mommy's pet?" Maria asked, naked except for a pair of beige thigh-high stockings and black, stiletto boots. "Please, Maria," a distracted Lucia said, the back and forth of Maxwell's cock, creating an almost hypnotic state for the long-neglected woman, images of the Thunderer's big cock fucking her flashing again inside her head. "Begging, that is a good start," Maria teased, before adding, "Come to mommy." Lucia obeyed the trance-like state controlling her, the brief resistance considered on the short walkover already fading to oblivion. "Kiss me, daughter," Maria ordered. The daughter hesitated. Although she had watched her mother get fucked, watched her mother get licked, and personally had an egg inserted in her vagina at the request of her mother, kissing her mother was crossing an invisible line. One where there would be no turning back. Plus Lisa watching caused a whole new level of trepidation. "Oh, Lisa, that daughter is just for my memory collection." Maria smiled. "Maria, you are my stepmother," Lucia tried to rationalize with her beautiful mother, whose firm breasts suddenly looked appealing to the straight as a narrow Lucia. "And you are my daughter," Maria replied, "and I have kissed you almost every night since you were born." "Yes, but," Lucia began, her weak resolve melting away like butter in a frying pan. "No buts, daughter, kiss me now," Maria ordered. Her mother's tone was not rude, but it was firm and the mother did as she always did when given a firm order, she obeyed. She nervously leaned forward to kiss her mother. She planned just a peck on the cheek like she did with her mother every night, but instead her stepmother turned at the last moment and her mother's lips met hers. Maria moved her hand to her daughter's cheeks and kissed her gently, but with a passion that was not supposed to exist between parent and child. Maxwell watched the mother-daughter kiss with the eager fascination of every man in the world. He grunted, "I am going to come soon, slut." Breaking the kiss she moaned, "Come in me, baby." Fill my cunt with your sweet cum. Lucia turned instinctively to watch her mother get filled with cum. Maria purred, baby, come in me. Daughter is watching, show her how much you cum. Ah, grunted Maxwell as stream after stream of cum exploded inside his gorgeous stepmother. After a few more strokes, he pulled out, stepped closer to a still watching Lucia, put his hands on her shoulders, and ordered, clean my cock, Lucia. Lucia felt her legs weaken at his touch and she slowly fell to her knees, any last moment resistance suddenly non-existent. Suck him dear, suck my master's cock, Maria ordered. Clean my cum off his beautiful fuck stick. Lucia's mouth slowly opened, watering with hunger, yet she froze at the realization that she would be tasting her own mother's pussy juice. The daughter's decision was made for her when Maxwell grabbed her head forcefully and slipped his cock in her open mouth. Get sucking, cocksucker, Maxwell said. Her mouth full of cock, the stunned but hungry daughter deprived of pleasure of flesh had no choice but to obey. As Lucia slowly moved back and forth on the sexy hunk's big cock, her still buzzing vagina tingled with hunger for attention. Tasting her own stepmother's cum made the submission so much dirtier and yet only seemed to enhance her hunger. It was Maria's turn to watch in voyeuristic awe. Watching her always silent stepdaughter sucking her man's cock was the hottest thing she had ever seen, especially since her daughter was tasting her own mother's cum. Maxwell commended Maria, I see where all the women of the house get their cock-sucking skills, you all are natural. Such words should have humiliated Lucia, yet it only made her want to impress the sexy Maria more. Lucia began bobbing back and forth faster, trying to eventually take all inches of cock in her untouched, neglected mouth. She hadn't sucked any cock, this was her first, although she was aware of the major. Cock-sucking, it seems, was like riding a horse, even if you don't do it for years, you never forget how. Holy shit, daughter. You are one eager slut. Are you trying to get your mother's lover to come in your mouth? Maria quipped. Lucia froze. The question should have been ludicrous, yet it was exactly what she had been trying to do. Maxwell pulled out and asked, are you hungry for my dick, Lucia? Forgetting where she was, forgetting her mother and friend were in the room, her stepmother, the horny daughter whimpered, Goddess, yes. Maria almost made a remark about her daughter's use of the goddess's name in vain but refrained as she watched the fall of her daughter. Good, beg for it, Maxwell demanded, tapping his hard cock on the teenager's ruby red lips. There was no hesitation as the lust-filled woman begged, please brother Max, let me suck your big hard cock until you come in my mouth. And you will let me fuck your cunt? Maxwell questioned, seeing just how far he could push his stepsister's depression. Maria moved her hand to her clit and began rubbing herself as she watched her daughter's sexual submission. The next words out of her daughter's mouth shocked even the foul-mouthed older woman. Yes, Maxwell, my cunt is yours to fuck, Lucia said, completely turned on and willing to give in unconditionally to her mother's power. Maria smiled, her fantasy of her daughter's submission so deliciously close. Maxwell would have said something about her both daughters are his sluts, but decided against it. Daughter, are you ready to submit to your master unconditionally? The question lingered in the air as Lucia stared at the big hard cock in front of her face. She had no idea what her mother had in store for her, yet she also knew she could not go back to the sexless vanilla life she had been living for years. She wanted to swallow Maxwell's cum, she wanted to be a part of the kinky things they were doing, she wanted to feel Maxwell's big cock inside her burning inferno of lust, she wanted to obey. The two words out of her mouth sealed her fate. Yes, mistress, the daughter said, turning to look up at her beautiful mother. And you are hungry for my boy's cum, my pet? The smiling mother asked. Yes, mistress, Lucia answered, staring into the eyes of her mother. Well, my cunt is full of his cum, it is literally leaking out of me, the powerful woman seductress pointed out. The daughter took a couple of seconds to realize the implication of her mother's words. Why you want me to lick your vagina? She stammered. No, Maria corrected, I want you to eat my cunt. Maxwell lifted up the dazed Lucia as if she was a feather and positioned herself between her stepmom's stocking-clad legs. Lucia stared at her mom's cunt. She could see the yummy white sauce leaking out of her mother. There should have been hesitation, a brief refusal. It was her mother's cunt and she had never before this day, even in her wildest dreamy nights, ever licking a pussy. Yet there was no hesitation, no refusal. The daughter leaned forward and escalated the earlier brief moment of incest by kissing her mother's much more inappropriate lips. Maria moaned on first contact with her daughter's tongue. Holy shit. Maxwell gasped. Lucia, meanwhile, began lapping his cum from her mother's cunt. The taste, a mixture of salty and sweet, only enhanced Lucia's now insatiable hunger. Once the taste hit her taste buds, she was addicted and hungrily licked and sucked, attempting to retrieve every drop of Maxwell's cum. Oh my god, Lucia. You have a great pussy-pleasing tongue, Maria moaned, her pussy getting revved up by her daughter's tongue. Lucia's moral fortitude broken, She no longer cared about the taboo of incest and instead just wanted to taste her mother's pussy and make her ask, does daughter want to make her mommy come? Maria's orgasm that was building but didn't explode when Maxwell shot into her was rising again. Get her off, slut, Maxwell demanded, spanking the teenager's ass. The derogatory treatment and order by the sexy reporter only enhanced the eagerness to obey for the submissive daughter. She took her mother's clit in her mouth and slid 2 fingers inside her daughter's sloppy wet pussy. Lucia opened her mouth and learned that her mother was a flutter like herself as a river of cum exploded out of her mother's pussy and into her mouth. Oh shit, Maria quaked, shocked at just how intense her orgasm was. She had had plenty of girls lick her to orgasm, but nothing had brought her this utter euphoria. Her body kept trembling, wave after wave of pulsating pleasure cascaded through every nerve of her body. Maxwell, his cock rock hard, lifted up the dress of his Lucia, pulled her panties down enough to get access to the hot teenager, and before the sexy teenager could protest or respond he slid his cock inside her hot inferno. Lucia felt her dress being pulled up, and felt Maxwell's hands yank her panties down and moaned loudly into her daughter's cunt as the cock slid inside her, pushing the vibrating egg deep inside her. Shit, Maxwell chuckled, I forget the egg was still in your cunt, daughter slut. Maxwell pulled his cock out, slid 2 fingers easily inside the wet woman and pulled out the egg. He tossed it to an amused Maria whose orgasm was just starting to subside and ordered, clean off your daughter's cunt juice, bitch. A dominant to women, but a submissive to her man, Maria caught the egg, and began licking her stepdaughter's cum. You taste like me, dear. Maria said. Well then I must taste heavenly, the horny and submissive daughter replied, smiling up at her mother, waiting to have Maxwell's big cock back in her. Beg, slut, Maxwell demanded, rubbing his cock on the desperately horny teenager's wet pussy lips. Shit please Mr. Maxwell, shove that big snake in me, Lucia begged. But according to the church and the holy book diva, snakes are sinful, Maria pointed out. Then I must be a sinner, Lucia admitted, looking directly in front of all 3 people. I want to eat the apple whole. Shit, daughter. How long have you been holding in this hunger? The mother asked, her legs still wide open and her pussy still in front of her daughter. Since I saw master dominating sight, mistress, Lucia admitted, adding mistress to imply she wanted to be controlled, forced to sin. Well, sin away, Maria smiled. Lucia looked behind her and demanded, in the authoritarian tone she often used when getting something done at church. Fuck me, brother Max. Shove that big snake in my hot cunt. I want you to be my first and my forever. Take me completely, my body, my soul, everything is yours to command. Lucia said as Maxwell couldn't resist any longer, the words from the young sister were too much and plunged into the eager sister. Her pussy was so tight and wet, he was in a state of delirium at making one of his 2 greatest fantasies come true. He actually. 1 daughter down, 1 to go, baby, Maria purred, as if reading her master's mind. Fuck, your daughter is super tight, Maxwell grunted. Well, it's her first time, and judging by her naivety, however she lost her hymen must have been utterly inconsequential, a fleeting, meaningless affair. Maria added. Lucia was already near orgasm the second her cunt was filled with Maxwell's big cock and had to agree her index finger is tiny compared to this. The thought that crossed her mind was, but how would her mother know? Focusing on her own pleasure, she continued to be a submissive person. Oh thank you, mistress, for letting your lovers fuck me with his big hard cock. Lucia said with a grunt. You are welcome, daughter. I did all this for you, the daughter smiled. For me me? Lucia asked, as Maxwell began to slam into her from behind using his speed. The fucking was so raw and rugged, so animalistic and barbarian that Lucia knew she would not last long before her orgasm hit. Of course, daughter. It has been obvious you have been in sexual denial for at least 3 years, and when I saw the look in your eyes when I caught you watching me get pounded mercilessly a few days ago, I knew what I had to do. I had to save you from yourself, Maria explained, as if seducing her daughter was just a natural thing like saving a puppy from drowning. The daughter stood up and moved underneath her mother while Lucia processed her mother's odd, but true, assessment. Did she look sex-deprived in public? Is that how others saw her? The daughter decided it didn't matter, all that mattered was the impending orgasm. Fuck, you're just so hot, Lucia, Maxwell said. Shit, dear. Your cunt really needs trimming, Maria said, stunned at how hairy her daughter's cunt was. You're going to have to keep this shaved from now on. Whatever you say, mistress, the hungry daughter whimpered as her orgasm built. Seconds later, as her mother sucked her clit, while the cock inside continued to ravish her hard and deep, the orgasm exploded through her. Oh Max, fuck her hard, make my slutty daughter come, Maria encouraged her handsome master. I'm coming, the delirious daughter screamed loud enough to wake the dead as her orgasm continued to explode inside her like fireworks. Max didn't slow down, the thought of giving his sister a facial already in his mind. Maria put pressure on her daughter's clit, enjoying the power she now had over her daughter. The double sensation to Lucia's long overused neglected cunt was overwhelming, and the pleasure seemed to keep coming and coming as she came and came, flooding Maxwell's cock and her mother's face. Suddenly Maxwell pulled out and a river of cum exploded out of Maria's daughter's cunt and coated her mother's face. Maria smiled at the similarities in her and her daughter's orgasms. Max grabbed the teenager roughly and pulled her onto her knees, Maria moving out of the way. The submissive daughter needed no instructions as she gobbled his cock whole, hoping for a full load of teenage cum this time, and not the leftovers of a good fuck in her mother. She tasted her own juices as she eagerly deep-throated the big, hard, teenage cock. Shit, Maria, your stepdaughter is going to give you a run for your money as the best cocksucker in the castle or even in city, Maxwell grunted. Maria, not one to be outdone, moved beside her daughter and took the cock out of her daughter's mouth and replicated her daughter's deep-throating technique. Lucia watched hungrily, jealous of the thought of her mother getting all of Max's sweet seed. A moment later, Maria came up with a naughty idea. Taking her stepson's cock out of her mouth, she asked, "Wanna try something new?" "Sure, but I am not going to last much longer," Maxwell grunted. Chapter 27, Fun and Betrayal. Maxwell grunted. Maria, not one to be outdone, moved beside her daughter and took the cock out of her daughter's mouth and replicated her daughter's deep-throating technique. Lucia watched hungrily, jealous of the thought of her mother getting all of Max's sweet seed. A moment later, Maria came up with a naughty idea. Taking her stepson's cock out of her mouth, she asked, "Wanna try something new?" "Sure, but I am not going to last much longer," Maxwell grunted. "Daughter, move beside Max's cock and face me," Maria said, also moving herself to the other side of Maxwell's ready-to-erupt missile. "Yes, mistress," the cum-hungry daughter obeyed instantly. "Kiss me, Lucia," Maria said, leaning forward and putting her top lip on top of Maxwell's cock. Lucia smiled at the kinky idea, realizing the unique way they were going to share the cock. She too leaned forward and their top lips touched, as did their tongues underneath. Maxwell needed no instructions as he grunted, "Shit baby, you are one sick bitch." The stepmother and stepdaughter licked each other's tongues as the cock began moving slowly in and out of their new made-up position. As Maxwell got used to the unique sensation, his balls began boiling again and he began fucking both their faces. Both girls struggled to keep their lips touching and their tongues teasing, while Maxwell pleasured himself. Maxwell, feeling his cum rising, suddenly grabbed both girls' heads, forcing them to adjust their mouths to the hard piston moving back and forth. "Fuck you incest sluts. I am going to use both of you anytime I want. Lucia, I plan to tap your ass next time," Maxwell said with a grunt. Lucia had never even remotely considered ass play, but suddenly the idea sounded intriguing. Her response was a moan as she continued focusing on his cum she was sure was soon on its way. The hungry teenager was not mistaken as Maxwell grunted, pulled back and demanded, "Open your mouth, daughter slave." Lucia eagerly obeyed, a spark in her cunt again at being called a slave. She watched for a few seconds as her mother stood up, grabbed his big cock, and began pumping it. "Does little Lucia want a face full of cum?" Maria asked. "Yes, mistress, so fucking badly," Lucia moaned, her hand automatically going to her burning cunt. "Are you his slut, daughter?" the smiling, triumphant mother questioned. "Yes, mistress, I am all his," the submissive daughter eagerly admitted, her caged sexually finally released from years of harsh oppression. Maria purred, just as the first drop of cum shot out of Maxwell's cannon and landed directly on the famished daughter's face, mostly hitting her forehead and nose, a little landing in her hair. The daughter opened her mouth wide hoping to catch the white sauce she had been craving like an addict in withdrawal, all the while frantically rubbing her burning cunt. A second solid rope of cum mostly landed in her mouth while the third hit her chin and the fourth sputtering shot missed the mark hitting her dress, the large amount of cum spilled. Maria said, "Fuck, Lucia. Thank God I saved you." The daughter swallowed the cum that landed inside her mouth and the ground and took Maxwell's cock back in her mouth, greedily sucking it, desperately searching for any last drop of cum. "We have created a monster," Maxwell moaned, surprised by the ferocious hunger of the seemingly prude sister before yesterday. "We have our own Frankenslut," Maria joked. "A really hot one," Maxwell added. Lucia should have been mortified by her actions, her sin, at being called Frankenslut, a term she couldn't fully comprehend, yet the lust dripping from their tone made it abundantly clear that it was far from a compliment. Yet, with a dormant volcano awakened after all these years, there was no holding her back. She wanted more, she needed more. Taking the cock out of her mouth, she looked up at her mother, her mistress now, and whimpered, "Thank you for saving me, mistress, I am yours." "You will always obey?" the mother asked. "Yes, mistress," the daughter replied without hesitation. "You will fuck when I say, where I say." Will you obey unconditionally? The mother added, pushing the full extent of her power. Lucia's eyes went big at the full spectrum of her mother's intentions. Maria asked. Deciding the line was long ago crossed, the submissive daughter, her fingers still on her pussy, agreed, of course, mistress. And you will wear those boots and your wedding dresses you wore before to the celebration party? With bells on, the mother playfully replied. You will be the best present to the father, Maria smiled. Now take your dress off. Of course, mistress, the daughter again obeyed, standing up and allowing her dress to quickly fall to the floor. Shit, Lucia, your tits are growing bigger, Maxwell gasped, staring at the big breasts of the teenager. The bra and panties too, slut, Maria ordered, not liking Max's comment. She always hated Penelope and Rose because they have unfair advantage, their big boobs. The daughter obeyed, even as the cool chill of the room made her nipples even harder. On the table, slave, Maria demanded. Again the daughter obeyed as she watched her mother go to a bag. The mother returned with a candy cane she unwrapped, smiling. Lucia instantly knew what her mother expected and opened her hand for the fuck stick. Maria ordered. Fuck yourself, Lucia, she handed her daughter the long candy cane. Yes, mistress, Lucia eagerly obeyed, so badly wanting to come. She slid the long green and white pleasure cane in her wet pussy and began fucking herself. Both Maxwell and Maria watched the obscene act of the daughter of the house Manger, fucking herself with a candy cane while squeezing her big tits. After a couple of minutes, Maxwell ordered, now completely dressed, go get your daughter off, slut. Yes, master, Maria said for the very first time. Master, about fucking time, bitch, Maxwell agreed, slapping his Maria ass. I got to get going, sluts. Have fun with each other. Bye baby, Maria purred, turning around and giving him a quick hard kiss. Bye big cock, Lucia said with a giggle, still pumping her cunt with the striped stick. Don't you ever forget it, my sister pet, Maxwell said with a smile as he was leaving. Maria turned back to her daughter and dove between her daughter's open legs, taking the candy cane from her daughter. Do you want to change the position and scissors, daughter? The mother asked, her voice syrupy sweet. Oh God, yes, Lucia moaned. You shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, Maria teased, pumping the candy cane all the way to her daughter and licking her daughter's clit at the same time. The next day Maxwell woke up in a very good mood. It had been a while since he had been able to distress and even got to enjoy Lucia a lot. Breakfast was fried eggs, sausages, bread and orange juice just like most days. It wasn't much, but it was a delicacy that no commoner could easily eat. Maxwell bit into a sausage and felt someone's gaze. He raised his head to see his father watching him with Marcus still at his side. It seems he fell in love with that place. Magnus's gaze was not normal, he seemed somewhat resentful. Now that he remembered it, Magnus had asked to meet him 2 nights ago. But first Rose's unexpected situation came up and he couldn't meet him. And next night Lucia took it away with Maria. Knowing it was all his fault, he again gave him an apologetic look, but his gaze was getting more and more penetrating to the point that Maxwell had to look away and concentrate on his food. Cough suddenly and without any warning, Magnus stood up from the table and began coughing like crazy while holding his throat. Maxwell stood up in fear as did the entire family and before anyone could do anything, Magnus collapsed on the table with foam coming out of his mouth. Poison. Maxwell was terribly frightened, completely panicked, stuck his fingers in his throat and forced himself to vomit up what he had eaten while using bioelectricity to use gag reflex. The rest of the family, seeing his action, followed his example. The large dining room suddenly turned into a disgusting vomit festival. Olivia and Maria cried in fear while they stuck their fingers in the throats of the 2 little girls who did not understand what was happening. The crying, screaming and panic did not take long to appear. Maxwell was lying on the floor completely drained of energy. He felt like he had vomited not only breakfast, but also yesterday's dinner, something that calmed him down a little and he quickly got up and ran towards Magnus. He tried to feel his pulse but couldn't feel anything. He laid him down on the floor and checked to see if he was still breathing but couldn't find anything either. Damn it, old man, you can't die yet. Maxwell performed first aid with best of his ability. Get up. Get up. Maxwell as a last resort used his magic in such a way that he tried to imitate a defibrillator. Bzzz clack even after all that Magnus remained inert on the ground. Shit. Maxwell slammed his fist into Magnus' chest in anger and frustration. He looked up with anger clearly written on his face and punched the dining table as he unleashed his lightning and sent food flying all over the already messy dining room. Father is dead. He stared intently at the reaction of each of those present to try to discover who is guilty of this murder, but everyone was behaving accordingly. Shock, fear, dread and panic. Those were the emotions that were clearly reflected on their faces and he couldn't find anything. Everything after that happened so fast that Maxwell couldn't process it. The servants and guards entered the dining room, all running to the healers to make sure they were not poisoned. Marcus took charge of everything, and that same night Magnus was cremated in a large bonfire in the courtyard attended by all the people of the castle. Dinner passed quickly, and before he knew it Maxwell was back in his room. His mind was elsewhere and he was not focused. His gaze was straight ahead, looking at the wall, but he wasn't really seeing anything, he was just thinking. His father had died. Magnus was dead. It felt so weird because just one few days ago I was talking to him like nothing was wrong. But Magnus hadn't died of natural causes, he was poisoned. Which means it was murder. Who benefits most from Magnus' death? The first to come to his mind was Marcus. He was the next to take his place as Duke of Rodmandia, but at the same time it made no sense when it was very likely that he would succeed him without the need for any assassination. Matios? It's possible, Marcus was getting too far ahead in his war of succession. Add to that the fact that Rose actively sought me out, and that could be part of his plan. Another thing to keep in mind was that Rose looked for him just the day he was going to meet Magnus. That same realization also led him to think about what exactly he wanted to talk to Magnus about. His attitude was very suspicious, just wanting to talk in his room, and the fact that the entire breakfast before his death he was staring at him for 2 days. Did you already know of your impending death? Damn. Why didn't I go talk to him in the first place? Maxwell began pacing back and forth in his room, trying to find the answers to all his questions. The next day everyone gathered for breakfast as usual, but no one took a bite. It wasn't because of anything like loss of appetite or the pain of losing Magnus just a day ago. The reason was because Marcus sat pompously in Magnus's old seat with arrogance written all over his face. From today onwards, I will take the position of Duke of Rodmandia. His words added more silence to the quiet room. Maxwell, who was the only one who had been eating a little discreetly, also put down his cutlery and looked at Marcus in surprise. He wasn't surprised by Marcus's statement. What surprised him was when and how he made it. It had barely been a day since Magnus' death, and besides being very insensitive on his part, he was also rude to the memory of his father. Normally, a large wake was held to which Magnus' acquaintances were invited. After that and only after that could the issue of succession be discussed. He was very fast, sudden, and also confidence. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Matteo slammed his fist on the dining table as he glared at Marcus indignantly. Who gave you permission to say those words? Marcus furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. It wasn't a suggestion, it's an order. Finishing his sentence, Marcus snapped his fingers and the doors to the dining room flew open as a large line of guards entered, surrounding the family and aiming their crossbows. Maxwell and the whole family stood up scared. What does this mean, Marcus? Matteo asked, totally angry. What do you think? Marcus made a gesture with his hands and the guards fired their crossbows in the direction of the 4 men in the line of succession, Matteo, Gerald, Maxwell and John. Maxwell's scalp went numb as he released a large amount of lightning from his body as an instinctive act. Bumprag knew when the blinding light of Maxwell's beam cleared. He looked around in shock. Next to him was a boy of only 11 years old with a large number of arrows in his body. Apart from that, he was also burned and roasted on half of his body. In front of him, the only one still standing was Gerald, who was holding one eye of his face with an arrow clearly stuck in it. Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark. His eyes were dripping blood in time with his screams. Matteo, on the other hand, was lying inert on the dining room table with several scars all over his body, and the fatal one was the one sticking out of his throat from which blood was still coming out, painting the table red. Clack clack clack. Marcus clapped his hands. As expected of the rare lightning element, it has such great attack power that it even killed the person beside it unintentionally. Maxwell looked at John beside him and sighed in pity. Even though it's the most destructive element, it doesn't do so well in defense, does it? Marcus asked with a smile as he saw an arrow stuck on Maxwell's thigh and another on his arm. Maxwell clutched his arm in pain as he looked at Marcus resentfully. Maxwell was bitter and also angry. Everything had happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. As the years passed, Max's confidence grew to such heights that it bordered on arrogance. His exploits both in his relationships and his intimate escapades fueled this self-assurance. From countless sessions with Maria, Lisa, and other women, to recent conquests with Rose, Penelope, and, most notably, last night with Lucia, Max basked in the aftermath of his relentless pursuit. The tangible results were staggering. His achievements, including getting 3 women pregnant, had earned him a staggering 15,000 points. Yet, Max refrained from spending these points on improving his stats. Instead, he chose to let his abilities grow naturally, believing that his physical body would reach its natural peak before he needed to heavily invest in his stats. His strategy was calculated, hoarding points until the moment he hit a plateau, then making a significant investment to break past his limits. Chapter 28, Battle of Blood. As the years passed, Max's confidence grew to such heights that it bordered on arrogance. His exploits both in his relationships and his intimate escapades fueled this self-assurance. From countless sessions with Maria, Lisa, and other women, to recent conquests with Rose, Penelope, and, most notably, last night with Lucia, Max basked in the aftermath of his relentless pursuit. The tangible results were staggering. His achievements, including getting 3 women pregnant, had earned him a staggering 15,000 points. Yet, Max refrained from spending these points on improving his stats. Instead, he chose to let his abilities grow naturally, believing that his physical body would reach its natural peak before he needed to heavily invest in his stats. His strategy was calculated, hoarding points until the moment he hit a plateau, then making a significant investment to break past his limits. To him, it was simple mathematics, a pragmatic approach akin to saving gold in a game to buy the ultimate equipment later. By delaying gratification, Max ensured he could maximize his growth potential while amassing a stockpile of sexual points for future use. Through gritted teeth he wished his stat panel appear in front of him. And it appeared. Maxwell Magner, age, 11 years, 6 of points strength, 20 of points agility, 20 of points resistance, 20 of points vitality, 50 of points intelligence, 1180 of points mana, 79 of points arcane tempest mastery, lightning element, 17 achievements points, 37,065 sexual points. Maxwell sighed in relief at the sight of so many points. He had earned so many points in last week that it even surpassed the amount he had collected through years of hard work. Kill them. When Maxwell was distracted looking at his stats and Gerald screamed in pain, Marcus screamed in exasperation at the sight of them. Immediately after his voice was heard, Gerald stopped crying and ran towards one of the guards who was carrying a crossbow. His fist ignited with fire and under everyone's astonished eyes he smashed the guard's head against the wall, then he leaped out the window that was behind the guard without any hesitation, cutting himself in the process. What the hell? Is he crazy? Marcus was greatly shocked by Gerald's near suicide. Maxwell was also shocked by Gerald's actions, but he didn't have time to waste it like that. All the guards in the room had loaded their crossbows and were now aiming intently at him. His magic did not have any defensive properties and also he had never created a similar ability. The only ability that could help at the moment was lightning speed, an ability that he copied from Killua in his previous world, but although this ability allowed him to move to incredible speeds and dodging attacks, he didn't think he could dodge all the arrows. As he was more focused on utility like his second sub-brain project that was nearly done. At first it was easier for him since it was not the only goal, but now it was almost impossible for him. When the crisp sound of the crossbow strings sounded, Maxwell felt his heart freeze. With nothing else to do, Maxwell activated his ability. Tiny electrical currents ran through his body at the same time that smaller ones stimulated his brain. His perception of time was rewritten as everything moved more slowly. The arrows coming in his direction were infinite and from all directions. Only now did Max realize that there were more shooters hidden in the ceiling and elsewhere. Curse him. Maxwell moved to the side where he perceived there were fewer arrows and covered his neck, heart and face with a resigned face. But the expected impact never came. He raised his head in a bit of disbelief to see how Maria stretched her arms in his direction and created a large sphere of water around him that completely stopped the arrows going in his direction. Maria. Maxwell had never been so happy to see her. A smile escaped his mouth. I love that woman. However, right in front of her eyes, Maxwell saw how Sophia pulled out a small dagger, approached Maria who was focused on saving him and began to stab her in the back repeatedly. Both Maxwell and Maria's shocked gazes met in a brief eternal second before the sphere of water around Maxwell disappeared and Maria fell into a pool of her own blood. Maria. Mother. Maxwell immediately went insane, fired a beam in the direction of Sophia that went through her head leaving only a bloody and burned hole in her head. In his fast-thinking mode he managed to see where all the guards were. Like a madman he spread his hands as he fired everywhere. The place turned into a small-scale thunderstorm with a large amount of lightning shooting in all directions. When everything cleared up again, all the guards were on the ground with a hole in their chest, throat, or head. Many had their entire bodies roasted. Marcus was startled by Maxwell's excitement and turned his fist into lava and attacked in his direction. Max knew from his own experience that he couldn't block that attack, so he activated the speed of lightning. His body was filled with silver-white electrical currents, his hair stood on end as if it were a Super Saiyan. Marcus's movements resembled those of a snail at his sight and in a blink he appeared beside him. He deactivated the speed of the lightning and with outstretched hands fired a bolt towards Marcus. Marcus broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Maxwell disappear. The next thing he felt was a huge blow to the side of him and he flew towards the wall. Max on the other hand frowned, annoyed and intrigued. He fired with the intent to kill, but at the last second a smooth piece of royal blue pottery floated into the air and stopped most of his attack, sending him flying against the wall. What the hell was that? Maxwell. Max heard a scream suddenly and instinctively turned to see. It was Olivia, his mother, who was warning him. Several of his father's wives were preparing their magic in his direction. One of Magnus's wives, upon hearing Olive's warning, was enraged and viciously pulled a dagger from her pocket and cruelly slit her throat. Maxwell clenched his teeth so hard he felt they were going to break. He placed half of all of his magic in a single attack and counter-attacked waterfronts, fire points, and wind slices with a single, cruel, sweeping volley. The Magnus wives' attacks were easily destroyed like a fly, and his attack continuing in their direction, and even before they had the chance the lightning bolt hit them. The women's bodies were burned in such a way that only the ashes were left flying around the room. But even so, the attack did not disappear, and he continued to break through the castle walls until it was completely through it and lost itself in the sky. Roger walked over to the great burned hole in the wall that completely cut through the castle, and then to Maxwell through clenched teeth, looking at each of them, waiting for a single movement from his part. Roger couldn't help but gulp at the sight of him. This was a free-for-all against Maxwell, and he still won. He won. What a beast. This power is not what a human should have, much less a child. Marcus, who was on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth, looked at Maxwell with fear. Monster. Maxwell approached Maria very slowly and took her in his arms. His clothes were stained in blood, but he cared little for that, his arms trembling as he held the woman who for a very long time was his faithful lover. With a very hurt and a little hesitant look, he touched Maria's belly and watched as she slowly stopped breathing as she watched him with a pleading look. He knew deep down she didn't want to leave, not now, not when their journey together had only just begun, when their lives were still unfolding with untold promise. Yet, despite all his power, all the points, even with a freaking system, he found himself helpless. He couldn't stop it. Maxwell's lips twitched briefly, wanting to say something to her, but nothing came out of his mouth. He looked to the side where his mother had a lifeless gaze staring at nothing with a huge, hideous cut across her throat. With his arms still trembling, Maxwell cradled Maria against his chest, clenched his teeth and tried with all his might not to cry. There was a brief second in which he slightly raised his gaze only to see the shattered Anna in tears and lowered his head in shame. He couldn't face her. When he couldn't even protect Maria from it, he was supposed to be the strongest. Ha 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 ha. Marcus laughed when he saw Max in such a state. That happens to you for interfering with my plans, although I have to admit that I did not think you would be the one who caused me the most trouble. Marcus coughed a little before standing up, leaning against the wall and grabbing the side of his body. Shut up. Maxwell replied. But seriously. You don't think I'm trying to take over the family with some petty guards? Do you? Marcus laughed again as Maxwell ignored his words. I told you to shut up. Maxwell raised his arm and pointed at him. Then a very thick bolt of electricity flashed at high speed in his direction. But seconds before it hit Marcus, it was stopped by a thick shield device that appeared out of nowhere. Footsteps were heard in the distance. For moments later, a large group of people appeared in the dining room. All with full body plate armor covering them. What immediately caught Maxwell's attention was the shield engraved on them, a blue fish floating above blue waters and a clear sky. Lewather. As if to confirm his suspicions, several finely dressed men walked slowly and pompously into the dining room. Hello, boy. Julian smiled. We meet again, as I said so. The old Lewather did not come alone, with him came about 20 fully armed guards and about 10 knights. Knights. This was not a term that anyone could use, only those noble descendants who in turn had no hope of inheriting a territory while being very strong on their own could have such a title. So it is more precise to say they were magic knights. You don't mean to say anything? A lanky young man yelled at Julian's side with clear gloat in his voice. One of his arms and legs was missing and he could only support himself with the help of a crutch, but he still looked at Maxwell happily. We already told you, right? The Lewather we always remember. The young man was Garemias that Maxwell had long ago crippled. But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Maxwell paid no attention to their screams and gently placed Maria on the ground. His legs gave a bit as he tried to get up and he walked alongside the body of one of the guards he had killed. Each of Maxwell's movements were slow and harmless, but that did not make anyone lower their guard, not before such a monster. When Maxwell reached down to grab a sword from the ground and drew it at eye level, they all realized they had made a serious mistake. The mistake of enraging a beast. There was no word, no scream, or a warning before Julian felt a bolt of lightning pass him, making his hair stand on end with static. His most instinctive reaction at the time was to create a full-body ice armor to defend himself. In addition to that, he removed the ice shield with which he defended Marcus and used it to defend himself. It only took a second for Julian to hear the sound of metal hitting metal and a great force pushing him back. With his heart beating at 1,000 per minute, he backed away as far as he could and raised his head to see what exactly had happened. What he saw shocked him deeply. The Garimia's head was still spinning through the air along with one of Marcus's arms screaming in pain on the ground and a child bathed in blue rays staring cold and deep at him. Julian gulped in fear, but the next second he unleashed his magic to its full extent. The floor of the room was covered with fine ice and several ice swords formed around it. Attack him with everything you have. Don't be fooled by his boyish appearance, he's more dangerous than any enemy we've fought before. He yelled as he reinforced his ice armor with several more layers as a precaution. Maxwell coldly scanned the room and looked at the few people in his family who were still alive. Run. It was the only thing he could say before feeling how several horses unleashed magic from him in his direction. Activating his speed of lightning, Maxwell could clearly see how spikes of stones rose in his direction. He jumped as an instinctive act, but he was received in the air by several fireballs and water whips. While in the air and unable to dodge, Maxwell received the full attack, which sent him crashing into the wall. With a very severe backache and with several burns on his arms, Maxwell got up and before the still expectant looks of his enemies he ran like a madman in the direction of Julian, raised his sword and lowered it with immense power to divide that annoying old man in two. But his sword collided with a sturdy armor he had created around his body. Maxwell's eyes widened in surprise, he never expected the ice armor to be so strong. The speed with which Maxwell was moving was so great that anything that would collide with his sword should split in half as the Garimia's head detached from his body. It all felt like cutting butter with a hot knife. Maxwell felt practically no resistance, as did Marcus's arm. To make matters worse, the sword flew out of Maxwell's hand, but not before leaving him with a large bleeding wound and a totally numb arm. At his speed, Maxwell slid through the thin layer of ice until he crashed into the wall on the other side. When Maxwell raised his head he saw dozens of ice swords, fireballs, beats of water and even a whirlwind of wind heading in his direction, not to mention that the ground where he was slowly began to deform. Am I going to die like this? Maxwell's mind stopped having any rational thought, and without even knowing how it happened he jumped with all his strength away from the attacks. What happened? Maxwell looked at his hands in total disbelief. He couldn't understand exactly what had happened. Despair had completely taken over him and he had even given up. But his body moved on its own. Time passed slower in his perspective, even without having activated his lightning speed, even being just one step away from death. His heart beat with such serenity that it seemed disturbing to him. One of Julian's knights expelled a large jet of flame from his back which propelled him at great speed towards Maxwell. His speed was nothing to laugh at, but Maxwell's head instinctively moved back and he narrowly dodged the knight's fiery fist. The lightning surrounded Maxwell and lifted his hair with it. For a brief second Maxwell and the knight stared into each other's eyes before Maxwell snatched the sword from the man's belt, jumped slightly, and did a complete spin in the air before striking the knight's neck with terrifying precision with his sword. The momentum that the knight had in the air plus the momentum that Maxwell acquired with his spin made the sword pass with relative ease through the knight's armor and decapitate him with one blow. Chapter 29, Battle of Thunder. Time passed slower in his perspective, even without having activated his lightning speed, even being just one step away from death. His heart beat with such serenity that it seemed disturbing to him. One of Julian's knights expelled a large jet of flame from his back which propelled him at great speed towards Maxwell. His speed was nothing to laugh at, but Maxwell's head instinctively moved back and he narrowly dodged the knight's fiery fist. The lightning surrounded Maxwell and lifted his hair with it. For a brief second Maxwell and the knight stared into each other's eyes before Maxwell snatched the sword from the man's belt, jumped slightly, and did a complete spin in the air before striking the knight's neck with terrifying precision with his sword. The momentum that the knight had in the air plus the momentum that Maxwell acquired with his spin made the sword pass with relative ease through the knight's armor and decapitate him with one blow. It had only been a mere 3 seconds since Maxwell fell to the ground helpless before everything turned around completely. Not only Julian and his men were shocked, even Maxwell himself was also surprised by everything he did and the ease with which he did it. Everything was so smooth and fluid that it seemed like he had practiced that move thousands of times. But that thought didn't last long in his head before he turned his gaze to the knight's back where his great jet of fire had melted the thin layer of ice that covered the ground. His body moved on its own again, running like crazy along the melted path that the knight had left. With the speed he was going, in an instant he found himself face to face against the wall, but contrary to any logic or any rational thought that Maxwell could have, his body didn't stop even a little and seemed to want to crash into it. Just when he was about to crash and was going to close his eyes in panic, a sudden feeling took over him and he understood it. When he had completely given up and accepted his fate, his survival instincts woke up madly. An instinct so primitive and primordial that it seemed like magic to him. An instinct so ancient and deeply ingrained it felt almost otherworldly, like a primal form of magic woven into his very being. It activated with startling intensity, commanding his nervous system to respond with precision. His newly developed secondary brain, painstakingly engineered for moments like this, surged into action, operating seamlessly as if it were an innate reflex. It functioned with the uncanny swiftness of a spider sense. It was specifically designed to function like the spider sense seen in Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, a hyper-reflexive mechanism that bypassed conscious thought, allowing him to react instinctively and instantaneously in moments of peril. When this simple logic came to him, he understood what he wanted to do with his body, and taking control of his body back from his second brain, Maxwell lifted his leg and slammed it hard against the wall, then the other, and so on. Under the still shocked eyes of his enemies, Maxwell began to run along the wall thanks to the speed he was carrying. Julian could only see a shadow moving at high speeds on the walls of the dining room. If it weren't for the lightning that surrounded Maxwell, they wouldn't even be able to see his shadow either. Taking advantage of the brief second of confusion his enemies experienced, Maxwell raised his sword with his left hand and extended it out of his body in the direction of the knights. The knights didn't even see it coming before they were split in half from the waist up. To the center. Julian shouted for everyone to get away from the walls that were now a sure death sentence. Crowd down his momentum and he'll fall. He shouted as he tried to hit Maxwell's shadow. Maxwell's career was not hindered in the slightest. When a piece of earth rose near him, his body moved on its own to dodge it. The same for the other attacks. Almost as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he was able to dodge them with incredible precision. In reality, Maxwell wanted to shoot lightning bolts in their direction too, but even though he was very powerful and had a lot of mana, he had never been able to use more than one ability at a time. Since he already had the speed of lightning, he couldn't shoot his lightning bolts and confuse him. If it weren't for that, the battle wouldn't be so close. Don't hold back, shoot all your magic in different directions so he won't have anywhere to run. Julian shouted as he created so many ice swords that they covered half the room. Maxwell's entire body trembled as he sensed the imminent danger, and before all the attacks could reach him, he jumped through one of the dining room windows with several of these broken glass windows cutting his skin. His left hand that was still holding the sword moved and nailed it against the castle wall to slow down his fall, but his arm only resisted for a few brief seconds before he released the sword with his palm becoming a mess of blood. His heart began to beat like crazy again, and in a moment of desperation as he saw the ground getting closer, Maxwell pointed his arms to the ground and releasing the last of the magic he had inside him, he fired. Inverted exclamation mark boom. The power and force of his lightning bolts propelled him back a bit, mostly neutralizing the force of his fall. Still, Maxwell crashed hard into the ground, twisting his ankle and breaking a rib. Blood came out of Maxwell's mouth at the same time as his face kissed the ground, which made his mouth become a mess between dirt and blood. The pain tormented him like crazy. Both his hands were shattered, both his arms were limp, his legs were shaking and didn't want to move. On top of that, a broken rib, and his body had been left completely devoid of mana. Even knowing all that and seeing that he had almost 0% chance of escaping from Julian, he still placed the palms of his hands on the dirty ground, dirtying his wounds. Maxwell gritted his teeth, and with trembling arms and strength that he didn't know where it came from, he managed to get up and stand. His posture was twisted by his ankle and he was holding one of his sides where his broken rib was. But he had gotten up. But the sight that greeted him was something that made him lose any last shred of hope he might have had deep in his heart. The entire castle was occupied by a large number of soldiers heavily armed with swords and shields, and on the high walls of the castle long rows of archers were aiming at him, very attentive to any movement on his part. Julian also climbed out of the same window he had jumped through, creating a nice slide down which he slid to reach the roof of the stable. The other knights came out in different ways, using their magic, and surrounded him. An army of at least 7,000 heavily armed men, ranks of archers around them, Julian and his knights. Looking at this image caused such despair in Maxwell that he began to laugh like a madman while holding his side. Ha 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 ha. Julian shook his head a little when he saw Maxwell in that state. Admit it, boy, you're dead. Maybe. Maxwell stopped laughing. I was a fool, arrogant and stupid. Not only did I think I had enough strength to live my life as I wanted, I was also naive enough to think my brothers would leave me alone when I made it clear that I did not want the title of Duke. It's a little late for that, don't you think? Julian tilted his head and looked at him intrigued. Late? Ha 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 ha. Maxwell laughed briefly and looked at Julian with ridicule. It was true that he was practically on his last legs and even his instincts told him that it was impossible to escape, but Maxwell wasn't stupid enough to not have one last card to play. He looked Julian straight in the eyes and smiled. You don't have the slightest idea. Sexual points, 37,065. Maxwell was very tempted to use his points when he was injured, by putting them into his vitality. And even when his women were murdered and in the midst of his rage he refused to use them. Because he knew that this was his last card to play in desperate times, that is why he had saved so many points over time. He never believed in using them in such a way. He actually thought he had to use them when he was poisoned or something, but it still worked. Without hesitation for a second, Maxwell spent 30,000 of his points on the magic stat, taking this already terrifying stats to a phenomenal number of 4,180 points. More than double and then some what he had previously. Maxwell also thought of using his points in other areas, but as he passed in time he discovered many things about his trap. It takes 10 points to increase his magic by a single point, and initially it was also the same with his physical statistics, but as these statistics rose more, the more points he needed to raise it, at least from 10 points. That meant that putting all his points into magic could double his strength in a matter of seconds, but it was very uncertain what would happen to the other statistics, besides that he would have to get used to his new physical statistics. After all, this was not a game where you beg your strength and your character could use it normally the next second. If he doubled his strength as if nothing else, the most likely thing was that he would break glass inadvertently, the same for speed and others. If he increased them in the middle of a battle, it was the end for him instead of a help. And he kept few thousand points for what is about to come. Another thing that he helped was that by adding a single point to his magic, he was recovering a little, although it was only a little. Maxwell added more than 3,000 points in a single hit, which made his magic to be completely restored. He was still hurt and badly treated, but circumstances had changed. Julian, have you ever heard of Ragnarok? Maxwell smiled as his eyes turned electric blue as lightning began to surround him. Oh no. Fire. Julian gave the order to fire to all his archers. He had no idea what Maxwell was talking about with Ragnarok, but he didn't like one bit that the boy who a moment ago was without a shred of magic suddenly exploded with such a huge amount. Too late. Maxwell shouted through gritted teeth. He gathered all his magic into a single attack that he had perfected before but had only used on a small scale. Only today would I see what the skill was capable of in all its splendor. Arrows were shot in his direction, but he ignored them as his arms changed to a blue color and he pointed them upwards. Julian moved as far away as he could as a precaution and was very glad he did. When the arrows were a few meters away from hitting Maxwell, he fired a super beam that occupied his entire vision for a few seconds and disappeared into the blue sky. The arrows that were about to hit Maxwell were blown away by the shockwave resulting from his single attack, but its power was so great that Maxwell was forced to fall on his back and be buried a few inches from the ground by the force. Several of his other ribs were broken and he vomited blood, but he smiled with satisfaction. Julian trembled with fear as he saw how all the buildings around Maxwell had completely disappeared into nothingness, along with several of his knights who were not fast enough to flee from his attack. That was incredible, Julian admitted. But it doesn't change your situation. Maxwell was practically rolling on the floor in pain but looked at Julian like a fool. Don't tell me, you think that was my attack? Wasn't that your attack? Julian looked at him incredulously. No. Julian, it's time for you to meet. With Maxwell's words, the skies lost their color, giving way to dark and horrible clouds that made Julian's hair stand on end. No, seriously. Julian's hair and every man in the castle magically stood up as booms rang out in the sky. The Ragnarok? The clouds split in half to make way for a lightning bolt so large that it took up the size of the entire castle and fell with incredible speed. Julian's eyes widened in terror and he created countless armor and shields around him using all of his magic in the process. The others, on the other hand, were not so lucky and received the lightning bolt squarely. The lightning bolt blinded them all completely, and seconds later an explosion sound was heard so loud that it left everyone deaf and earthquakes everywhere. The distant city began to shake violently as the recently terrified looked towards the ancient hill where the Duke's castle stood magnificently. But this time they could see nothing but a blinding light followed by the disappearance of half the castle. Many ran in panic and screamed in terror, but most just stood there watching as a very ancient family like the Magnar disappeared due to what seemed like divine punishment. After the first big bolt of lightning, many other smaller ones also began to fall in what seemed like a heavy rain, but it was actually made up of terrifying bolts of lightning. This event lasted a little over an hour before it stopped completely. Several hundred meters away from the White Snow Castle and the city Frito was Maxwell, practically crawling on the ground as far as possible from that castle. He was not afraid of Julian's knights or if he wanted to exorcise him, since most likely the Ragnarok had killed them all. But he was not at all sure that he had killed Julian. That old man was more resistant than he seemed. After a few minutes he ran out of energy. He stayed on his back and looked at the sky with a lost look. His last attack was a desperate one that he did not distinguish between friends and enemies. Most likely they were all dead: Anna, his sisters, Lucia, Roger, Rosa, Penelope and others. Chapter 30, leaving everything behind. Several hundred meters away from the White Snow Castle and the city Frito was Maxwell, practically crawling on the ground as far as possible from that castle. He was not afraid of Julian's knights or if he wanted to exorcise him, since most likely the Ragnarok had killed them all. But he was not at all sure that he had killed Julian. That old man was more resistant than he seemed. After a few minutes he ran out of energy. He stayed on his back and looked at the sky with a lost look. His last attack was a desperate one that he did not distinguish between friends and enemies. Most likely they were all dead: Anna, his sisters, Lucia, Roger, Rosa, Penelope and others. The only possible survivor was Julian. Even Maxwell shit with fear seeing the power of his attack charged with all his magic. Fortunately he was totally immune to his own element, but the shockwave did hurt him a lot. Maxwell sighed looking up at the clear sky. And now what do I do? Maxwell inside in his thoughts, but a giant shadow occupied his vision and drove him out of his mind. What the hell? Maxwell stood up in fear regardless of his injuries and looked up at the sky in disbelief. I know this is a fantastic world, but this is just ridiculous. Just above Maxwell's view, hundreds of miles above his head, was a gigantic island floating against the laws of gravity. An island in the sky. In the opposite direction to Maxwell, a badly wounded man with one of his arms missing ran with his teeth clenched and his eyes full of rage. Half of his body and face were badly burned and melted like candle wax. Maxwell. His voice sounded like the roar of a beast due to the amount of hatred contained in his voice. Much further away from these two people was a small group galloping on horseback, regularly looking back at White Snow Castle. Their group was quite large and very diverse, ranging from men to very small children. They were Roger and company who, thanks to a secret passage that he knew, were able to escape in time and even secure some horses. In White Snow Castle itself, several rocks suddenly fell before an icy night appeared from the large crater. Wow! Julian clutched his chest in fear. I really almost died. Maxwell relaxed atop the crudely finished wooden carriage, or so he wished he could say. The truth was that it was very uncomfortable to travel on the roads and the dilapidated carriage. His back felt as if he had carried a great weight and it never stopped hurting. Martha! Maxwell yelled. Sir? The woman at the reins of the carriage replied. Remind me how much longer it is until we get there. If my calculations do not fail me, there is only 1 day left at most, sir. Martha replied calmly as if it was not the first time she was asked this question. Okay. Maxwell sighed. He placed his hands behind his neck and let her fall. Just 1 more day. 4 months had passed since that fateful day. After a day of waiting in the woods and regaining some of his strength, putting more than 5,000 points in Vitally to let his body heal faster, and remaining ones were invested in other important stats. Maxwell went to Frida City where he sought out a doctor who would settle his bones and heal his wounds. Since he did not want to be found, he did not reveal his identity and paid him with what he earned from his small commercial company in which he was currently operating. It was not difficult to convince them to follow him on a journey that few would dare to cross half a continent. He first pressured them by telling them that without a lord now this city would be a small war zone that the other nobles will want to take over, and then he revealed to them that all of Ashland would be a war zone for the lack of a king to rule. Maxwell always knew about Ashland's situation, but he never really cared because Rodmandia was located in the northernmost part of it, a place where the war would never come, but they didn't have to know that. Other than that, the king was not dead yet, and as far as he knew he could live another 4 to 5 years. Maxwell had manipulated them into following him half a continent, but he didn't care. After all, he was doing them a favor. The decision to depart from Rodmandia and indeed all of Ashland was not made on the spot, or it was rushed. His first idea was to stay and become the Duke of Rodmandia, as there were no more descendants of Magnus alive, but this left him in a bad position as he inherited a very barren land in the cold north with a destroyed castle and no soldiers to defend his territory. He could ask for men from his banner, but they would most likely betray him seeing him so weak. Adding to that, the future war dissuaded Maxwell from abandoning that idea. He and his trading caravan bought all the grain they could from the most prosperous city of Apron, and on their way out of the kingdom he sold it all at a high price. All this strategy would not have worked if there was not a war in the making, but food rose in price in times of crisis and there were many great lords wanting to feed their armies. He never believed that traveling across the continent was so complicated and difficult. He was constantly attacked by bandits and armies of lords, but they all fled in terror upon receiving the full Ragnarok from him. 4 months later he was in the center and most fertile place of the continent, only 1 day away from reaching the great city Breener of the Leicester Empire. In these 4 months he and his caravan had earned a nickname: Maxwell, the Walking Disaster. The caravan on the other hand was called the Lightning Caravan. As a preventive measure and taking advantage of his growing fame, Maxwell had a large lightning bolt painted on the carriages. From that day on, the attacks on his caravan were practically non-existent and they were able to travel with peace of mind. On his long journey, Maxwell had managed to understand many things that had previously been confusing to him. For example, the continent, it was simply called that, because it was the only one in existence and there was no need to name it to differentiate it from another. On the other hand, he was researching in all the cities and kingdoms about the existence of the island in the sky, but he only received ridicule about how naive he was to believe in that old legend. Apparently since the beginning of time on this continent there had been a legend of a floating island where God watched the mere mortals. There were many reports of sightings, but they were always taken as delusions of a madman, since multiple investigations had been carried out on the matter by great kingdoms without a single result so far. The night came so fast that Maxwell didn't even notice. He gathered a few blocks of wood and with a little of his magic he lit it up, although he almost turned it into complete charcoal. His control over his magic had never been good, and now that he had increased it so precipitously it was even less so. His control was so bad that he took a full 5 years to create his lightning speed ability. Creating a skill of that caliber was not easy at all. First he had to send a very small amount of magic to his brain and control it to stimulate him in such a way as to speed up his thought process. This in itself was very dangerous because of the risk of damaging his brain, but he was able to overcome it because of his immunity to the lightning. After that he had to stimulate the muscles of his body to burst with immense force that allowed him to move at great speeds, but this very process also damaged them. Come to think of it, Maxwell was very good at only taking 5 years for this long and onerous process. Now what he had to do was strengthen his body so that it could be further stimulated and explode with insane force. Maxwell looked at his stat panel. Maxwell Magner, age, 12 years, 9 of points strength, 23 of points agility, 28 of points resistance, 34 of points vitality, 50 of points intelligence, 4180 of points mana, 93 of points arcane tempest mastery, lightning element, 17 achievements points, 17 sexual points. In order to heal faster and without hidden injuries, Maxwell invested all the points he collected along the way into vitality. Each point after 20 cost him 100 sexual points, and after crossing 30 marks when I increased it by even 1 point he needed 1000 sexual points, an astronomical figure for me. As even when a woman gets pregnant he only gets 5000 points. Something he also inevitably discovered during his travels was that having sex with a simple commoner gave him much fewer points than sleeping with a noble woman. Maybe his Tampa was too classist, or maybe it was because of the magic that ran through every noble. Maxwell didn't know it yet, but he couldn't benefit as he wanted from this trip. Another thing to keep in mind in this world was that there were also sexually transmitted diseases, and these were very different from his world. That's why he couldn't sleep with any woman he found along the way. I already seemed to be gaining a reputation as an usurper in the lands I passed by, I thought. Sexual points, 17, 7,000 points sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's not that much, I thought. Since if I distributed all the points among my 7 different attributes, that would only make about a few points per attribute. It took me many years to understand that 10 represented the limit for normal humans in this world. But it's not an insurmountable limit. There are strength monsters who can surpass this boundary, like my late father's brute who stands over 6 feet tall, or Julian, who, with proper weight distribution, can now bench press over 500 kilos. I doubt it has anything to do with magical lineages like mine, but I can't be certain since I can't view other people's attributes. There are numerous giants in this world with strength that, in my old world, would be considered superhuman on the level of having superpowers, but the norm remains relatively similar to Earth's. Meaning, for an injury that should heal in a month or 2, when I put all my attribute points into vitality, I'd have a constitution that lets me recover 15.8 times faster than usual. In short, everything would be fine within 4 to 8 days, but is this really the best solution? I wondered. I could have put some points into my strength or my agility, or perhaps. I stopped thinking and shook my head, realizing there was no point in hesitating. Vitality was the most useful attribute because it allowed me to accelerate the healing speed of my physical injuries. It significantly accelerated my recovery from illnesses and bolstered my immunity to extraordinary levels, rendering me far more resilient even against potential sexually transmitted diseases, should I ever encounter them. Given that earning sexual points relies solely on intimate encounters, this enhancement was vital. Over the years, this enhanced immunity made sickness an increasingly rare occurrence for me, while simultaneously unlocking and fully harnessing the dormant genetic potential hidden deep within my genes. My height keeps increasing even though I can't change that factor just by increasing my strength or endurance. It's been a 12-year journey, but today I have a better understanding of my system, I thought as I closed my eyes, but I couldn't get any sleep. Maxwell sighed and looked west. Leicester Empire, huh? The place where the greatest nobles and knights of the continent met. The center of commerce and politics. I'm already looking forward to it. Sometimes fate could be very capricious and had fun making people meet who couldn't possibly be together. Other times it was so fair that it hurt. The darkness of the night covered everything like a hungry beast that swallowed up every last glimmer of light. Maxwell looked out the window of the old castle to observe the stars and the moon. The night was so dark that it was impossible for him to see anything, with a sigh under his head in disappointment. However, when he looked down, what he saw was an entire army of undead walking slowly to the castle doors. Frightened and a little disoriented, Maxwell ran through the long, luxurious corridors of the castle that slowly seemed to become smaller and smaller. He couldn't believe what he saw. Is it feasible to achieve that within the constraints of a magic system such as this one? The whole place began to move illogically and the walls became the floor and vice versa. Maxwell stopped confused and scared to death, but his world did not stop changing until he was at the end of the hallway with a thick wall blocking his way. His first instinct was to turn and run, but he could only see about 2 meters ahead of him. The only thing that could be seen beyond that was a cold and terrifying darkness. Maxwell didn't know what was there, but his body began to shake as if something was approaching. Maxwell tried to use his magic to break the wall behind him, but not a single spark came out of it. Slowly but surely panic and terror took hold of him so that he began to use his fists to madly hit the wall until his knuckles bled. But he stopped his actions when he heard footsteps behind him. Maxwell turned his head and looked back where the darkness seemed to have come even closer. The footsteps became clearer and the closer they came, the faster his heart beat. When a figure became visible from the shadows, Maxwell's heart stopped completely. A completely malnourished and putrid body with maggots sticking out of various parts, a dirty and patched dress. Nails sticking out of her hands while her hair covered half of her face, but it was clearly visible that she had nothing to call eyes, only darkness. Her neck was horribly cut in such a way that it was only held on by a bit of skin still uncut. This scared him, but it wasn't what surprised him the most, because that terrified monster was Olivia. "Mom?" Maxwell asked in a whisper, and the creature twisted strangely. Maxwell, the being growled upon seeing him. "Why?" He walked slowly towards him. "Why did you abandon us? Why couldn't you protect us?" Maxwell's face paled as he saw the being approaching him, because only now could he see how the being was dragging the body of a little girl along the ground. Her face could not be seen because it was completely destroyed by the constant dragging, but Maxwell could be completely sure that it was his little sister, his little angel. He was supposed to be strongest for her. Maxwell slowly turned his head in horror as he heard another voice, one he couldn't forget even if he wanted to. The voice of his first time. "Ma Maria." His voice trembled slightly as he watched a blood-stained woman with a large belly appear from the darkness. Like Olivia, her eyes were pitch black, but aside from that, her face had a large smile that took up half of it in a sinister manner. The form of Mary hit her bulging belly very hard while smiling at her. "Max, it's time for you to meet your beloved child." After her statement and before Maxwell's shocked and horrified eyes, Maria with her 2 bare hands and in a very crude way began to open her own belly, from which fell a pile of guts along with a small being that was a mix of a human girl and a goat with one of her eyes hanging from its sockets, and looked at him with the same sinister smile as Maria. "Hello, Daddy." Chapter 31, Noble Brat. "Ma Maria." His voice trembled slightly as he watched a blood-stained woman with a large belly appear from the darkness. Like Olivia, her eyes were pitch black, but aside from that, her face had a large smile that took up half of it in a sinister manner. The form of Mary hit her bulging belly very hard while smiling at her. "Max, it's time for you to meet your beloved child." After her statement and before Maxwell's shocked and horrified eyes, Maria with her 2 bare hands and in a very crude way began to open her own belly, from which fell a pile of guts along with a small being that was a mix of a human girl and a goat with one of her eyes hanging from its sockets, and looked at him with the same sinister smile as Maria. "Hello, Daddy." Maxwell woke up in shock and started hyperventilating. He looked around in panic and fear, but found nothing besides his sleeping trailer and a few others who were standing guard and staring at him strangely. His mind couldn't stop thinking about those monsters from his dreams, and he clenched his fist, letting out several sparks of electricity. Seeing this, Maxwell began to generate more electricity, and as he did so, he began to feel more secure and at peace. "Are you okay, my lord?" one of the guards asked with a little fear, seeing him completely bathed in lightning. "Yes." Maxwell nodded without any expression. "Get everyone up at once. We'll be leaving." He and the caravan got everything ready in just an hour and set off in different directions. The lightning caravan was already very noticeable, and if anyone correlated him with it, it would ruin his entire plan. He didn't want to enter Leicester's capital in a big way and put a big advertisement over his head. He wanted to slowly climb the ranks. That was why his first step was the Night Order. Countless nobles from all over the continent sent their sons to this place with the hope of securing a place in the order, to the point that even princes from other countries were trained there. Maxwell only took an ordinary sword and tied it with a belt at his hip. Black shorts, a common but clean gray shirt, and a pair of shoes without any decoration. While the caravan took the longer but safer route to enter the city, Maxwell preferred to shorten his path by going through the dense forest in front. If he crossed it safely, he would be able to reach the capital in just half a day. But if he went around it like the caravan did, it could take up to a day to do so. Maxwell placed both hands on his waist and took a deep breath through his nose and looked at the scenery with a smile. The cool, gentle wind ruffled his long platinum blonde hair and his eyes sparkled with delight. The climate and landscape of the center are definitely better than the cold glaciers of the north. With improved aptitude and in a better mood, Maxwell began his walk. He wasn't afraid of any danger he might face in the forest, as unlike other fantasies, this world didn't have anything like monsters and the animals were completely normal like on Earth. He had heard a few myths of amazing creatures on the way here, but they were just that, myths. In fact, if it weren't for magic, this world wouldn't be much different from medieval times on Earth. Maxwell walked for about 2 hours in the forest and, feeling a bit lazy, leaned against a tree. He searched his entire body for some water, but remembered that apart from his sword he had nothing else in his possession. How stupid can I be? Maxwell complained as he kicked a rock in the path and continued on, hoping to get out of the forest before noon. After a half hour of boring walking, Maxwell heard what sounded like the clash of swords in the distance. He was very bored of just seeing trees and weeds, so going to see what was happening in the distance didn't seem like a bad idea. Besides, he was thirsty and whoever was going to fight would have to have at least a canteen of water, right? With that thought in mind, Maxwell turned off his path and ran in the direction of the possible fight in his vicinity. But a few meters after arriving at the place, Maxwell felt a slight tingling in his back and moved his head back a little, narrowly avoiding an arrow that managed to graze his cheek. This place is forbidden, child. A very tall and muscular man revealed himself from behind a tree. His clothes were very strange, with rags of different colors that mostly hid his entire body including his face. In both his hands he held a heavy crossbow with which he had shot Maxwell. "What's there?" Maxwell asked. "It's none of your business," the man replied curtly and rudely. "You're right." Maxwell nodded in agreement with the man. "I don't care what might be there, I just want some water and I'll be leaving." Maxwell's eyes widened in surprise as the man wordlessly and without warning raised his crossbow and fired in his direction. Maxwell's thoughts accelerated so much that everything seemed to happen in slow motion on his retina. With monstrous reflexes he bent his body in such a way that he dodged the arrow with relative ease. The man's eyes widened in surprise as Maxwell slowly turned around and looked at him. "You know, I'm seriously starting to hate being shot by arrows." "Chow." The man managed to stutter. "It's none of your business." Maxwell replied as small sparks of lightning surrounded him, and before he could even blink the man watched as his world suddenly spun, and in one of those many spins he caught sight of his headless body slowly falling to the ground. "Seriously dude, how hard was it for you to give me some water?" Maxwell clicked his tongue in annoyance as he slowly sheathed his sword. Maxwell sighed as he shook his head. He didn't want to kill, he never did. His only purpose in life was to enjoy it. Whether it's money, food and above all, women. But killing? He wasn't afraid of it, but he wasn't a fan of it either. His first few times killing he did it in a state of rage and madness, he didn't have time to wonder how he felt about it. But seeing the man's decapitated body right now made him want to vomit. He held his breath to avoid smelling blood and vomiting. He looked around for a canteen of water but found nothing. With a grimace on his face, Maxwell sighed and continued on his way, still thirsty. It wasn't long before he caught sight of a small fight in the distance. 5 men wearing the same clothes as the man Maxwell killed faced off against 3 men armed to the teeth who were protecting a luxurious carriage where a beautiful woman was looking out. Seeing this situation, Maxwell couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. It was the very cliché and trite save the damsel in distress. Whether in movies, series, anime and other works, there was a cliché that was always repeated, and it was precisely this one. A damsel in distress was saved by the hero in a moment of need and inevitably falls in love with the hero. Maxwell's smile grew ever larger and more predatory. He imagined himself saving the woman, her falling madly in love with him. And he in turn had sex with her until she found it difficult to walk. He. Maxwell rubbed his hands together with a vulgar smile on his face. With an idea and a plan already drawn in his mind, Maxwell hid behind a tree and coldly observed the scene with no intention of intervening yet. He had no intention of intervening until all of the woman's guards were killed and she was about to die, only then would he save her. He could only intervene in a moment of total desperation and fear, that way he would make sure to earn her complete gratitude and of course, her love. It didn't take long for the 5 attacking men to live up to Maxwell's expectations, slaughtering the woman's guards. Just as they prepared to attack the woman and she raised her arms, a swift blue shadow flickered in front of everyone for a few seconds before everything quieted down. But just a second later 5 heads rolled loudly across the ground while Maxwell suddenly appeared among them with his back to the woman, slowly sheathing his sword, trying to be as cool as possible. "Are you okay, miss?" Turning around and bending his back slightly, Maxwell asked very gently with a soft smile on his face. "Humphrey," was the only response he received in return. "Wipe that disgusting smile off your face and drive my carriage into town." "Excuse me?" Maxwell's soft smile couldn't help but twist at the woman's sudden and rude response. "Are you a fucking idiot? Take the carriage and drive me to the city, or do you expect me to do it?" Maxwell had a sudden urge to draw his sword and cut off her head as well, but seeing her beauty and her very expensive clothes he desisted. It was a complete shame to kill such a woman just for a small insult, plus the woman was obviously a noble and he didn't want to get into trouble with the Empire family so soon. The woman in question had short, shoulder-length hair with slightly longer orange red tips. Her face was very beautiful and delicate with a healthy white complexion and beautiful blue eyes. From where he was, he couldn't see her whole body, but her breasts. Oh, her breasts. They were huge. They were big but not too big for her figure, the perfect size for Maxwell. Just by looking at that, he could already imagine her huge, round ass. Without saying a word, Maxwell climbed into the carriage and drove slowly towards the city. Although he did not like the woman's attitude, she was a noble woman and with her help he could more easily enter the city and the Order of Knights. Once he emerged from the forest, Maxwell was amazed by the gigantic walls in front of him. 50 meters high and as long as the Great Wall of China, it was so long that Maxwell could not actually see its end and certainly nothing inside it. Keeping his feelings of wonder to one side, Maxwell entered through the large door where a long line of people were waiting to enter. Seeing the shield stamped on the carriage, the guards let him in easily. The city was amazing. It felt like I had returned to my old world. Countless houses in the distance, tall and imposing buildings, people busy with their daily lives, bustling and lively shops and markets. The streets were not paved but their ground was covered with small stones that prevented a mud puddle from forming when it rained. The houses were mostly built of stone but there were also wooden and combination ones. A quiet and flourishing city, and a big one, really big. Maxwell followed the straight path down the main street as the woman had told him, but it took him 3 hours to reach his destination. Another great wall. This time a bit bigger, about 60 meters high and many more guards at the gate. Maxwell wondered how these people could create such large and long walls with the technology of this time. It must have taken them a long time. The security of this wall was much stricter. They made the woman get out of the carriage and verified her identity, even making her perform magic to prove her noble lineage. The woman didn't react to this as she knew it was the rules and raised her delicate hand, releasing small wisps of dark smoke. This action of hers sparked his curiosity as to what kind of element this was. His most obvious guess was that it was the element of darkness which he didn't know existed until now, but it could very well be something like curse etc. Maxwell, for his part, also had to go through the same measures. When he was asked to show his magic, he raised his hand like the woman and released a spark of electricity. After that they were let into a large meadow of beautiful grasslands. This surprised Maxwell as he expected to find another city inside. But only after driving 2 hours through the beautiful grasslands under some large trees which was the stone road was he able to reach his destination. A huge and magnificent mansion. The mansion they arrived at was very large, with large, beautiful gardens in front, a fountain and some fruit trees that provided refreshing shade. The guards in charge of the gates let them in after seeing the carriage's shield and the woman inside. The floor they were driving on seemed to have been paved, though he didn't know exactly how. Once in front of the gate, Maxwell opened the door for the woman and held out his hand to let her out like a gentleman, but the woman ignored him and turned her gaze towards the mansion's door that was slowly opening. "You can go now," the woman said to Maxwell without even looking at him. What? Maxwell was very shocked and she was genuinely getting on his nerves. He saved her from certain death, drove her carriage all the way without complaint, and even demeaned himself by saying he was one of her servants at the second gate, and then she just voted him out? What does this woman think she was? Her damn coachman? "I'm sorry, miss, I don't understand what you mean," Maxwell said with a clenched fist trying to control his temper. "You are of no use to me anymore, you can go," she repeated indifferently. Maxwell could not take it any longer and prepared to slap the woman, when... Well, what do we have here? Isn't she my dear husband's most adored daughter? A woman in her 30s appeared from behind the door. Short brown hair that reached her shoulders, half-moon glasses that brought out her brown eyes. A very erotic and sexy body, accompanied by a soft and refined demeanor. Chapter 32, Night Academy. "I'm sorry, miss, I don't understand what you mean," Maxwell said with a clenched fist trying to control his temper. "You are of no use to me anymore, you can go," she repeated indifferently. Maxwell could not take it any longer and prepared to slap the woman, when... Well, what do we have here? Isn't she my dear husband's most adored daughter? A woman in her 30s appeared from behind the door. Short brown hair that reached her shoulders, half-moon glasses that brought out her brown eyes. A very erotic and sexy body, accompanied by a soft and refined demeanor. The woman who came with Maxwell did not respond to the woman, trying as much as possible to ignore her. But the woman seemed to have expected this behavior from her and turned her gaze towards Maxwell. "What do we have here? This isn't one of your guards, not to mention just a child." The woman put a hand to her chin in intrigue. Who are you? Finding his chance again, Maxwell tried to behave like a naive 12-year-old boy who had to run away from his family because of succession problems. He traveled to the Great Leicester Empire to study in the famous Order of Knights, and on the way he met and saved the woman from the carriage. Of course, he also told her how the girl was just going to throw him out like that. Even though technically all of that was true except for the naivety, he tried to act like a dumb 12-year-old who had no idea what to do next and was being helpless. Oh. Poor boy. The woman patted his head. You can stay with us if you like. After all, you saved the life of one of us. It would be rude to let you go without showing our gratitude, she said while also directing a glance towards the red-haired girl. Right, Veronica? Humphrey. The girl turned her head halfway and entered the mansion without looking back. Mrs. Sylvia shook her head helplessly as she let out a sigh. Don't worry about her. She's been spoiled too much by her father, which led to her personality. Yes, ma'am, Maxwell replied obediently. Ha ha, what a cute boy. Sylvia grabbed Maxwell's cheeks for a second before turning around and motioning for him to follow her. Once she turned around, the puffed-out cheeks and naive expression disappeared from Maxwell's face and a disgusting smile suddenly appeared. He ran his tongue lasciviously across his lips as he looked at Sylvia's shapely buttocks that bounced with every step she took on the steps of the entrance to the mansion. Sylvia was very kind to him. She showed him the room where he could stay, the different places in the mansion, and also told him that she lived with 2 of her daughters and another son from her husband with another woman. Along with Maxwell and Veronica, there were now 6 people living in the mansion except for the servants, of course. You told me you're also a noble, right? The woman looked at Maxwell curiously. Could you please show me what kind of element you have? Maxwell looked a little unsure and shy. Okay. He nodded cutely. But I can't hear. Oh. Sylvia showed great curiosity. Why is that? It could damage the mansion. Maxwell replied in an embarrassed whisper. Sylvia was a little surprised and invited him to her backyard, which was also used as a training ground. Now you are free to use your power, Sylvia assured with a smile. Are you sure? Maxwell asked a little doubtfully. Yes, go ahead. He replied, to which Maxwell nodded. Maxwell obviously wasn't going to use all his power, but he couldn't use too little either. He wanted to completely impress Sylvia so that she would beg him not to leave. After all, no great noble family would say no to a strong knight. He had to give enough to be very but not so much to be considered a monster, and at the same time have his hidden cards. Maxwell extended his right arm towards a large row of trees. A loud explosion sounded in the courtyard as a blinding light prevented everyone from opening their eyes for a few seconds. When you see 10 trees in a row split straight in half and are still burning. What element is that? She asked unconsciously. Lightning. Maxwell replied, a little embarrassed, with his arm releasing a few sparks. Very well. Sylvia nodded. You can stay in your room and get comfortable. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Yes, ma'am. Maxwell nodded and ran excitedly to his new room. When he was no longer in sight, an old man dressed in a tight black suit typical of a butler approached Sylvia reverently. What great power that boy possesses. Congratulations to my lady for discovering such a hidden gem. The butler bowed slightly. But Sylvia didn't seem happy with his compliments and looked at Maxwell with a frown. If it weren't for me having received them myself, perhaps this wouldn't have happened and the boy would have enrolled in the Knight Order without meeting us first. Sylvia's frown deepened even further in annoyance. That damn brat almost ruined everything. The butler remained completely silent. He had no right to speak ill of his masters, whoever they were. But deep down he agreed with Sylvia. Veronica's way of raising her had made her arrogant to an extent that was already very detrimental to the family. She did not even put her mother in her eyes, much less Mrs. Sylvia. There were times when she even went against her father, the Marquis of Blackwater. Just a few hours after entering his room, Maxwell was called for dinner. No matter how hard he tried, Maxwell couldn't help but show a look of surprise at the fine and beautiful designs of the dining room. The table, chairs, walls and ceiling were pristine white with gold decorations around them. The floor was finely polished wood where if you wanted, you could very well see your reflection. Although it was not the first time I saw the dining room, it was very different seeing it in passing than seeing it now with all its respective decorations, tablecloths and lights that seemed very modern for this time. Sylvia was at the end of this table with what Maxwell believed to be his 2 daughters on the left and Veronica with a boy on the right. The boy had black hair and eyes, cut very short. His disposition was very calm with no expression on his face. Veronica still had her arrogant expression without putting anyone in her eyes. On the other side of the table were 2 girls, one about 15 years old and the other about 11, who were looking around curiously. The older of the 2 looked at Veronica with great disgust without even hiding it. The girl was a spitting image of Sylvia but with long hair and a much more youthful and immature image and disposition. The younger one, on the other hand, had beautiful red hair like Veronica, bright light brown eyes and a smile always on her face. They were all well dressed compared to Maxwell, who only wore very simple and dirty clothes, which made him feel a little uncomfortable and out of place. Sylvia invited him to sit next to the 11-year-old girl, who immediately turned to look at him with curiosity. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the girl next to her and Veronica asked at the same time, the latter with evident displeasure in her voice. "Let me introduce you all." Sylvia slowly stood up upon hearing the girl and Veronica's question. "This young man next to Adelaida is called Maxwell Magner, and from today he is a knight of the House of Blackwater." Everyone's reactions were very varied. The girl next to him looked at him with shining eyes upon hearing the term gentleman. Andrea was slightly surprised but then let it go. The boy didn't even react, but Veronica on the other hand seemed very upset. "Since when can a mere fifth-class wife decide who becomes a family gentleman or not?" Veronica asked with a frown. "And since when does a spoiled girl like you worry about family matters?" Andrea replied angrily. "If the family does not want to take him as their knight, I myself will take him to be my knight and that of my daughters. I have already written to your father, it is his decision what to do about it," Sylvia replied with a smile while admonishing her daughter with a look. "TCH. Damn conceited bitch," Veronica whispered in a whisper that wasn't a whisper at all. Andrea almost jumped in anger in her direction, but Sylvia held her by the shoulders. With a disgusted and even disgusted expression, Veronica looked at Maxwell for a second before getting up and leaving without saying a word. Once Veronica left and the atmosphere had lightened quite a bit, Sylvia continued with the introductions. The quiet boy in front of her is called Philip, Sylvia's oldest daughter is called Andrea, and the girl next to him is Adelaida. Veronica was introduced as her husband's, so to speak, favorite daughter. Sylvia said it in such a way that she almost burst out laughing at the moment. After that little incident, Sylvia gracefully clapped her hands twice, and in the next moment several maids in their respective uniforms appeared carrying sumptuous and appetizing plates of food. Maxwell was given a large steak cooked very well with a small salad on the side along with some mashed potatoes. To drink he had what looked like strawberry juice but with a completely new taste for him. "Very well, Maxwell. What do you know about Brenner and especially the Order of Knights?" Sylvia took a small bite of her food and asked. "Nothing," Maxwell answered honestly. This surprised Sylvia so much that she stood still in the middle of another bite. "Really?" she asked a little incredulously. "Yes, ma'am," Maxwell nodded. "Very well." Sylvia sighed. She grabbed her chin in deep thought. "First and foremost is the royal family. No matter what you do, don't you ever dare offend a single one of them, no matter how low their status is within their family." "Why?" Maxwell asked curiously. It was more than obvious to say that it was because they were the absolute rulers of the empire, but Maxwell felt that there was something more in her words. "Fear. They are the reason why the powers we wield are called magic and not elemental control." Sylvia had a very serious look as she spoke. "Their magic is the rarest and most powerful in the entire continent, summoning magic." "Summoning magic?" Maxwell frowned. "It was the first time I heard of a magic that wasn't directly related to superpowers." Sylvia nodded. "Few people really know how their magic works. The only thing that is certain is that each one of them breaks everything that we believe to be logical. So, don't you dare to make enemies with them. You will not only implicate yourself but also our family because you are our knight. Another thing to explain is the Knights and the Order of Knights. Everyone in the order has an affiliation, even those like you will not be long before being recruited by powerful families. So you should always act accordingly to the house you meet. Here is a list of the friendly and enemy houses of the Blackwater." Sylvia handed her a simple list with several names on it and how to recognize them. "This is yours too." Sylvia clapped softly and the butler appeared at her side shortly after with a change of clothes folded in such a way that Maxwell thought the butler was a perfectionist. With his curiosity greatly piqued, Maxwell took in the outfit. There was a white shirt, a black vest that had the Blackwater coat of arms on it. The trousers were simple black ones and black boots. It looked like a very simple suit but also elegant. It was practically the same as a tuxedo but without the jacket on top, and the trousers were skin-tight with the ends tucked into the boots. "That's for more formal events," Sylvia said, taking a half black and white t-shirt, divided diagonally with the family crest embroidered on the white part. Several black stripes decorated the shoulders and sides. "This is the one you'll normally wear to class and practice." Maxwell immediately liked the shirt. It looked like a football shirt, comfortable and cool. Maxwell got up very early the next day. He did not know what the daily routine was in that house. When he went down to the kitchen to find something to eat, the butler found him. He was in charge of preparing a bath for him, and after that he made his breakfast. The butler informed him that normally they were in charge of preparing his bath and then they called him to have breakfast at a separate table for the night, but since there was no gentleman apart from him, he would have to eat alone. It was not common for knights to eat with their masters. Yesterday was very special. Maxwell was already expecting this, because in his old family they never ate with the gentlemen, because they didn't have any XD, no noble family would share their table with simple knights. Maxwell bathed, changed and breakfasted calmly. He felt that it was much better this way, he didn't have to put up with the tension, bad environment and others that he had to put up with before. Once it was time to leave, the butler took him to the door of the mansion where everyone was already changed and ready to leave. Adelaida, Andrea and Philip all got into the carriage which luckily for him already had an operator. Adelaida invited him to go up with them, while for her part Andrea and Philip remained silent. At Adelaide's invitation, Maxwell wasn't shy about entering. So, Adelaida looked at him as the carriage began to move forward. Where are you from? Maxwell felt that his path to the Night Order would be very boring if Andrea and Philip were so silent, so he answered. I come from the north, near the frozen mountains. Wow, that's a long way off. Adelaide clapped her hands. How is the north? It's not as amazing as you think. The land isn't very fertile and it's cold most of the year, but if you want to build a snowman, it's perfect. Snowman? She asked. Yeah. It's when you gather a bunch of snow and shape it into a person. Wow. Amazing. I wish I could make a snowman. Adelaide sighed with a lost look. The north is very far from here. How did you get so far? Andrea asked from the side, a little intrigued. I went from caravan to caravan, and although it may not seem like it, I am very strong. Very strong, you? Andrea couldn't contain her laughter and ignored her, thinking that the boy was just lying. You are very strong? Adelaide asked. So is. Maxwell nodded. At least I haven't found anyone so far who can even give me a one-on-one fight. That will change from now on. Andre answered with a hand supporting his chin and looking away. Maxwell just smiled, he was very confident in his own strength. After all, he could destroy an entire castle with his Ragnarok, although this was his final attack. It was a fact that he couldn't ignore. But he was also very aware that in the Order of Knights there were the strongest knights on the continent and he could not affirm anything. Barely half an hour after leaving, and after spending some time talking with Adelaida, Maxwell and the others arrived in the Order of Knights. The place was simply amazing for Maxwell, his facilities and designs could easily compete with any great university in his former world. The place was big as a small town, the Order was nothing like he expected. It had its own dormitory, market, stadiums, library, bars, swimming pools. And that was only what he could see with the naked eye. One thing Maxwell had came to understand about the nobility was that wherever they gathered, debauchery was sure to follow. This place, being the epicenter of noble society, attracted them in droves from every corner of the continent, each bringing their own unique vices, addictions, and twisted fantasies to indulge without restraint. Maxwell was certain this place overflowed with such vile depravity that it would render the excesses of Diddy, Epstein, and the notorious Dubai elites pale in comparison, an epicenter of indulgence where every imaginable and unimaginable sin found its stage. Chapter 33, Leicester Empire. The place was simply amazing for Maxwell, his facilities and designs could easily compete with any great university in his former world. The place was big as a small town, the Order was nothing like he expected. It had its own dormitory, market, stadiums, library, bars, swimming pools. And that was only what he could see with the naked eye. One thing Maxwell had came to understand about the nobility was that wherever they gathered, debauchery was sure to follow. This place, being the epicenter of noble society, attracted them in droves from every corner of the continent, each bringing their own unique vices, addictions, and twisted fantasies to indulge without restraint. Maxwell was certain this place overflowed with such vile depravity that it would render the excesses of Diddy, Epstein, and the notorious Dubai elites pale in comparison, an epicenter of indulgence where every imaginable and unimaginable sin found its stage. Maxwell was guided by Adelaida and Philip to a large 5-story building, where his class was located. Andrea had been separated from them from the beginning, and soon after Philip, because they were very similar ages, Adelaide and Maxwell were placed in the same class. That day they didn't do anything interesting, they introduced Maxwell to the class that was about 17 boys between 10 and 15 years old. After that they began to teach the basics of math and history. Maths was so basic that Maxwell almost fell asleep from boredom, and he had a lot of fun as these kids struggled with some simple divisions. History on the other hand was much more interesting. In that class, Maxwell learned something that surprised him so much that his jaw dropped. The Emperor of the Leicester Empire, Gregor von Leicester, had lived and reigned for more than 1,000 years. That reason is also why he is known as Gregor the Immortal Emperor. Maxwell's heart pounded as he began to imagine an unaccountable number of theories. Perhaps Gregor was so long-lived that he reached a level of strength and magical power never seen before. If so, he just had to keep increasing his magic indefinitely. But Sylvia's words also echoed in his head, few really know how his magic works, The only thing certain is that each one of them breaks everything we believe to be logical. Was immortality possible in this world? Excuse me? How could a magic like summoning make you immortal? And if so, does that mean there are chances of revival? Bringing back the dead? Another thing he discovered was that the emperor had never succeeded to his throne. That is why today and after 1,000 years the royal family of Leicester was very numerous, and the claimants to the throne are as many as stars in the sky. Each generation the descendants prepare for the possible succession to the throne, but they always die of old age before they can do so. It is said that the royal family was so numerous that they had a small city to themselves beyond the third wall. They never married anyone from any other family and practiced incest to its fullest. Much was said about that family, but the only thing that was truly certain was its hegemony over the entire empire. No one in their right mind or even insane dared to offend such a family. There was a saying that had been marked in history for its incredible meaning. No one can kill a Leicester, apart from another Leicester. Maxwell couldn't deny the incredible curiosity that filled him upon hearing so much about such a family, and he wanted to meet them personally. But his chances were not many, he could even say 0. Another thing he learned that day was that knights were not required to attend classes for a certain amount of time, they only had to do so until they could pass their written and battle exams. This other information tempted him a lot. He didn't want to get bored every day attending these basic classes, but he didn't know how rare it was to do this at such a young age. He didn't want to draw too much attention for now. Each gentleman also received a particular name that defined him for his entire life. Names were bestowed according to their abilities and talents. Names like Wind Horse, Hell Knight. These two above were knights of immense power and popularity in the empire. Adelaida and Maxwell left their class for a small restaurant just outside the classrooms. On their way there they went looking for Philip, but when they got to his living room they found a scene they didn't expect. "Is that all you got, crap? Haha, really, that's pathetic." 3 boys of about 17 years old had Philip cornered while they beat him while laughing. The tallest boy of about 1.80 meters tall grabbed him by the hair while he hit him, the other 2 on his side kicked him from the sides. "Come on. Defend yourself, child. Weren't you very brave recently?" Philip looked at him coldly with his bruised face and spat at him. The boy ran his fingers over his face with trembling hands, and a hint of madness passed through his eyes. The boy began beating Philip madly to the point that his entire face had turned into a mess of blood and bruises. Hey! Stop it. The boy had come so far without stopping that even his own classmates tried to stop him. "Shut up." The boy answered, still without stopping hitting Philip. "You're going to kill him. So what? He's just Blackwater crap, no one will cry for him." Maxwell was very surprised by the boy's conversation, even more surprised by Adelaida's inactivity next to him. "But how crazy are you?" saying the boy who was hitting Philip and the other 2 suddenly stopped. Hey, a small presence suddenly appeared behind him. No one knew who it was, but it had appeared so quickly and suddenly that no one had expected it. Even Adelaida, who was by his side, couldn't help but be surprised when she noticed that Maxwell had disappeared from her side and suddenly appeared at the swords of the thugs more than 10 meters away. "Excuse me for interrupting you." Maxwell could not go on just observing such behavior. Adelaida may not do anything in this situation, but he was officially a gentleman of the Blackwater family and he could not allow this kind of aggression towards someone in the family. "But the boy you're beating up is a friend of mine. So would you please move?" The boy who hit Philip turned his head very slowly and seeing a small 12-year-old boy behind him, he attacked. His fist was now covered in fire with a clear intention to do a lot of damage. But the next second he was sent flying into the wall, while his face seemed partially burned. The place where the boy had been before was now occupied by Maxwell with his outstretched leg covered in electricity. Maxwell looked at his stats. Maxwell Magner, age, 12 years, 9 of points strength, 23 of points agility, 28 of points resistance, 34 of points vitality, 50 of points intelligence, 4,180 of points mana, 93 of points arcane tempest mastery, lightning element, 17 achievements points, 17 sexual points. Very decisively he assigned 1 point to strength, to 10 to agility. At first he thought of bringing his base stats to 10 based on pure training, and after that he would assign his points slowly to get used to it, but the circumstances were not conducive. The boys' friends were so surprised that they couldn't help it when Maxwell threw a fist at each one that made them fall on their buttocks. When they tried to get up, Maxwell extended his hands in the form of claws and looked at them. "Move and you're dead." One of the boys tried to get up, but Maxwell fired a bolt of lightning that hit the ground inches from him and made a small smoking hole. After that he pointed at them as he slowly accumulated more and more lightning in his hands. "The next ones will be you." Once Maxwell realized that the 2 boys had given up fighting, he extended his hand to Philip. "Go." Philip stared at him for a few brief seconds before taking his hand and staggering to his feet. Maxwell put his hands in his pants and smiled. Together they walked until they were no longer in sight of the two boys. They both got up with clenched teeth and ran towards the first boy. Once there they couldn't help but be surprised by the seriousness of the injury. Half of the boy's face was burned to the point of almost melting. His head was bleeding and several teeth were missing. He had passed out a long time ago, but they didn't even notice for fear of Maxwell. Maxwell had been especially vicious with him for beating Philip and more than anything for daring to ignore him. Once in the restaurant outside the classrooms, Adelaide and Philip looked at him strangely. "What?" he asked him. "You are very strong," Adelaide replied. "I think I already had it for you, didn't I?" Maxwell replied nonchalantly. "I haven't found anyone who could fight me on equal terms." "And yet you tripped on the stairs." Adelaide laughed. PFFF. Maxwell voted on the juice he was drinking. He was completely embarrassed after having made an epic entrance, beat up and destroyed the thugs. Maxwell tripped and fell down the stairs. It all happened because he had raised his stats very sharply, and with his new speed he moved his foot too fast, causing him to trip on one of the rungs. Luckily he was close to the ground and nothing happened, well apart from embarrassment. Leaving the obvious aside, my question is, why did they beat you? Maxwell asked as he took a spoonful of something that looked like rice but was blue in color. Philip was silent and did not answer. Maxwell then turned to Adelaide. "Then you. Why didn't you help Philip?" Adelaide lowered her head in shame. "What could I do? My magic is useless for attack. I couldn't have helped him even if I wanted to." "That may be true." Maxwell nodded. "But I didn't see you the least bit disturbed by his situation." Adelaide raised her head, tried to say a few words but nothing came out of her mouth. "Don't blame her. It's not her fault." Maxwell was surprised to see Philip answer him. "I was already thinking you couldn't talk." Maxwell laughed. Since neither of them wanted to talk anymore, Maxwell continued eating in silence. But he also immersed himself in his thoughts. Maxwell looked at his stats. Maxwell Magner, age, 12 years, 10 of points strength, 24 of points agility, 23 of points resistance, 34 of points vitality, 50 of points intelligence, 4,180 of points mana, 93 of points arcane tempest mastery, lightning element, 17 achievements points, 6 sexual points. Once Maxwell's stats reached 10, a phenomenon occurred that he had encountered before. If he wanted to raise even one stat point he would have to invest 10 sexual points. Once they cross 20 they are 100 sexual points, in 30 they are 1,000. Something that didn't happen with his mana for some strange reason. "I need more sexual points." Maxwell looked at Adelaide across from him. He preferred a woman with a voluptuous body, but that didn't mean he was against the idea of young girls. "What will it feel like to try a Lily?" Maxwell licked his lips and Adelaide caught a glimpse of him. "Is it delicious?" she asked him. "Yeah." Maxwell nodded. "I'm going to try something fresher and younger. I don't think it'll have any hair down there at all, lol." "Hair?" Adelaide laughed. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Maxwell was bored listening to the old professor talk about the geography of the continent. Apparently the Empire divided the continent in half, leaving the northern and southern kingdoms without any kind of communication. The people in the north were prejudicedly known as barbarians and uncivilized. For their kingdoms were constantly at war and their people had a more conservative culture. On this point Maxwell could not help but agree, since many things he had seen in the north were not seen in the Empire, such as poor hygiene, wedding customs, the law that prohibited any sexual relationship with a commoner. He experienced disputes and wars firsthand, and architecture, fashion, and even cities were very backward compared to the Empire. On the other hand were the southern kingdoms, which were known for their prosperous lands, warm climate, and large number of wealthy merchants. All the southern kingdoms were part of a coalition which they simply called the Alliance. Maxwell's boredom didn't end until the teacher commented, "All right, our time is up. Head to the Colosseum for your battle lessons." Maxwell was by no means a battle freak, but he wanted to know exactly where his strength lay in the Empire. The old teacher led them through the long corridors of the building until she left it and headed towards the back. After about 10 minutes of leisurely walking, the group of 20 children and an elderly woman reached what looked like a large Roman Colosseum. They all entered without saying a word, and once inside they realized that they were not the only ones there. Several other classes of various ages were practically or having a little sparring. "Alright guys, in today's class I want to see your skills and elements." The old lady clapped her hands to get their attention. "So I'll pair you up for a short sparring session. The winner will fight the winner of another sparring until only one remains, okay?" "Yes ma'am." They all responded with little synchrony and much reluctance. It should be noted that the vast majority of the classmates were girls between 10 and 15 years old. None of them were really excited about fighting against anyone. Maxwell's class has 17 girls and 4 boys including him. The other groups looked at them briefly before going back to their business. The teacher called out each member to participate in the sparring, but Maxwell quickly became disillusioned. They were all very weak, they could barely control their elements and they did so in a very crude way. Something that surprised him was that Adelaide seemed to have the element of plant or nature, he didn't know very well. When she placed her hands on the ground, many herbs and plants began to sprout, but her opponent only had to throw a simple punch to defeat her. She didn't know how to fight or defend himself, plus her magic could only make plants grow. It was more than obvious the result of it. Tina versus Maxwell. The old teacher yelled. At his call, Maxwell stood up and walked towards the arena. A girl of about 14 years old, with dark hair, brown eyes and a developing body, stood before him. Fight. Once the teacher screamed, the girl raised her hands and materialized a small sphere of water that she shot in Maxwell's direction. Maxwell simply tilted his body to the side and dodged the sphere of water. With 2 quick steps he approached the girl and hit with a right hand. The girl managed to dodge him but Maxwell grabbed her shoulder, placed one of his feet behind the girl's legs and knocked her down. Quickly and unnoticeable to many, Maxwell grabbed the girl's ass as she fell. Maxwell is the winner. The teacher shouted without flinching. Chapter 34, Animals. Maxwell simply tilted his body to the side and dodged the sphere of water. With 2 quick steps he approached the girl and hit with a right hand. The girl managed to dodge him but Maxwell grabbed her shoulder, placed one of his feet behind the girl's legs and knocked her down. Quickly and unnoticeable to many, Maxwell grabbed the girl's ass as she fell. Maxwell is the winner. The teacher shouted without flinching. The rest of the class continued like this, Maxwell winning his matches and taking advantage of the girls a bit in the process. All this without even using his magic. Eventually only 2 finalists remained. Maxwell and Jacob. Jacob was a young man in his 15th year with brown hair and black eyes. He was very tall and a bit skinny. He is always with a smile on his face. Maxwell thought this game would be just as relaxed as the others. But as soon as the teacher gave the signal, Jacob stamped his feet on the ground and great spikes of stones rose in front of him. Whoops! Maxwell jumped back a little startled. Before he could react, small shards of stone formed in front of Jacob and shot in his direction at high speed. Maxwell had no choice but to activate his speed of lightning, dodge all the stones and he suddenly appeared in front of Jacob and hit him on the forehead, which knocked him unconscious. The entire class fell silent and stared at him in amazement. I am sorry. Maxwell raised his hands. I didn't want to knock him out, I reacted without thinking. The teacher snapped out of her surprise and looked at Maxwell with appreciation. Don't worry, it was just an accident. The teacher shook her head and smiled. Maxwell is the winner. Once everything was over and Jacob regained consciousness, the teacher ended the class. As Maxwell was heading towards Adelaide to leave for the mansion, the teacher approached him. Maxwell, you have a very good element and control too, but you attack and defend almost by instinct. You don't have a clear or defined fighting style. I recommend you look for one in the library or ask someone to teach you. The teacher recommended him. Yes, teacher. Maxwell nodded obediently. The teacher patted Maxwell's shoulders with a smile. You have a good talent and aptitude. You know, I have a beautiful granddaughter that I would like to introduce you to. Miriam thought Maxwell would politely decline her offer or evade the question in embarrassment, but he looked at her seriously and asked, what would that granddaughter of yours be willing to do? To say she was shocked would be an understatement to Miriam's thoughts. At first she saw that Maxwell had a lot of talent and power, so she brought up the subject. But never in a million years did she think that Maxwell would be interested. Miriam thought a bit about Maxwell's question and smiled suggestively. She'll be willing to do whatever I tell her to do. Maxwell smiled wickedly and looked at the old woman's crotch. Up to that? Miriam followed his gaze and smiled. Yes. I could even have her sister accompany her. Maxwell swallowed hard and shook his head. I am indeed very tempted, but I highly value my freedom. With a will he didn't know he had, Maxwell turned and fled in high speed from the old woman before she could repent and accept his offer. When Maxwell was gone, the old woman shook her head and smiled. Who said you had to get married? Silly boy. Once Maxwell left the Colosseum he met Adelaide, who was looking at him with bright eyes. You are great. She shouted as she jumped up and down in excitement. How did you do that? You just disappeared. Now that I think about it, you did the same thing when you helped Philip too. Adelaide touched her chin in thought. I didn't disappear, I just ran really fast, Maxwell replied with a smile. But still. How are you so strong? Our age is almost the same but the difference is brutal. He asked curiously. It's a secret, Maxwell replied. But Adelaide kept staring at him. Maxwell could only sigh imposingly and slowly approach Adelaide's ear. Maxwell. Before Maxwell could say anything, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around to find Jacob looking at him with a smile. Could I talk to you for a moment? He asked. Maxwell hesitated for a second and agreed. I'm sorry, Adelaide, I'll tell you later. Adelaide puffed out her cheeks cutely and walked away with angry steps. He. Maxwell couldn't help but smile at her behavior. What did you want to talk about? If you're here looking for a fight, believe me, I'm not afraid. Maxwell declared. No. Jacob waved his hands in front of his face a little nervously. It's the opposite, I want to be your friend. My friend? Maxwell asked, intrigued. In any other bubblegum soap opera, the bullies and losers came later with reinforcements and a thirst for revenge. In fact, it had already happened to him once with Jeremias. Yes, your friend. Jacob nodded. You may not know it, but within the order there are different groups. Men are few and a minority compared to women, so we created a kind of club where all men could socialize and make friends. Interesting. Maxwell nodded. Our club is called the Animals. Animals. Maxwell stopped walking and looked at him in surprise. Yes, Animals. Surprised? Jacob laughed. Not a very noble name, is it? Maxwell nodded in agreement. The reason we call ourselves that is because each member who joins receives a code name belonging to an animal and its respective ring. Jacob proudly stuck out his chest. We're kind of like a secret society. No one knows each other's identity and we share our likes and dislikes. Maxwell now understood the name, it had its own meaning and they were not ashamed because no one knew who they were. Jacob walked behind the Colosseum for about 20 minutes before a large, luxurious mansion appeared in the distance behind a small forest. Here. Jacob handed him a black hood with 2 holes for his eyes. You better take that shirt off or they'll recognize you right away. He said as he pointed to the Blackwater family crest. Maxwell nodded and took off his shirt, putting on one Jacob lent him. Together they walked to the mansion where 2 guards stopped them. I'm the mantis. Jacob shouted as he showed off his silver ring with a mantis inside. Okay, you can come in, nodded one of the guards who was also wearing a hood. Jacob took Maxwell straight to the mansion, but instead of heading to a large living room or office, he took him to the basement. Or so he thought, since after going down and down the stairs, he still hadn't reached his destination. After going down the 5th staircase, Maxwell found himself in a large room with many hooded boys drinking and dancing while laughing. In the center of the room there was a large table with all kinds of delicacies, which several fat boys seemed to be monopolizing. Mantis? One of the hooded boys asked once he saw them. Hey cat. How are you doing? Jacob asked. Great. The boy replied as he downed a large bottle of liquor. Who's this? Your boyfriend? Cat asked. No. It's someone I want to recommend to enter the Animals. His words silenced the party and all the boys looked at the 3 of them. Humphrey. One of the taller boys spat on the ground and sneered. He's just a kid. What qualifications does he have to be one of us? Boar, my friend here is very strong and was able to defeat me with ease. Jacob replied. Shut up, Mantis. You know the rules to get in. You have to defeat one of us who hasn't recommended you. I'll take care of it myself. Boar pushed several kids out of his way and looked at Maxwell greedily. Kid as cute as you are the ones I like the most. Maxwell couldn't see the boy's face, but he could imagine what kind of expression he was making. A tremendous disgust invaded him when he raised a hand and released a very strong beam that sent the boar flying across the room and embedded it in the wall. The room fell into a brief silence before the boar emerged from the hole in the wall and clutched his chest in pain. You're gay, ha 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 ha. One of the boys with a turtle on his ring started laughing like crazy. Boar, you just got beat up, ha 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 ha. Maxwell on the other hand was very surprised. He did not hold back in attacking Boar. He wanted to teach the boy a lesson and set an example for others, but apart from damaging Boar's shirt and causing him great pain, Boar seemed completely fine. Clap clap clap, ha ha ha, the boy has proven himself. A boy with a tiger on his ring and hood clapped his hands while laughing. You are now officially one of us. The boy pulled out a small box from under the table and rummaged through it for a while before tossing a ring in his direction. Fox. Many boys in the room clapped to welcome him, but others simply ignored him. Now for the most important part. Tiger stood up from the table and walked over to the wall behind them. The wall looked like a mural with different animals with something written next to them. Tiger walked over to the wall and drew a simple, crude fox. He stood back with his hands open and beckoned Maxwell. Now Fox, write your greatest desire or perversion. Maxwell walked towards the wall but didn't know what to put on it. What do you want most in the world? Tiger asked from behind him. Money? Wealth? Land? Power? Or do you want to kill someone? Do you want to be tortured? Torture? Do you like children? Maybe you want to do it with a corpse? It doesn't matter what it is, write it down. No one here will play with you and who knows, maybe you'll find someone with your same tastes. Tiger whispered, tempting him like the snake tempted Eve. Maxwell didn't have any big aspirations or anything, he just wanted one thing which he wrote on the wall. Sex. After some thought, he added, with women, I want to have any woman between my legs. Once satisfied with that, Maxwell nodded and walked away from the wall. Guys. We have another animal among us. Tiger declared. Wusu jaja. They all celebrated and drank alcohol together. Take this, Fox. Tiger handed him a piece of paper. What is it? Maxwell asked. It's a list of everything that's on the mural. Maxwell nodded and continued reading the list. Almost instinctively, he searched for Mantis. Mantis, dressing in clothes of the opposite sex to achieve sexual arousal. Maxwell shuddered at the thought of Jacob in women's clothing but remembered that Jacob had lent him a t-shirt before he got here. Why was he wearing another item of clothing? Under Maxwell's surprised eyes, Jacob or Mantis removed the clothes he was wearing to show that he was wearing a skirt and blouse underneath. It was even clearly visible how a bulge was rising from the skirt. Shit. You have to be kidding me. Maxwell watched this scene in disbelief. He quickly looked at the list again. Pig, obsessive-compulsive love for food. Maxwell looked up and searched for pig. He wasn't hard to find as he was sitting on the table grabbing all the food he could and cramming it into his mouth. Goat, to see human suffering. Cat, loves sleeping naked. Dog, loved to rape girls, especially young ones. Horse, bestiality, hardcore bestiality, love to watch girls get fucked by animals. Bear, alcohol, drugs and sex, the harder kind. Boar, sexual desire for boys, especially young ones. Maxwell almost spat out of reflex, but he didn't want this group of degenerates to misunderstand him. Besides, he couldn't judge them either because he was also a damn degenerate, with his principles but a degenerate after all. Maxwell read through the list until he found someone who interested him. Raccoon, great excitement from watching others having sex. A voyeur. Chapter 35, new target and some fun with it later. Maxwell almost spat out of reflex, but he didn't want this group of degenerates to misunderstand him. Besides, he couldn't judge them either because he was also a damn degenerate. With his principles, sure, but a degenerate nonetheless. Maxwell read through the list until he found someone who interested him. Raccoon, great excitement from watching others having sex. A voyeur. It's not that Maxwell enjoyed or got excited by being watched by someone, but someone like Raccoon could be very useful to him. He looked around the great hall and approached Jacob. Ya Mantis, Maxwell stuttered, not knowing how to talk to Jacob now. He would never see him the same way again. Jacob turned around to face Maxwell, and in the process, his skirt lifted, allowing Maxwell to see that he wasn't wearing anything underneath. Yes? Jacob asked. I want to find a guy named Raccoon, but I don't see him in the living room. Isn't he here? Maxwell replied. Oh. Raccoon, come. Jacob ushered him toward a door at the side of the room. He opened it to reveal a long, wide hallway. He is in room number 5. Okay, Maxwell nodded. Thanks. You're welcome, Jacob laughed. Have fun. Maxwell felt that this have fun was very suggestive, but he paid no attention to it and walked down the long hallway. Room 5. That should be it. Maxwell stood in front of a wooden door with a large number 5 stamped on it. Knock. Knock. Maxwell knocked on the door repeatedly, but no one answered. Did I get the wrong door? He asked himself. To make sure, Maxwell grabbed the doorknob and flung it open. Ha-oh-hum. Maxwell found himself watching 2 people, a man and a woman, having sex. They were both completely naked except for their heads, which were hooded. They were in the doggy-style position and both seemed to be enjoying it. When Maxwell entered the room, they both seemed to get very excited. They accelerated their movements and moaned with pleasure. Oh yes. Once they both rested a little, they got up, picked up their clothes, and left the room, passing by Maxwell. Thanks, my friend, the man said to Maxwell as he left. What the hell happened here? Maxwell wondered to himself. But someone answered him. They are the dog and his wife, a boy no older than 15 years old said as he pulled up his pants after clearly having masturbated. Dog and his wife love to be seen while they fuck. I like to watch them, we are the perfect couple. So, who are you, and what are you doing here? Raccoon asked. I'm Fox, a new member, Maxwell introduced himself as he closely assessed Raccoon. I was looking for you because maybe we can cooperate. Are you like the dog? Raccoon asked. No. But we can cooperate in another way. Oh? And how is that? Raccoon asked, very interested. I can let you watch while I do it, but you have to provide the girl, Maxwell proposed. Raccoon remained thoughtful for a few seconds before nodding. It won't be easy, but I'll try, Raccoon said, extending his hand to seal the agreement. But Maxwell didn't take it and instead took 2 steps back. That was the same hand Raccoon had masturbated with. It's okay like this. It's a deal. Maxwell gave Raccoon a thumbs up and quickly left the room. Seeing that he was already late, Maxwell left the Great Hall and went upstairs, eventually leaving the mansion. Once outside, he showed his ring to the guards so they would recognize him next time and then left in the direction of the Colosseum. Maybe it was coincidence or luck, but on the way to the Colosseum, Maxwell noticed two silhouettes in the distance, a man and a woman, both wearing hoods. The two looked around for anyone, and not finding anyone, they took off their hoods. The man was already a bit old, around 40, with a bit of white hair on his head. The woman, on the other hand, was around 30, with brown hair and brown eyes. They both fixed their clothes and walked calmly, as if nothing had happened. Once they arrived at the Colosseum, they took a carriage and drove off into the distance. Maxwell did not want to lose their trail, so he followed them at lightning speed. He got tired a lot and had to take short breaks, but he was still much faster than the carriage and sometimes even had to wait for them. After a while, the carriage entered a small mansion. Maxwell approached the mansion before a guard stopped him. "This is Mr. Griffin's mansion. Please explain the reason for your visit." "Griffin? Sorry, I'm in the wrong place." Maxwell turned around and walked away. That was all he needed to know. He had never expected to find such a gift on the road, but he would gladly accept it. After some time, Maxwell arrived at the Blackwater mansion, this time without taking any detours. Once he had dinner and headed to his room, he found a small figure waiting outside his door. "Adelaida. What are you doing here?" Maxwell asked. Adelaida image in the comment section, Humphrey. Adelaida puffed out her cheeks angrily and crossed her arms. "You said you'd tell me your secret to being strong." "It's true." Maxwell scratched his head. At first, Maxwell had just wanted to make something up, but he never expected Adelaida to be so stubborn. "That's something only adults can know." Maxwell shook his head and excused himself. But before he could close his door, a small hand stopped him. "I'm an adult now. I can know." "You're not an adult. You wouldn't understand," Maxwell insisted and tried to close the door, but Adelaida placed a foot in the middle. Maxwell was getting a slight headache, but suddenly an idea came to his head. "Phew," Maxwell sighed helplessly. "Okay, I'll tell you, but you have to prove to me that you're an adult." Maxwell's eyes narrowed like a snake as he smiled. "Come in." Maxwell opened the door and let her in. "Sit over there." He pointed to the bed. Maxwell turned around a few times, trying to find the best idea of how to explain, and then nodded. "First of all, Adelaida, you have to swear in the name of the gods that you will not say anything I'm going to tell you today to anyone. Do you understand?" Maxwell spoke very seriously. Adelaida nodded her head like a chick and continued to make the promise. "Now tell me," she demanded. "Not yet." Maxwell flatly refused. "You haven't proven yourself an adult yet." "I'm an adult now," Adelaida puffed out her chest with pride. "I do everything myself now. I don't need anyone's help." Maxwell shook his head with a look of disdain. "Do you think that's what it means to be an adult?" "Isn't it?" she asked in surprise. "Of course not. What separates children from adults is the knowledge and practice of a certain activity," Maxwell said, walking in front of Adelaida with his head held high and a smug tone in his voice. "An activity?" Adelaida asked, perplexed. "Yes. It's an activity that your mother, your father, your uncles, and even all the teachers of the order have done. An activity full of emotion and pleasure, an act blessed in such a way that it allows the creation of life. An act that even gods don't hold dominion over." With each word Maxwell spoke, he became more excited, preaching like a cult leader. His arms rose above his head as he stared dreamily at the ceiling. "Sex? Sex?" Adelaida was very perplexed. "I've never heard of anything like that." "Aren't you kidding me?" "Of course not." Maxwell shook his head with a smile. "You don't even know what it is. That means you've never had sex, which means—" Maxwell pointed at her with a look of disdain. "You're not an adult." "Yes, I am." Adelaida stood up angrily. "You say you're an adult and I'm not. Have you ever had sex?" "Of course I do." Maxwell declared proudly. This time he didn't fake it one bit. He was truly proud of his accomplishments in this life after having remained a virgin in the last one. "It's the best experience this life can offer you. But what would a girl like you know?" Adelaida looked at him with her face red with anger. "How come you've had sex and I haven't?" "We're the same age," he asked. "It's not the same." Maxwell sighed. "That being said, since you're not an adult yet, I can't tell you my secret to becoming stronger." Maxwell stated, but a second later he held his chin in thought. "Unless—" "Unless what?" Adelaida asked a little excitedly. Maxwell remained silent for a few seconds, trying to create an atmosphere of mystery before looking seriously at Adelaida and declaring, "Unless you have sex with me and I make you a grown woman." Adelaide opened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Can we do that?" Maxwell simply nodded. Adelaide clenched her fists in excitement and looked at Maxwell with a smile. "Okay. Maxwell, have sex with me and make me a woman." Adelaide's excited response caused a large predatory grin to grace her face. "Okay." Maxwell sat on the bed and looked at Adelaide excitedly. "Sit here." He pointed at his legs. Adelaide furrowed her eyebrows in disgust. "Why do I have to sit on your lap? I'm not a little girl anymore," she said, placing both hands on her hips. "Just do it," Maxwell ordered. Adelaide bit her lips for a few seconds but finally sat on Maxwell's lap. Once Adelaide sat on his legs, Maxwell clearly felt her small buttocks rubbing against his big friend below. "Listen carefully, Adelaide." Maxwell leaned over Adelaide's shoulder a little. His big, hot breaths on her earlobe made the girl shiver a little. "Sex is the total connection between two bodies," he whispered as his hands slowly ran down Adelaide's legs to her abdomen and slowly moved up to her small breast under her pink blouse. Maxwell's warm, firm hands finally reached her small breasts and began to massage them. "It's mutual satisfaction and pleasure," Maxwell whispered as he opened his mouth and sucked on her earlobe. Adelaide couldn't help but let out a small moan and squirm a little on Maxwell's legs with a red face, between long and ragged breaths. Slowly they both forgot what they were doing at first. Maxwell stopped trying to explain sex to Adelaide and simply started kissing and running his tongue over her white and delicate neck while massaging and stretching Adelaide's small tits. Adelaide on the other hand stopped thinking about anything else and raised her head as she moaned softly. Her hands grabbed both of Maxwell's legs and she moved his wood back and forth as she felt a large bulge on her butt and felt pleasure repeating this action. When Maxwell noticed that Adelaide was getting very excited, he removed one of his hands from her tits and slowly lowered it to her skirt. He slowly put his hand under her skirt and moved up until he felt a small piece of wet fabric. Knowing full well what this was about, Maxwell moved two of his fingers up and down Adelaide's little wet slit. And when Maxwell did this, Adelaide squirmed a little and moaned in pleasure. Both of her fingernails dug into Maxwell's legs and she bit her lower lip. "Do you understand now?" Maxwell whispered like a demon enticing a human to taste the forbidden fruit. "The fantastic and pleasant sensation. A sensation that you have never felt before." Why yes. "How about we get serious now?" Maxwell stopped caressing Adelaide's slit and slipped his hand under her panties. His fingers moved slowly around Adelaide's wet lips and when he was about to insert one of his fingers. Knock knock, both Maxwell and Adelaide jumped in surprise. Maxwell quickly arranged his clothes, and Adelaide helped. Fortunately, he hadn't removed any clothing. "Who is it?" Maxwell asked a little loudly. "It's me, young Maxwell," the butler answered from behind the door. "I'm looking for young Lady Adelaide. She's past her bedtime." "Oh." Maxwell opened the door. "I didn't know she had a bedtime, we were so focused talking that we didn't notice the time." Shortly afterward, Adelaide left the room with her head down so the butler would not see her blushing face. "Adelaide, don't forget what you promised me," Maxwell reminded her before she left. Adelaide just nodded and left under the watchful eyes of Maxwell and the old butler. Once she was completely gone, the butler looked from her to Maxwell with a cold and neutral expression. "You would do very well to get as far away from the young miss as possible, young Maxwell." Having said these words, the butler turned around and left. If he had turned around for even a second, he would have seen Maxwell's twisted expression of rage plastered on his face. Maxwell's face was a storm of fury, veins pulsing visibly at his temples. His eyes burned with a feral intensity, sharp and piercing, as if they could cut through steel. His lips curled back in a snarl, exposing clenched teeth, and his entire body seemed to radiate a fiery, uncontrollable rage. Every muscle in his frame was taut, like a bowstring ready to snap, and the air around him seemed charged, almost suffocating, with his palpable wrath. Maxwell woke up very early that day. It wasn't even 5 in the morning. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the chill of the night was still palpable, but he found it impossible to go back to sleep not after remembering his dream. Bringing both of his hands to his face, he discovered that 2 streams of tears were adorning his cheeks. "I could have saved them," he whispered to himself. He stared out the window into the distance, his gaze lost in space, until he felt he had wasted enough time and jumped up. The vast majority of the maids were already awake and going about their respective tasks. Every time he looked at these ugly, old women, Maxwell couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could exchange them for young, beautiful girls. Still, he greeted each of them and asked for his breakfast and a bath in the most polite way he could. It wasn't common for Maxwell to wake up so early, so he decided to train a little at the mansion's training ground. Since his magic was very flashy and loud, he had no choice but to train his physique with basic push-up, sit-up, and gentle jogging workouts around the mansion's grounds, which were surprisingly larger than they looked. The mansion included a large front garden with a 2-meter-high wall surrounding it, a thick and firm iron fence guarded by 2 guards. The training field, a beautiful garden of flowers, and blue tiles. To the left was a small grove of trees, and to the right was a large water fountain with tables and benches that allowed one to observe the entire beautiful and old mansion. After completing his exercises, Maxwell felt much better, although tired. He took a bath to get rid of the sweat and bad smell. He changed, had breakfast, and waited. He waited for everyone to wake up, eat breakfast, and go out to do their work. Finding himself inactive and unable to do anything, Maxwell was bored like never before, and for the first time since he came into this world, he understood how dull life was without the internet or other forms of entertainment. Never before had he thought about it because he was always doing something or at least trying. With an exasperated sigh, Maxwell left the mansion on foot. It was still too early to go to the night order, but that was not where he was headed. After only half an hour of walking, Maxwell found himself in front of the animal mansion with his respective hood on his head. Once he showed his ring, the guards let him in. Most of the animals were still in the mansion, and he couldn't blame them. Life these days was very boring if you had nothing to do. He searched through all of them until he found a guy called Rat. Chapter 36, Night Rankers and Challenge. Maxwell was bored like never before, and for the first time since he came into this world, he understood how boring life was without the internet or other forms of entertainment. Never before had he thought about it because he was always doing something or at least trying. With an exasperated sigh, Maxwell left the mansion on foot. It was still too early to go to the night order, but that was not where he was headed. After only half an hour of walking, Maxwell found himself in front of the animal mansion with his respective hood on his head. Once he showed his ring, the guards let him in. Most of the animals were still in the mansion, and he couldn't blame them. Life these days was very boring if you had nothing to do. He searched through all of them until he found a guy called Rat. "Are you Rat?" Maxwell asked. "That depends," he replied, looking around suspiciously. "I need some information." "You've come to the right place." Rat's demeanor changed completely, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "What do you want to know?" "The lion's fetish?" "Do you want to know what Mantis did last night?" "Trust me, you'll be surprised." Maxwell was really tempted to know what Jacob had done last night, but he controlled himself. Rat was a rare type among animals. He was both an outcast and a little loved. To simplify his existence, Rat was the gossipy neighbor of the club. You had to be very careful with the information you spilled around the sky, and being such a secret club, his existence was a bit marginalized. But he was also the person you could turn to when you wanted to find out something. "I want to know if you know a guy named Griffin." "Griffin? You know there are a lot of people with that name, right?" Rat asked as if it were obvious. "He's a noble and is living in Breener at the moment." Maxwell thought for a moment so as not to reveal too much information in front of Rat. "Griffin." Rat slammed his right fist into his left palm. "His name isn't Griffin, that's his last name." "Do you know him?" Maxwell asked excitedly. "He's just a little knight who's not even a ranker," Rat laughed. "Ranker?" Maxwell asked. "My goodness. You still don't know? Rankers are the most powerful knights in the Empire and the continent. They are all given a ranking position that denotes their strength and power." Rat raised his head in an exaggerated manner. "There are only 1,000 rankers in the entire world. Each of them is capable of easily annihilating every single one of us, and based on their ranking position, they receive different privileges and rewards from the Empire's royal family. Rumor has it that the top 100 rankers are monsters capable of changing a battlefield with just their presence and destroying a city in the process. The Knight of Temperance, the Meteor Knight, the Knight of Flowing Water, the Knight of Eternal Night, the Knight of Flowers, the Knight of Blazing Flames, the Knight of Walking Calamity, the Knight of Power, the Knight of Calm Winds, the Knight of Ice, and many more of these legends are among the top 100 rankers." Rat began to ramble excitedly. "I was once fortunate enough to see a ranker in action. Believe me, they are on a completely different level. We nobles are considered gods by the commoners, but we are really nothing compared to those monsters. Clap clap focus, dude. Stop gushing over them." Maxwell clapped his hands in front of Rat's dreamy eyes. "What can you tell me about Griffin?" "Griffin?" Rat let out a dull laugh of contempt. "He's just a bastard who couldn't inherit any land and lives in a small mansion owned by his family. After becoming a knight, he got married and now works as a supervisor for a small sub-district in the city." "Okay, thanks," Maxwell said goodbye. "You're welcome," Rat laughed. "By the way, Raccoon hasn't found a suitable girl yet." "How do you know about that?" Maxwell asked a little nervously. He didn't like being so exposed. "I am the Rat." "That's not an answer." "It doesn't matter," Rat acted very nonchalant. "This time the information was free since it's your first time here, but the next time, You better come prepared with some gold or some very juicy information." With that said, he turned around and left. Maxwell, for his part, left all thoughts of rat behind and ran in the direction of the Griffin Mansion. He didn't get too close to it, he just watched it from a distance. After an hour of observation, Maxwell noticed that Griffin left his house very early for work, around 7 a.m. His wife, on the other hand, stayed inside the house and did not seem to want to leave early. Maxwell circled the Griffin Mansion and looked for a way to sneak in. To his complete surprise, the mansion had very lax security, with only the 2 guards at the front door not even bothering to make rounds around the mansion. Taking advantage of this fact, Maxwell activated his lightning speed and easily jumped the back wall of the mansion. Without taking time to think, he started running towards the mansion at breakneck speed. When he arrived at the mansion, he flattened himself against the wall with his heart beating 1,000 beats per minute with emotion. Taking a few short breaths, he jumped hard and grabbed onto the second-story windowsill. Very slowly and carefully, he peered in. Inside the finely decorated room was a beautiful girl of about 16, changing her clothes. Maxwell was very tempted to stay there and watch the spectacle, but he had came to the mansion with a purpose. He braced his feet against the wall, took a run, and pushed himself toward the adjacent window. The jump was a little short, and he almost fell, but he managed to steady himself and look into the room. There was a still sleeping woman who was exactly who Maxwell was looking for. Searching through his pockets, Maxwell took out a piece of paper which he slid through the window to the woman's bed. Once this was done, Maxwell jumped to the ground, ran, and disappeared into the distance. By the time Maxwell reached the night's order and his classes began, Lydia woke up with a soft knock on her butler's door, bringing a tray with her breakfast in bed. "Good morning, ma'am." Lydia nodded indifferently and shooed the butler away. In the middle of her breakfast, she noticed a small note lying on top of her sheets. She smiled, thinking it was a note from her cheesy husband. Once she opened the note, the first thing she saw was, "I know what you do with your husband in that mansion. If you don't want anyone else to find out, I'll wait for you in the forest at sunset." Lydia clenched the paper, bit her lips, and looked out the window. "Carlos!" she screamed furiously. "Yes, my lady." The butler entered, a little frightened by the shout. "Execute the mansion guards, then hire others who know how to do their job." "But madam," the butler trembled. "Do you want to join them?" she asked through gritted teeth. "No, my lady." The butler shuddered in horror and ran to carry out her orders. He shook his head regretfully as he thought of the families of those 2 guards. Seeing the butler leave, Lydia gritted her teeth and threw the paper furiously against the wall. For his part, Maxwell, upon arriving at the order, immediately realized that something had changed around him. It was not exactly a physical change, he felt that everyone was looking at him very differently than before. Some with respect, others with admiration, and a few with fear. In his classroom, Maxwell could clearly feel the difference. All the girls looked at him with shining eyes and smiled at him. After his easy victory yesterday against Jacob, his demeanor had changed from indifference to admiration. Maxwell smiled to himself, being popular wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was very useful when it came to picking up girls. Class started normally after that. Adelaida had arrived at class shortly after him, but she didn't speak to him. In fact, she couldn't even look at his face, she was avoiding him. "All right, class dismissed." Miriam gave everyone permission to leave, but asked Maxwell to wait a bit. "Maxwell." "Yes, Professor. I wanted to tell you something." Miriam smiled. "When I was young, I used to sneak away to a hideout with my friends." Miriam pulled out a piece of paper with an old key on it. "We had amazing experiences there and now I want to give it to you so you can do the same." Maxwell held both things, a little surprised and suspicious as well. "Why?" he asked. "Let's just say you're a good investment and I have nothing to lose by becoming your friend." Maxwell nodded, pocketing the key and paper. He had no problem with receiving investments if they asked for his help afterward, and he would decide whether to give it or not. Bam! The classroom door was suddenly kicked open and a bald Caucasian man in his 40s walked in, his face red with anger. Who was Maxwell? Maxwell and Miriam were surprised by the sudden intrusion. Maxwell remained silent, he didn't know what the man wanted him for but he wouldn't announce his identity in a stupid way. "It's him." A boy peeked out from behind the man and pointed his finger at Maxwell. The man's gaze immediately fell on Maxwell. "I'll wait for you at the Coliseum," he said without bothering to look at him again before walking away. Once they were both gone, Maxwell laughed lightly. "What idiots." Maxwell walked out of the room, but in the opposite direction to the man and the boy. He had no reason to follow the man's orders, nor did he have any desire to fight. "Maxwell, where are you going?" Miriam screamed in panic. "I don't know. Maybe to the cafeteria." Maxwell shrugged. "You can't do that." Miriam held his shoulder. That man earlier was Derek Tudor, the immovable knight. If you disobey one of his orders, as a student of the order, he can expel you and even put you on trial. Immovable knight? Maxwell asked, a little worried. Yes. He is ranked 365th in the knight rankings, so he has a lot of power in the order, Miriam explained. Maxwell gritted his teeth and began scratching his head in exasperation. Curses. Maxwell didn't know how it had happened, but it seemed that his encounter with Derek Tudor had spread very quickly, and many students and even a knight had arrived at the Colosseum. It was not easy to see a ranker in action, and even though they thought nothing was going to happen, they still came. Maxwell saw Aleda, Philip, and Andrea among the spectators. Many looked at him when he entered and began to whisper among themselves. A little nervous about the sudden escalation of the situation, Maxwell entered the Colosseum. "Why did you make me come here?" he asked. "You still don't realize that, right?" Derek laughed. "I've just come to teach you a little lesson." Maxwell furrowed his eyebrows. "What's that about?" Derek walked over to Maxwell very relaxed, and when he was 2 meters away from him, he suddenly accelerated, and the next second, he appeared in front of him and threw a punch that hit his stomach and sent him flying against the wall. "Next time you want to hit someone, ask who their father is first." Derek smiled confidently, turned around, and walked out of the Colosseum with the boy he had brought. The crowd that had gathered to watch an entertaining fight shook their heads in disappointment. Adleda wanted to get up and help Maxwell, but Andrea held her shoulder and shook her head. Maxwell, for his part, curled up on the ground, holding his aching stomach and a small puddle of vomit on the ground. When he saw Derek leaving the Colosseum as if he no longer cared about his presence, Maxwell felt hatred. "Who cares if you're the 365th ranker? Nobody hits me and gets away with it." Maxwell stood up a little unsteadily and activated his lightning speed. He shot out at a mind-blowing speed and appeared in front of Derek, standing there. He could recognize the boy with Derek. It was one of the boys he had hit when he defended Philip. A smile formed on Maxwell's face, and he punched the boy in the stomach, sending him flying against the wall as well, and appeared in front of Derek with several sparks of electricity on his body. "An eye for an eye," he said in the middle of the Colosseum where he had bathed in silence. Derek looked at Maxwell coldly. "Do you have any idea what you're doing, kid?" "No." Maxwell was honest. "But I've learned in class that you won't be able to kill me even if you're a knight ranker. I don't need to kill you to make your life miserable. You may attempt it, however, you will not be the first to try, and success may elude you." Maxwell challenged him. Chapter 37, The Night Battle. A smile formed on Maxwell's face as he punched the boy in the stomach, sending him flying against the wall. He then appeared in front of Derek with several sparks of electricity coursing through his body. "An eye for an eye," he said, standing in the middle of the Colosseum, which had bathed in silence. Derek looked at Maxwell coldly. "Do you have any idea what you're doing, kid?" "No," Maxwell replied honestly. "But I've learned in class that you won't be able to kill me even if you're a knight ranker. I don't need to kill you to make your life miserable. You may attempt it, however, you will not be the first to try, and success may elude you," Maxwell challenged him. The people in the Colosseum became excited. "You're crazy." "It's crazy." "That's true, but how did he move so fast?" "That's not the main question. The question is, who the hell is he?" "He's just a kid," an old man said, shaking his head. "He is very handsome." "Not for long." "Ha ha 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 ha. You've got guts, kid." "Fine, since you're so sure of yourself, let's see what makes you so confident," Derek boomed, his voice carrying authority. He swung his arm with a flourish, dismissing any doubts. "Give the boy a sword," he commanded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he shed his jacket. One of the knights in the crowd swiftly tossed Maxwell a sword, its blade gleaming as it cut through the air. Maxwell caught it, his grip firm but unsure as he tested the weight. "You're really going to let me use a sword?" Maxwell asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice, though his confidence remained unshaken. "Don't worry," Derek said, beginning to stretch, his body flowing like a panther preparing to pounce. "Try as you might, you won't land a scratch on me. They don't call me the immovable knight for nothing." Maxwell shrugged, his expression hardening. The moment his body tensed, electricity crackled around him. His hair stood on end, the aura of lightning surrounding him like a storm contained within flesh. He adopted a battle stance, his eyes locked on Derek with lethal focus. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice low and electric with tension. Derek didn't get to finish as the sound of metal crashing against flesh echoed through the arena. Maxwell moved with the speed of lightning, appearing before Derek in an instant. His sword slashed through the air, cutting deep into Derek's chest. "What the hell?" Derek roared, stumbling back as his shirt was torn to shreds, pieces fluttering to the ground. Maxwell's slash was so fast, it seemed as if he had been in 2 places at once. The audience gasped collectively. A cold silence fell, broken only by the soft scraping of Derek's feet as he skidded backward. A drop of sweat trickled down his temple. Maxwell stood on the other side of the arena, sword still raised, his breathing calm but intense. Ish, the audience hissed in unison, their eyes wide. They had seen great warriors falter, but not like this. Even those who stood firm in their battle experience couldn't help but shiver in the wake of what had just transpired. Shit. Maxwell cursed under his breath. His hands, still gripping the sword, were bloodied, open, and raw from the intense electric charge. Yet, as he looked at Derek, his opponent appeared unharmed. Derek's clothes were sliced, but his skin was untouched. Not even a scratch. Damn, Derek muttered, his face contorted with surprise. He placed his hand on his stomach, feigning a dramatic sigh. I thought I was dead for a moment. Maxwell's frustration boiled over. He dropped the sword, his hands shaking from the electric charge still coursing through his veins. I guess I can't hold back now, he muttered, his voice darkening with rage. Without warning, he unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, each crackling with fury, arcing toward Derek's massive form. Derek responded effortlessly, blocking each bolt with the swift deflection of his massive arms, his muscles bulging as they absorbed the force of the electric assaults. The bolts hit his arms with a dull thud, and while they staggered him, none of them had the power to pierce his defenses. At most, the strikes made him shift his stance, but that was all. Fast, huh? Derek chuckled, clearly enjoying the challenge. He slammed his fists into the ground, causing the Colosseum to tremble, the air shifting with a quake. The entire arena shook under the impact. Maxwell stumbled as the ground cracked beneath him. Before he could recover, Derek was on him, his massive hand gripping his leg and throwing him with terrifying strength. Maxwell sailed through the air, his body crashing into the far wall of the Colosseum with an explosive impact. Maxwell's body crumpled against the wall, the impact reverberating through his bones. Pain coursed through him, but it only fueled the fire inside. You're still standing? Derek taunted, a mocking grin on his face. He casually flicked his pinky finger against his ear as if this was all some kind of joke. Maxwell's body ached, but something more important was stirring within him, his pride. The jeering, the laughter from the crowd, Derek's mockery, it all fused into an unquenchable inferno within him. He couldn't take it anymore. His eyes ignited with an ethereal blue, and an electrifying storm formed around him. Continuous crackling thunder and violent lightning strikes split the air, the ground beneath his feet shaking as though it was alive. His power was now fully unleashed. The air around him crackled with pure energy as Maxwell's body trembled with newfound power. His eyes burned with blue fury, his form surrounded by a relentless storm of energy. The feeling was overwhelming, a sensation of untapped potential, of absolute freedom, of raw, unfettered power. He extended his hands, his arms trembling with the sheer force of the energy he had gathered. The lightning began to gather into a massive, concentrated ball of raw destruction in his palms, the energy expanding until it was a blinding beam of pure electric force. Maxwell let it go. The beam shot forward like a comet, crashing into Derek's chest. The impact was earth-shattering. Derek was blasted off his feet, sent flying through the Colosseum like a ragdoll. The wall shattered on impact, sending debris flying in all directions. The attack didn't stop there. The beam continued on its destructive path, ripping through the Colosseum like a hot knife through butter. Derek was sent hurtling through multiple walls, finally crashing into the distance. The beam split the arena in two, carving a massive fissure in the ground as it dissipated into the sky. Maxwell, not wasting a second, vanished in a blur of speed. He reappeared in midair, grabbing Derek's airborne form by the foot. Spinning once, twice, he hurled Derek back into the heart of the arena. Derek collided with the outer wall with an earth-shattering crash. Derek groaned, clutching his stomach. Blood poured from his mouth as he struggled to rise. Damn it. A kid's kicking my ass, he cursed, his voice hoarse but strangely satisfied. I guess you've made your point, kid. That's enough. Before he could finish, Maxwell unleashed another devastating blast, sending Derek flying yet again, this time through the wall and deep into the Colosseum structure. Panic spread throughout the crowd. The Colosseum began to tremble, its walls cracked, and the very foundation seemed to buckle under the force of the battle. Maxwell's speed was unmatched, his strikes relentless. He blurred in and out of sight, attacking with devastating speed, each lightning bolt more powerful than the last. His fists began to bleed, but he didn't stop. Derek, though seemingly invulnerable, was being overwhelmed. With one final effort, Derek stomped his foot into the ground, causing the entire Colosseum to quake. He raised his massive fist, his eyes burning with fury. Maxwell darted back, evading his attack. Derek's frustration boiled over. You really think you can outrun me, kid? Derek roared, but before he could react, Maxwell surged forward. The ground beneath them cracked wide open. Derek was momentarily stunned. Maxwell seized the opportunity, appearing in front of him and unleashing a storm of punches, each one powered by his lightning-infused speed. The Colosseum began to crumble, debris falling from the rafters as their battle raged on. Derek blocked, countered, but Maxwell's relentless attacks began to take their toll. Then, Derek made his move. He slammed his hands into the ground once more, and a violent shockwave erupted, sending the arena into chaos. The ground trembled, and the Colosseum began to collapse. Maxwell tripped, falling to the ground just as Derek charged at him, grabbing him by the throat and slamming him into the wall. Enough. This has gone too far. Derek yelled, his voice a booming command. Maxwell, dazed but defiant, smiled darkly. I never wanted this fight, but when you poke a lion, you better be prepared for its fight. The air thickened. The sky darkened ominously. The ground trembled as if the very earth was about to split open. Derek's eyes widened in terror. You're insane. He screamed, hitting Maxwell with everything he had. But Maxwell didn't flinch. His body glowed with an ethereal power, the storm around him intensifying. A bolt of lightning, impossibly massive, struck from the sky, splitting the heavens and obliterating the remnants of the Colosseum. The explosion sent shockwaves that blasted everyone away. The earth itself seemed to shake as the fight reached its zenith. Amidst the chaos, Derek staggered from the ruins, still holding Maxwell by the neck. His body was scorched, and his movements were slow and labored, but he stood tall. His grin, though bruised, remained defiant. Maxwell hung limply in his grasp, unconscious but alive. Derek's voice, hoarse and filled with reluctant respect, whispered to the fallen fighter. In front of all the remaining spectators, Derek gently placed Maxwell on the ground near Andrea and Philip. Take him and treat his wounds. Then he turned his gaze to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret putting you through such a dangerous experience. Derek bowed with due etiquette. On the other hand, this boy has demonstrated incredible power and has what it takes to be a knight. For that and the power vested in me as a ranker by His Majesty, Great Gregor von Lester, I, Derek Tudor, in the name of Great Gregor von Lester, hereby proclaim Maxwell Magner as Knight of the Lester Empire. Derek looked at the ruins of the Colosseum behind him and smiled. The Knight of Destruction. After that shocking statement, Derek looked for his son, and in front of everyone, he threw a punch at him that sent him flying. I came to teach that kid a lesson when I should have been teaching you. Learn to choose your friends. Derek looked at Maxwell on the ground. And your enemies too. The Knight Order had an infirmary where they took Maxwell, but he remained unconscious for hours. According to Dr. Maxwell, he had 2 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and countless bruises. Medicine in these times was not exactly precise, but the Knight Order's infirmary had Dr. Evergrim, a direct descendant of the Evergrim royal family, who possessed the very rare healing element. Andrea had no choice but to go home and leave him there. He was safer there with the famous Dr. Evergrim anyway. What she didn't know was that when she left the infirmary, the doctor wiped her friendly smile from her face and coldly watched her leave. Lucia Evergrim was 29 years old. She had lived 19 of those years within the Empire before the Night Bluefire kidnapped her. She had eyes and hair of an unusual pale green color, small pink lips, and white skin with an explosive body. Gritting her teeth and filling herself with determination, Lucia took a knife and approached Maxwell. She had heard how this child, no more than 12 years old, had stood up to the immovable knight and had even been knighted, becoming the youngest in history. She couldn't allow this child to live. If he did, she would be allowing the Empire to have another weapon of mass destruction in the future. Just as Lucia brandished the knife with determination, she heard a soft voice that stopped her. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Lucia was paralyzed with surprise, her hands began to tremble, and panic invaded her. Someone had seen her trying to kill Maxwell. She couldn't allow that someone to live. If she did, her head would be cut off tomorrow, or something much worse. I can't allow this. I have to kill him. There can't be any witnesses. Lucia grabbed the knife and turned around, looking for the possible witness. But as she did so, all the color in her face drained away. In the large window of the infirmary that looked out, was the shadow of a person. A bald, muscular man. Derek. Lucia dropped the knife in desperation. Trying to kill Derek with a simple knife was impossible. Few in the Empire could seriously hurt him, so it was impossible for her to kill him to silence him. Why are you trying to kill the child? Derek asked, a little intrigued. But then he shook his head. You know what? Don't tell me, I don't want to know. But you can't touch that child. He stressed while pointing at her. I'll leave him in your care, but you know what will happen if the child suddenly dies. With those words, Derek jumped out of the 5th-floor window and disappeared into the darkness. Once his silhouette disappeared in the distance, Lucia dropped to the ground, limp. Sweat ran down her entire body as her limbs trembled. With a slightly stiff movement, she turned her gaze to the sleeping Maxwell and narrowed her eyes. What the hell is Derek up to? And why doesn't he just kill me? Near the animal mansion, within a dense forest, there were two figures sitting on a large stone. Are you sure this is the place? John asked with a frown. He had long since grown tired of sharpening his sword. I'm sure. The note said this is the meeting place. Lydia gritted her teeth as she pulled a small note out of her dress and handed it to her husband. What could he want? John crumpled the note. Money. Lydia asked. Impossible. Although we are nobles, I don't earn much from my job, and if someone found out about us, that person must also live in the noble district. John shook his head. Besides, if that person wanted money, they would have contacted me and not you. His words made Lydia think a lot. She had not realized the intentions of her blackmailer. Anything she could give was something her husband could also do without consulting her. Unless. Lydia thought of a possibility, but she didn't want to share it with her husband for fear of his reaction. He probably noticed my presence, John sighed. They had originally planned to ambush the blackmailer and, after learning his intentions, kill him. But even after waiting for hours and hours, the person never showed up. They both couldn't help but worry that their blackmailer might reveal their secret in revenge. Once Andrea, Philip, and Adelaide arrived at the Blackwater mansion, Adelaide couldn't help but jump up and down excitedly and tell her in great detail everything that had happened today at the Order. She jumped up and down with excitement every time she described how great Maxwell was and how he fought one-on-one with a rancor. But the more Sylvia listened, the worse her expression became. Noticing this situation, Andrea sent Adelaide to her room and talked to her mother in the study. What's wrong, Mom? You don't look well? She asked, a little cautiously. How do you expect me to be okay? Sylvia screamed hysterically as she smashed a vase against the wall. Andrea was startled and curled up a little against her chair. Shit. 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 Sylvia began to hit the desk, chair, and even the wall with anger. What happened? Andrea asked with a little fear. Sylvia tried to calm down by taking deep breaths. See for yourself. Sylvia handed her a letter she had received very recently. Andrea received the letter with skepticism and continued to read it. As she read more and more, Andrea couldn't help but become surprised, disappointed, and eventually angry. How can you do such a stupid thing? Andrea asked indignantly. I have my suspicions, Sylvia whispered. Chapter 38, Sylvia and New Targets. Sylvia tried to calm down by taking deep breaths. See for yourself. Sylvia handed her a letter she had received very recently. Andrea received the letter with skepticism and continued to read it. As she read more and more, Andrea couldn't help but become surprised, disappointed, and eventually angry. How can you do such a stupid thing? Andrea asked indignantly. I have my suspicions, Sylvia whispered. What was written in the letter could be summed up in a few words. The Marquis of Blackwater rejected Maxwell's annexation as a knight of his house. A stupid decision in many ways. A noble baron was a rare thing to come by, even more so one with such a strong element. Any great house in the empire would be happy to welcome a prospect like Maxwell with open arms. Whether it was to marry him to one of their daughters or to have another force in their ranks. What do you suspect? Andrea asked very seriously. A few days ago, Tobias told me that Veronica had used one of the crows to communicate with the family. Sylvia gritted her teeth in annoyance. I didn't take her seriously at the time, but she may have convinced him to make that stupid decision. Veronica. Andrea growled through clenched teeth. Shit. Sylvia went mad and kicked one of the chairs in rage. Now Maxwell has shown terrifying battle power and has been knighted. It won't be long before the other houses contact him and offer to move him to another house. Things will only get worse when they find out that he's not actually our knight. You said that even if my father doesn't want him as a knight, then you will take him as your own. Andrea commented distressedly. Can't you do that? I can. Sylvia paced around the room while biting her teeth. But what will you choose? To serve 3 simple women forgotten by their home, with no money and no property? Or to serve a big house with lots of money and even women? They both remained silent, knowing full well what her decision would be. On the other side of the mansion and hidden in his room was Philip staring at the wall full of writings, and in the center was Maxwell's name. Lost in his thoughts, a smile slowly began to grace his normally stoic face. Maxwell. I have to get Maxwell on my side. The cold night fiercely invaded the homes and inns of the great city of winter. But the city seemed more lively than ever, with countless street lamps lit that portrayed a beautiful landscape in contrast with the white snow. The citizens smiled happily as they sipped a drink and celebrated, because after more than 6 long months of war, peace was in sight. Today was the long-awaited day, the day of the coronation. In front of thousands of expectantly waiting people, the priests of the church appeared in their fine robes. Several rows of knights and high-ranking nobles also made an appearance, kneeling on the ground and paying their respects to their new and future king. Many formalities, which the citizens were unaware of, were carried out with extreme care, as if to say that only one person was later welcomed, walking calmly towards the great throne. The man sat calmly and proudly on the large throne that stood high above. One of the older priests approached the man with a crown in his hand and slowly placed it on top of the man's head. As he did so, the old priest couldn't help but look at him closely and get scared in the process. Half of the man's face was half melted and burned, and he was missing an arm, but no one inventor dared to think of the man as weak. Everyone knelt down with utmost respect, whether noble, commoner, or priest, and shouted in unison, "Long live King Marcus Magner." Maxwell woke up disoriented. He couldn't understand where he was, or what time of day it was. Maxwell grabbed his head in pain. "Are you okay?" Lucia asked. "Yeah, I just have a really bad headache." Maxwell replied and immediately raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. "Who are you and how did you dye your hair?" "I'm Lucia Evergroom and I'm your doctor." Lucia touched her hair with furrowed eyebrows and murmured, "This has been my hair since I was born." Maxwell was very surprised by her answer. Until now he had never seen anyone with that hair color. This world seemed to follow many rules of his old world, with the same skin and hair colors, but Lucia showed him that this was not true. "There are norms here." "Lucia. That was my little sister's name." Maxwell whispered, a little depressed. "What happened to her?" Lucia asked. I don't know her whereabouts. If she's dead or still alive." Maxwell shook his head. "I'm sorry. It doesn't matter." Maxwell smiled. "That's in the past, a past that haunts his every night." "Okay. Since you're up, it's time for you to eat something." Lucia rang a small bell on her desk and an old nurse walked in. "Gladys, bring a plate of food for the gentleman," Lucia ordered. The old nurse nodded and left the infirmary. Once she was back, she placed a large plate of food in front of Maxwell with its corresponding juice. "There are many things you still need to find out about." Lucia took a piece of paper and began to write. "You suffered a lot of bruises, internal bleeding, and broken ribs. I've already healed most of you, but the ribs have yet to fully heal." Lucia handed her a small list with several names on it. "You will have to prepare a small dose with these ingredients to relieve the pain. After a few days everything will be as before." Maxwell nodded with his mouth full and put the paper in his pocket. "Another thing you may not be aware of is that you are now a knight. PFFFFFG." Maxwell spat out all the food he had in his mouth in surprise. Inverted exclamation mark, inverted question mark, "What?" "After knocking you unconscious, Derek declared in front of everyone that you have what it takes to be a knight and named you one. In a few days, you will receive your title with its respective uniform to formalize the appointment." Lucia replied. Maxwell put the spoon in his mouth thoughtfully. What was Derek's intention? I didn't know if he was an ally or an enemy. His actions were very unpredictable. "Once you finish eating, take a bath and go to sleep." "Sleep?" Maxwell jumped in surprise. "How late is it? Have I been asleep for so many hours that it's already nighttime?" he asked, intrigued and a little worried. "Hours?" Lucia laughed. "You've been unconscious for a day and a half. The Blackwater visited you earlier today, but you were still unconscious." "How?" Maxwell jumped up and quickly changed his clothes, laced up his boots, and ran out of the infirmary in a hurry. "I have to go now. Thank you very much for your care, Doctor. Goodbye." Maxwell didn't wait for any response and ran through the long corridors of the order. A few minutes after Maxwell left, Lucia took a small piece of paper and began to write. She folded it a couple of times, tied it to a crow's leg, and sent it flying. Maxwell felt like his old life when he was late for school. He left the night order but found no car or person nearby, so he ran without thinking much. It didn't take long to reach the forest near the animal mansion, but he didn't find any presence nearby. Shit. Maxwell kicked the air in anger. Thanks to being unconscious, he had missed his meeting with Lydia. TCH. Clicking his teeth in annoyance, Maxwell walked in the direction of the Griffin mansion. Once there, Maxwell noticed that there were more guards than before, but it being nighttime, it was easier for him to sneak in with the help of his speed. Before reaching the main house, Maxwell stopped for a moment, took out a small sheet of paper and ink to write a new message. After his experience with Rosa, Maxwell had acquired the habit of always carrying these implements with him. Once everything was done, Maxwell stood under Lydia's window and, taking a short push, jumped very high with the help of his speed and grabbed the window frame. And no. A small feeling of déjà vu ran through Maxwell's body as he watched through the window as Lydia and John had passionate sex. The lights in the room were fully on, so everything was very clear to his eyes. Lydia's two big, round buttocks colliding with John's waist. The huge tits that swayed back and forth, and even the ecstatic and horny face that Lydia made with each thrust. Oh, more, this is not right. Maxwell felt that something in the scene was not right. Lydia and John were too excited, just like that time. That was exactly what didn't make sense. Such great excitement could only be shown when their fetish was fulfilled. Wait a second, Maxwell looked closely at the room and discovered a large hole in the wall of the room where an eye could very clearly be seen. Maxwell's heart stopped for a moment as he looked into the hole before suddenly speeding up. Maxwell himself did not want to believe the conclusion he had reached from looking into the hole. Careful not to be discovered, he jumped into the room next to Lydia and found a beautiful black-haired girl looking through the hole while masturbating. The girl was wearing a transparent nightgown from which her big pink tits could be clearly seen. She was also wearing pink panties with one of her hands moving in it repeatedly. Incredible. Lydia and John used their own daughter to satisfy their deviant fetish. The daughter on the other hand did it with pleasure while masturbating, and by the care she took not to let out a moan, Maxwell was very sure that she believed that her parents had not discovered her. Ha ha ha, a predatory smile appeared on Maxwell's face as he forced open the girl's window. He came up behind her and quickly covered her mouth so she wouldn't scream and whispered in her ear. Don't you want to experience it for yourself, rather than just watch? The girl tried to struggle out of Maxwell's grip. But Maxwell's strength was equal to that of a normal adult man and she was unable to break free. Don't make noise or your parents will find out, Maxwell whispered. But the girl continued to struggle in panic and fear. Realizing this, Maxwell assumed that the girl thought he wanted to hurt her. He would think the same if a person attacked him from behind in the middle of the night and asked for silence with a suspicious attitude. I won't hurt you. I just want to help you. Maxwell slowly let go of the girl's grip and showed her his hands up so she could see that he didn't want to hurt her, nor did he have anything in his hands. You're a child, the girl murmured in surprise. Yes. Maxwell agreed. What are you doing in my room? Better yet, who are you and what are you doing in my house? The girl asked very cautiously. I have a question too. Maxwell smiled. What are you doing spying on your parents while they fuck? The girl immediately panicked. I wasn't doing anything. Really? Maxwell lowered his hands and walked over to the hole in the wall. I don't judge you, you know. If I had the chance to see your mother naked with her big ass and firm tits out in the air moaning, I wouldn't waste it either. Maxwell shook his head. It's a shame she's doing it with another man. Maxwell began to watch John and Lydia from the hole for a few minutes until the girl lowered her guard a little. Oh? Maxwell was shocked. Are you really going to do that? What? The girl asked unconsciously. Maxwell motioned for her to come closer to the hole, moving aside so she could see. The girl hesitated for a few seconds, but curiosity and morbid curiosity got the better of her caution and she peeked through the hole. Since the hole was at the bottom, the girl had to bend over in such a way that her bottom was raised. That precise moment was the one that Maxwell took advantage of to grab it tightly. The girl squealed a little in surprise and immediately covered her mouth and looked through the hole hoping she hadn't been heard. Her parents continued fucking as if they didn't hear anything, in fact they seemed to be getting more and more excited. The girl turned to look at Maxwell reproachfully but he just smiled at her and began to massage her big buttocks. Let go. Or what? You'll scream? If you do, your parents will find out you're spying on them. Maxwell pulled down his pants and started rubbing his big cock between the girl's two big ass cheeks. Don't you get tired of just watching them? Have you ever wondered what it feels like to do the same thing your mother is doing and make her moan with such joy? He asked with a smile as he moved his hips. The girl couldn't object as Maxwell grabbed one of her tits and squeezed it gently. Maxwell tore off the thin apron the girl was wearing and began caressing her tits without any consideration. Look, he said, pointing toward the hole. The girl bit her lips with a red face and looked at the hole as Maxwell slowly began to massage her entire body. The girl's struggles slowly became less until she was actively letting Maxwell do whatever he wanted while she watched through the hole at her parents. Maxwell was thrilled by this revelation and pulled off the girl's panties, which were the only thing she was wearing. The magnificent image of those pink lips overflowing with liquid made Maxwell swallow. I haven't tried one in a long time, he muttered to himself. He joined both hands in prayer and said, Thanks for the meal. At the same time, he buried his face in that place full of happiness. Maxwell ran his tongue over the girl's pink vaginal lips with great eagerness and made the girl shudder and let out a loud moan that she couldn't control. Losing her balance, she let herself fall to the ground with her butt still in Maxwell's hands. What are you doing? She asked with a red face and biting her lower lip. She could barely speak without letting out a moan. Maxwell responded with a swirling motion of his tongue around her clit. She moaned uncontrollably with her head tilted back. Biting her lip and holding a hand to her mouth, the girl muttered, Mom and Dad never do this. Maxwell had long since realized that oral sex on a woman did not exist in this world. This being a patriarchy where the birth of a man into the family was rare, the roles were reversed. Men did not have to please a woman, since there were many women waiting for a man to please. Chapter 39, Daughter and Mother She moaned uncontrollably with her head tilted back. Biting her lip and holding a hand to her mouth, the girl muttered, "Mom and Dad never do this." Maxwell had long since realized that oral sex on a woman did not exist in this world. This being a patriarchy where the birth of a man into the family was rare, the roles were reversed. Men did not have to please a woman, since there were many women waiting for a man to please. Maxwell turned the girl to face him and ordered, "Spread your legs." The girl didn't hesitate much, she opened her legs with a blushing face and was a little embarrassed. When he saw this, Maxwell smiled, knelt on the floor, bent down and passed his tongue through the girl's vagina at the same time that their eyes met. The girl covered her mouth but moans began to escape while Maxwell licked her pussy and caressed her tits. From the other side of the wall, John and Lydia were very excited to hear their daughter's moans with the naive idea that she did it because she was watching them and masturbating at the same time. When Maxwell's chin was wet and he felt that the girl was at her limit, he raised his head, took his big penis and placed it between the girl's vaginal lips. "Look at me," he ordered in a voice that allowed no objection. The girl removed her hands from her mouth and face as she looked at him longingly. "My name is Maxwell Magner." Maxwell pushed his big cock into the girl's wet pussy. "And now you're mine." The girl let out a long scream filled with pain and pleasure. A large burst of liquid came out of the girl's pussy mixed with a little blood. Plus 100 sexual points, new achievement, virgin, take a woman's virginity, plus 1,500 sex points. On the other side of the wall, John and Lydia had already finished their session for the day and lay limply on the floor. When they heard their daughter's long scream they both smiled. Her first orgasm. John smiled as he wanted to peek through the hole but Lydia stopped him. "Don't you dare look through it," she said. But deep down she wanted to look through that hole too. Lydia reluctantly looked away from that hole and looked at John who was already changing. Normally she wouldn't think much about it, but he was putting on his uniform and even his sword. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I have to go," he replied, a little annoyed. "At this hour?" "Yeah, well, I can't do much about it." John sounded helpless. "It's an imperial order." "An imperial order?" Lydia looked very surprised. "Yes, I have to enter the imperial district tonight," John replied stoically. "What kind of imperial order is that? Do you think I don't have my doubts too?" John exploded in anger. "It's very strange that we're being called into the imperial district. What's worse is that it's not just me, all the knights in the city were called." John put on his uniform but didn't stop there. He equipped himself with pale yellow plate armor and different protectors. "Can't you just not go?" Lydia whispered helplessly. "Don't be a fool." John shook his head. "If you disobey an imperial order, you will be considered a traitor. I believe you know the fate of traitors and their families, right?" Lydia remained silent, agreeing with John. "Take care," she whispered softly to her lover as he left. But even long after her husband had left, Lydia couldn't help but feel tense and worried. She started pacing around the room thinking of different scenarios and ended up staring at the window with worry. When she stopped thinking for just a second, Lydia began to hear the long moans of a woman in her daughter's room. Is she still masturbating? She wondered, intrigued. Struggling a bit with her own conscience, Lydia decided to look through that hole. Maxwell did not fully penetrate the girl, as he discovered from the notification that she was a virgin. For her comfort and enjoyment, Maxwell was very slow and gentle as he entered and exited the girl's pussy. But as time went on, the moans of pain diminished and moans of pleasure replaced them. With much more confidence Maxwell entered deeper and faster. The girl tried to get up but only managed to lean her back against the wall while she opened her legs where Maxwell performed a repeated piston movement. Slowly and for greater comfort, Maxwell lifted the girl until he held her buttocks with both hands while he spanked her pussy hard. The girl grabbed Maxwell's hair and moaned uncontrollably. "Ham-in-a-mum." "Yes." "Moan louder." Maxwell whispered with a hard thrust. "Let everyone know I'm fucking you right next to your parents' room." The girl tried to close her lips tightly but couldn't help it and began to moan without caring if she was discovered. Just as this was happening, an eye began to peek through the hole in the wall, only to see a large, thick cock penetrating her daughter's vagina as she moaned with pleasure. Her first thought was to go into her daughter's room and stop such an act. Not because she thought it was wrong, her daughter was old enough to know what that was and experience it. The reason was that she didn't know the boy with her, nor how he had entered the house. But something deep inside her compelled her to stay there, watching her daughter as she fucked by a big cock. Ironically, for the three of them the situation had taken a complete turn and now it was Lydia who was spying on them while they were having sex. At one point Maxwell didn't have to hold the girl by her buttocks as she hugged him with her legs, arms and of her own free will began to jump up and down on his big cock. Which gave him more room to grab the girl's tits and begin to suck and caress them. Oh yes. With a single thrust, Maxwell had buried every inch of his fat cock deep inside his girl pussy, spearing into her cervix and beyond, hilting himself in her womb. It was such a perverse reversal of their proper relationship as unknowns that it nearly made the girl came right then and there. Spittle flew from the corners of her mouth as she wrapped her arms around Maxwell's strong shoulders. "Yeah, you like that, don't you, babe? You don't have to pretend anymore, I can feel your pussy squeezing me so you're tight. You little pervert girl." Maxwell taunted, slamming his hips back and forth in rapid, hard thrusts. He had been dreaming about this night ever since the first one, and he was not going to be content for just one more fuck. No, he wasn't going to stop until the girl, his woman, was his and only his for the rest of their lives. Wham! 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 The girl moaned, her leg trembling in the air as Maxwell railed her against the wall, her fat ass cushioning the impact but only just barely. Her eyes soon went cross-eyed as Maxwell's initial barrage of harsh thrusts only grew faster and rougher, their bodies crashing against one another in a sick, lewd incestuous fuck that filled the room with the sordid sound of flesh against flesh. Ooh-ah-ah. The girl shamefully came right there in the kitchen as her son's enormous size and sheer untamed intensity drove her right over the edge. Her pussy gushed around his massive cock, and the girl's grip grew more desperate, her fingernails clinging for purchase against Maxwell's shirt. She coming her brains out from getting fucked by unknown man's fat, hard cock. HNNG. If it keeps up like this lose my mind. It wasn't bad at all, Lydia thought from the hole. But Maxwell did something she never expected to see. He lowered her exhausted daughter to the ground and before her very eyes pulled his huge cock out of her vagina. Now that he was outside, Lydia could clearly see the size of such a penis. It's huge, she thought. Maxwell placed the girl on the floor, raised her bottom slightly, spread her buttocks with both hands and penetrated the girl's ass before the eyes of her mother who watched in disbelief. The girl complained but Maxwell didn't stop moving from the inside out. The girl had no strength to fight back so she just let Maxwell do whatever he wanted with her ass, her lips, and her boobs. After about 5 minutes of continuous clapping sounds, Maxwell pushed his cock hard into the girl's ass and ejaculated. Seeing both of the girl's holes dripping with cum and blood, Maxwell nodded with a smile, but his cock was still standing and stiff, so he lifted one of the girl's legs and placed it on his shoulder while he penetrated her. After a while he changed to missionary and doggy style but the girl couldn't take it anymore and passed out. At the same time, Lydia ejaculated after removing her fingers from her vagina, which she then put in her mouth. What a voracious boy. My husband can only do it once before he runs out of energy, she said with bitten lips. One moment Maxwell grabbed Irene's juicy thighs, and then sharply leaned forward. He was no longer going to waste time and burst into her lonely bosom with force, reaching with one movement a small oozing lust of the womb. This forbidden kiss became the first for Irene and the most unforgettable in his life. At that very moment, she felt like a woman, even in her eyes the lights of love flashed. This one kiss swept away any grayness from her heart and the body involuntarily succumbed forward to the obscene actions of a man. Then she realized with a tremor that she only needed him. At that moment the whole world did not matter. Maxwell, like a madman, continued to kiss her womb, and in response she opened her whole self to him, wishing to receive the coveted seed of a man. Becoming his. It's so good. How quickly he got access to unprotected sex was surprisingly irrelevant. The claps of hot sex flooded the entire room for her mother to hear clearly. Irene was so passionate that she allowed Maxwell to completely take control of her. Beads of sweat with love nectar and cum mixed in dripped down Irene's slender legs, while visible steam literally emanated from her body. A similar thing happened with Maxwell. His heavy breathing touched Irene's ear, and she moaned sweetly, continuing to enjoy this amazing feeling. If this was the first time Irene had experienced such passionate and pleasant sex, even though they have gone for more than 4 rounds in which she had many orgasms, it was not worth talking about Irene. Now she is fully convinced that no one can have sex like this with her. Everything in the past was no more than children's games, and now reality has finally come. That's what sex is. The claps of wet bodies, the vulgar groans and spanks of a strong man, his gaze searing with lust, overflowing with wild desire, and the feminine, trembling with anticipation. Here is true sex. So did the woman watching and hearing all this from the other side of the wall. Maxwell acted roughly. He brought Irene's legs together and rammed her weak points to the full length. Oh hem. In this position, the girl only had to scream like crazy, constantly succumbing to easy orgasms. They, as if increasing, drove her crazy, completely suppressing her consciousness and mind. As a griffin, she considered herself able to withstand everything about it, but not this time. A veil of lust quickly filled her mind and all that Irene saw was his face and sparkling blue eyes. He possessed her completely. Suddenly, Maxwell growled and quickened the rhythm, as if sensing some kind of inner instinct. Irene fluttered with even greater desire. Deep inside her body, the small uterus, which had already let Maxwell in for a long time, shrank and throbbed. This time she started begging like crazy for something forbidden, that Irene could not afford, but could not resist. "See, come inside me," involuntarily burst in her weak cry, which surprisingly surpassed the loudness of the claps and burst into Maxwell's ears, like a call from another world. He just smiled and increased the pace, moving towards the hot girl. If he finishes. Today is not a safe day. I. Swallowing, Irene covered her eyes with her hand and whispered, "Just one more." Maxwell chuckled as he heard it as he continued to move like a beast. His roar instantly reached the girl's cute ears. "Have you decided to get pregnant?" And no, Irene bit her lip and looked away. "Just one more. It's nothing, yeah." Maxwell laughed and began to move harder. "You are a slut from the Irene clan. You decided to take another load of seed. So enjoy it, eh?" Irene suddenly arched in an arc, and to top it off, Maxwell sharply hit her ass with all his might. At the same second, his penis overflowing with passion shuddered and, like a bursting dam, a wave of scalding liquid burst out of him. She did not have time to reach the narrow cave of Irene, when suddenly her body arched even more and trembled wildly. Hachaku, an unimaginably pleasant feeling scattered through every cell. As soon as the stream of male semen reached the uterus, Irene's tears splashed, she issued the strongest moan and her eyes rolled back. She had never felt so good before. Consciousness instantly flew away somewhere to the stars. It, like a tiny spark, seemed to expand to the size of stars and scattered all over the world. Orgasm covered her head. Chapter 40, Like Daughter Like Mother. Irene suddenly arched in an arc, and to top it off, Maxwell sharply hit her ass with all his might. At the same second, his penis overflowing with passion shuddered and, like a bursting dam, a wave of scalding liquid burst out of him. She did not have time to reach the narrow cave of Irene, when suddenly her body arched even more and trembled wildly. Hachaku, an unimaginably pleasant feeling scattered through every cell. As soon as the stream of male semen reached the uterus, Irene's tears splashed, she issued the strongest moan and her eyes rolled back. She had never felt so good before. Consciousness instantly flew away somewhere to the stars. It, like a tiny spark, seemed to expand to the size of stars and scattered all over the world. Orgasm covered her head. Meanwhile, Maxwell dropped Irene's legs with a trembling knee and grabbed the table exhaustedly. The girl under him still continued to come, while he remained inside her, continuously pouring out all the accumulated charge. Burying himself in Irene's mouth-watering chest, the Maxwell exhaled heavily. But Maxwell was still able to keep consciousness and continued to savor this feeling of indescribable euphoria. The whole body seemed to be saturated with pleasure, so good that you don't want to think. Just stay here forever, continue this wonderful merger. After a few minutes, Maxwell was finally able to pull himself together and pulled away from the hot body of the girl. He slowly pulled his still strong rod out of the wet hole and exhaled. "Wow. That's what I understand. It's time to consolidate our new relationship." Looking at the clothes and liquid scattered everywhere on the floor, Maxwell chuckled and grabbed Irene in his arms, and then settled down more comfortably against the wall and sat the girl on his knees. Such a cutie, removing her wet curls away from her sweaty face, Maxwell smiled cheerfully. Today Irene brought him really amazing pleasure. He really wanted to reward her not only once, he planned to completely pour out all his reserves into her. Maxwell, who had just had his fill of the girl's body and was lost in thoughts, noticed that someone was peeking through the hole. When he noticed this, he leaned over and saw a blank-eyed Lydia with her fingers in her mouth and saliva dripping down her chin. Remembering a hentai from his previous life, Maxwell smiled a little and decided to take the risk. He stuck his big, thick cock through that hole in the wall. Maxwell could clearly hear a small cry of surprise, but even after a minute nothing happened. When Maxwell was going to take his penis out of the hole, he felt a big tongue begin to surround his penis. Maxwell felt his cock being grabbed and sucked with a vengeance. But after a few seconds it was all over and Maxwell had to pull his cock out of the strained hole. He looked through the wall but no one was near the hole anymore. With his penis now standing erect and stiff, Maxwell felt cheated. He looked into the hole but couldn't see Lydia. The girl was already unconscious and he didn't want to abuse her in her unconsciousness. It wasn't exciting for him either, since one of the things he enjoys most besides pleasure is hearing the woman moan and cry his name out with each of his thrusts. His penis was still full of energy, so Maxwell left the girl's room naked, crossed a few meters down the long dark hallway, and arrived at the door to Lydia's room. He tried to open the door and to his surprise it was already unlocked. He opened it just a little and looked inside. The room was dark, with the candles now out. The only source of light was the soft moonlight coming through the window. From there he could see Lydia lying in her bed, alone. Maxwell cautiously entered the room. It only took him seconds to realize that John was not in the room and Lydia was in bed, apparently asleep. Maxwell knew she wasn't asleep as it hadn't even been a minute since she sucked his cock. He walked over to the bed and stood right next to her with his cock standing pointing at her face. Look. Maxwell leaned over and put his cock in Lydia's face. This is the cock that just fucked your daughter like a bitch in heat. Lydia reacted with a slight flinch but did not open her eyes. Holding her head with one hand, Maxwell pointed the head of his cock at Lydia's lips and began to play with them. And now he's going to fuck you. But even after passing his cock and balls over Lydia's face, she didn't react. Intrigued by this, Maxwell grabbed one of her tits and squeezed it hard, but Lydia didn't open her eyes, she just frowned. Why is she pretending to be asleep? He wondered. But no matter how much he thought about the matter, he couldn't come up with an answer. So you want to pretend to be asleep, huh? Maxwell smiled mischievously. He walked behind Lydia without fear of waking her up and positioned himself behind her. Aren't you going to wake up for nothing? He asked as he grabbed Lydia's panties and ripped them off. Clap. Maxwell slapped Lydia's big buttocks hard. Even if I do this? Maxwell smiled at the lack of an answer. He put his fingers in his mouth and lubricated them. Once he had done this, he moved Lydia's big buttocks apart and inserted his fingers. Lydia jumped slightly but let Maxwell continue. Look at you. Maxwell laughed. It seems like you don't want to cheat on your husband, but at the same time you don't stop me and let me stick my fingers in your ass. Maxwell grabbed one of Lydia's tits with one hand and with the other he pulled and stuck his fingers into Lydia's ass. Why don't you be honest for once and get that ass up for me? Maxwell leaned close to Lydia's ear. I'm going to break it so bad you'll forget you have a husband. His words seemed to have worked magic as Lydia still raised her ass in welcome with her eyes closed. I like that. Maxwell grabbed both of Lydia's buttocks, pointed the head of his cock at Lydia's anus, and thrust hard. Lydia could not maintain the act any longer and opened her eyes wide while letting out a long scream. Ha 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 yeah. Maxwell laughed as he thrust his big cock in and out of Lydia. Shit. He exclaimed as he slapped Lydia's big ass cheeks. Ha ha. Fuck yeah. What an amazing ass you have. Maxwell repeated the piston exercise while slapping Lydia's buttocks. Oh yeah. Maxwell pulled out his cock after ejaculating inside. Plus 100 sexual points, he turned Lydia over, placed both of her legs on his shoulders in a snail position and began to fuck her pussy. Lydia could only scream in pleasure as she gripped the sheets tightly. No no no. This is wrong. She whispered under her breath trying to convince herself that she wasn't enjoying it. That's right. This is wrong. You have your husband and I'm the one fucking your daughter. Maxwell replied. But it's exactly that feeling of being forbidden. That taboo, that makes it more exciting. Maxwell grabbed Lydia's tits and started sucking on them. Inverted exclamation mark on me. Maxwell grabbed Lydia's hair, opened his mouth and intertwined their tongues with hers. What are you saying? Maxwell put a hand to his ear. I can't hear you. Fuck me. Harder and faster. Destroy me with your big cock. Lydia said through gritted teeth. Your wish is my command, my lady. Maxwell said with a laugh. Clap 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 and maham. Scream and moan you fucking bitch. Lydia let out a loud moan that echoed not only in the room, but throughout the entire mansion. Plus 100 sexual points. Earlier, Maxwell noticed her enjoyment of orgasms, which is why for the next 2 hours later he brought the girl to the very edge and allowed her to properly taste the taste of his semen, which once again made her shudder in orgasm. Lydia's mouth was too sensitive, so Maxwell had no doubts about the rest of her hole. At the same time, he did not insist on kissing, allowing her to feel a kind of safety and control of the situation. Naturally, he did not penetrate into other places with his penis after the break and took control of the situation, only her mouth, a simple workout with an impressive result. As a result, she finished, drank sperm and got used to it. But, over the past 1.5, everything has changed. The Night of Destruction moved to a new stage, the most important and key in her training. He didn't let her finish, didn't let her even touch him, he brought her to the limit, and then he simply pulled the penis out of her cute mouth and hated her standing in the corner of the room. So, hungry, angry and disappointed, without another pleasure and a portion of sperm, she only had what to obey. Cruel, you can't argue, but it definitely worked. Maxwell, of course, understood that she herself would not ask to please her, but 3 hours passed. Lydia's trembling fingers were about to finish what they had begun with their wet hole, but he did not let her. Who knows, what face will she build this hour and how long will this proud noble last? He wanted to know the answer, as well as taste the results of his labors. Putting her on the taste of sperm and then making her spread her legs without problems should work out, in theory. The point is not that she will begin to beg for a penis in her pussy, but rather the thirst to come will make her desire to protect herself in thoughts, for this was only for a fun weekend a little, and she probably will not mind experiencing the coveted orgasm from her fingers, but from rough sex. Of course, even before that, she might not have resisted if Maxwell had pushed and inserted at the moment of her orgasm, but why not let her loosen up enough that it became even easier for her to spread her legs in front of someone else's cock? Why not make her womb flutter with lust? It is easier to enter by force, and then to get accustomed to sex, but, at times it is more pleasant to force the girl herself to weaken her protection and let him do it. He had been striving for such a thing for a whole week, and now the day came when he wanted to take another step on the path of subjugating her body and heart. In the room of headmistress, Maxwell, as usual, sat on a chair with his legs out to the sides. His trousers had long been pulled down, and anyone who entered the room would have realized what was happening without further ado. Sweet muffled groans were accompanied by obscene smacking. No one would have believed that right now, Lydia, the wife of the Griffin, took Maxwell's impressive penis to its full length, squelched and relished his taste with an obscene face. Just a few hours, she would never have shown such a depraved expression on her face, but now, even without the opportunity to play with her pussy, she sucked hard, swallowing down her throat, and, not that Maxwell forced her. I hate him. How I hate it. But. Eyes full of passionate desire looked steadily at the heated penis, pulsating, fragrant, juicy. He was covered in saliva, the result of her indecent actions. Lydia could no longer argue, but she didn't want to admit either. How can you admit that even one suction to a stranger can bring pleasure many times greater than any she experienced with her husband or any man in her whole life? To admit this means her fall as a woman. This dick, continuing to make vulgar sounds, Lydia's fingers were reaching for her oozing panties. From them literally the whole stream poured her female juices. She seemed to urinate under the table. All the black fabric became an unnecessary obstacle, which the depraved liquids overcame without problems. Lydia herself did not notice how she had worn a dark lace with a thin thread in the buttocks. Maxwell only told her to put them on, and for some reason she did it, pulling the oozing tip out of her mouth. Lydia, with a depraved gleam in her eyes, licked it with her sharp tongue, while the nectar from her pussy continued to drip without stopping. Everything seemed simple, but this feeling in the stomach made you go crazy. He didn't even let his fingers touch her nipples. Although she was on her knees and skillfully worked with her mouth, it all resembled rather ruthless control. Maxwell gazed at the noble lady predatory, stopping any of her attempts to touch him. You bastard. As if I wanted to fondle myself because of this club. Sharply spitting on the trembling head, Lydia pulled away, fascinatedly admiring the viscous strings of her saliva covering this club. She herself did not understand why she liked this view. How infuriated it was. Maxwell's imposing cock throbbed, covered in a ring of red lipstick at the base. It continued to glow hot. Grinning at this sight and Lydia's swollen face, unable to stop her tongue, the Thunder Knight stroked her head. You are so active, you put on your lips, put on such sexy underwear and swallow up to your throat. Are you trying to seduce me? Shut up. Lydia didn't scream, she just swallowed and averted her eyes in shame. Her body was just burning. On her beautiful face, excitement and shame mingled into something terrible. She was pissed off by his comments during the blowjob, especially the mention of her husband. Now you don't even put on your hands or pretend to sleep, but just throw sexy lingerie over this depraved body. Your nipples have become larger, and all your rebelliousness has turned into a desire to fuck. Is it easier to undress in front of another guy? Your punny husband should have seen you, now you look like a cock-hungry slut. Just like before, just without all that pride. Lydia did not answer, she approached the fat head and began to play with it. You moron, heaps. One mention of her betrayal and all this situation simply pierced the whole body with streams of electricity. Glhhh. Suddenly the girl herself took deeper and closed her teary eyes. Maxwell just chuckled at her activity, her talent is simply incredible. Her daughter was no match for her. After blowjobs from Lydia, he just got hooked on them. She seemed to be trying again and again to siphon off her anger and frustration over her depravity on this fat cock. Lydia, you are just a real oral whore, I admire you. Maxwell said, enjoying so much awesome suction. But suddenly he grimaced, feeling a painful cut below, and then a perky gaze of a lady, full of challenge and provocation. The Thunder Knight sharply showed anger on his face. Oh you. He abruptly grabbed her hair and pulled her up. Lydia screamed and stuck out her tongue, but her voice clearly did not contain fear or panic, but rather some kind of anticipation. In that hard, bitchy grin, for sure. Maxwell noticed this and bared his teeth hard, got closer to the girl's wet lips and whispered, a griffin sweat. How do you like that? Grabbing her by the hair, Maxwell threw the girl over his cock again and made her swallow even harder. From her displeased, resentful look, he only sneaked into laughter. I love it when you get so angry. Lydia looked directly into the eyes stretched out on his penis and actively sucked. Maxwell did not even help. She was angry and worked with her mouth on her own. John would be shocked by your bitch side. Apostrophe the Thunder Knight chuckled again, noticing how the girl's lips became more active, and she began to leak even more juices. Chapter 41, He possessed her. Lydia screamed and stuck out her tongue, but her voice clearly did not contain fear or panic, but rather some kind of anticipation. In that hard, bitchy grin, for sure. Maxwell noticed this and bared his teeth hard, got closer to the girl's wet lips and whispered, a griffin sweat. How do you like that? Grabbing her by the hair, Maxwell threw the girl over his cock again and made her swallow even harder. From her displeased, resentful look, he only sneaked into laughter. I love it when you get so angry. Lydia looked directly into the eyes stretched out on his penis and actively sucked. Maxwell did not even help. She was angry and worked with her mouth on her own. John would be shocked by your bitch side. Apostrophe the Thunder Knight chuckled again, noticing how the girl's lips became more active, and she began to leak even more juices. What a slut. Who would have thought? And suddenly, he asked, how about a kiss, to which he received an angry look and in response he snorted with a sneer, who wants to kiss a cum hole, grr. You. I'm not a hole for you. GHH. Maxwell gagged her filthy mouth again and grinned. When I call you a toilet, a whore or a pervert cheater, you become so sexy. I noticed your fetish for a long time. Do you like the feeling of betrayal? I suppose you even intentionally pretended that you like to be watched, or more likely it's just your greater fetish deeper than even being watched. Lydia's face changed dramatically, to which Maxwell burst out laughing. Bastard, she continued to swear, working more actively, I do not like it. Don't like it, how I adore this bitch face. When you work with your mouth and look upward with the same rebellious look. I just want to look at your animal side, that part of you that will do anything for the sake of a member. I can't wait for you to become completely mine. In this you will be perfect? You'll break off. Lydia suddenly felt a quick orgasm and quickly got rid of unnecessary thoughts, pushing her head to her sensitive throat. At that moment, she began to spit on everything. Her labors have finally paid off. Who would have thought that she had a weak point there? Maxwell suddenly narrowed his eyes as he noticed the girl's fingers trembling but not moving. He studied her so well that he quickly understood everything. Lydia's lecherous reaction, rough throat-sucking and, as expected, words about treason, her weakness. But if she finishes, it will be inappropriate. Abruptly, Maxwell grabbed the woman's hair and stopped her. Under Lydia's bewildered gaze, he pulled his stunning mouth away from his penis and spat a good spit on her tongue. She swallowed reflexively. He did it again. Another angry expression on the noble lady's face changed after the following words, I'll let you come. But, she did not expect this. All these hours he seemed to mock and torture her body. He did not give her an orgasm, and then suddenly decided to allow it? He's definitely up to something, suspicion flashed in Lydia's eyes, but at the same time she felt anticipation. The girl swallowed, still savoring this obscene taste in her mouth. No matter how she tried to hide it, she herself was already admitting her worst side. He taught her to be a woman, and for several hours he had not allowed her accumulated lust to be released. This is too cruel. It would be a lie not to admit that Lydia did not try to release this desire on her own. She did it, tried from time to time, but, for some reason, everything was completely different from how hard she finished with him, in front of this man. It was this feeling that made her so angry, so hate this nasty cock and Maxwell's grin. He seemed to know everything and used it. Lydia slowly realized the danger of the situation, but now, kneeling in front of him, she just looked up in anticipation of his words. Admiring Lydia's submissive reaction, Maxwell reached out and touched her wet lips. The girl's cilia twitched and her brows frowned, but she was silent, pursing her lips and angrily glaring at him. How scary. He chuckled, oh you. Who needs this stinking club? No normal woman wants him in herself, yes, yes. While you are here building a virgin, how many women, in your opinion, have been on this club? Maxwell scoffed at Lydia's surprised face. Looks like she thought about it for the first time. What? Don't pretend. You're special to me, but I'm too greedy. If you want me to be with you, get on the table. I give you a week and nothing more. Resist without this cock and I won't ever touch you again. And don't pretend to be a fool, you know that I can take you right now. You won't even resist, am I right? Bastard. How I want you to die. Lydia growled, I swear I won't be seeing you again. Damn you. Okay, we're done. Maxwell went cold again and Lydia immediately shuddered, lowering her eyes. She felt this unpleasant feeling again. You are so cruel. She clenched her fists, and then whispered, I agree, She could not help herself as he drove her away with a cold look filled with indifference. This is just the worst. About? Truth. When his voice became so warm again, Lydia grimaced, feeling this annoying shiver. Apostrophe shut up already. Getting out from under the legs, Lydia immediately appeared in front of Maxwell in her sexy underwear. His hands involuntarily touched her stunning thighs. She shuddered and threw a reproachful glance in his direction. Don't paw so unexpectedly. You're so sensitive. I still can't believe that cuck couldn't make you come. Lydia blushed deeply and clenched her fists. What would you? I finished. Yes, yes. Compose your fairy tales as much as you want. 5 hours ago you gave yourself away. Shut up. Suddenly Maxwell grabbed her in his arms and carried her somewhere. Don't grab me like that. Her cheeks were burning, and everything in her chest was trembling. She bit her tongue and hit him weakly in the chest with her fist. Let go. I myself can. Your words lack confidence. Maxwell chuckled and finally sat Lydia down on the bed, and then began kissing her neck affectionately, quickly descending to her sensual chest. Unlike her daughter's adorable boobs, Lydia's nipples slipped out to play at the moment of arousal. Her body was too honest and sensitive, her holes were narrow, and her mouth was simply mesmerizing, so soft and pleasant at the same time. He really wanted to take her kiss, but she always dodged. You will become mine. Looking at her with such a greedy look, his thoughts seemed to come straight to her heart, which made her more and more reddened and angry. Lydia was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, and now, her bra flew to the side, and then wet panties slipped down her slender legs. She again appeared before him completely naked, bringing her hips and trying to forbid him to look at her wet pussy. As always, so proud and fearful, innocent and lonely. Her body so wanted affection, that was her weakness. A woman needs to be loved and taken care of. Maxwell was going to give her this in full, albeit in his perverted manner. Slowly, the Hokage parted Lydia's trembling legs, which did not try to resist at all. He acted tenderly at first, kissing passionately and gradually, starting with her lovely fingers, going down further and further to the inner thigh. Her body attracted him very much, so tasty and clean, even this smell embodied a proud female beauty. Ah, Lydia moaned sensually. She had long ceased to hold back in front of him, because she knew he would still make her open her lips and emit vulgar moans. In fact, after so many hours of abstinence, she could no longer refuse him. As he said, it was only necessary to push. Why is he so? These kisses and caresses made her shiver, but the realization that all this was just for the sake of his ego made him sad. Then why? So gentle. It didn't seem to make sense. If he wanted to take her, why he hesitated, why he constantly showed his good side. You've changed. Maxwell whispered, kissing the cute intimate flat tummy. Lydia shortened her hair a little, leaving a small strip. It looked too playful and sexy. As soon as she heard his words and understood their true meaning, she suddenly felt uneasy. This. I just decided to change my image. Yeah. This is a place, sort of, just for me. Kissing her a little lower, he whispered, maybe you decided to return to sex with your husband? Don't make me jealous. Don't say that. I'm still his wife. So you are planning to return to your old life, having sex with that guy again? Something clenched in Lydia's chest. She denied, none of your business. Until you tell me, I won't let you come. Why you? The furious look quickly changed to shame. She lowered her head and whispered, he didn't. He couldn't. Maxwell stretched out his fingers and squeezed the sensitive nipples of Lydia, who had long since emerged from his hiding place. So, are you planning to sleep with another man in the future just to see if you can replicate this level of pleasure, Bebet? She panicked. He's my husband and I'm doing this with you and I'm his wife. It's not fair. Maxwell continued to squeeze Lydia's papilla in displeasure, and then reached out and slowly lifted her head to meet her quivering eyes. He looked so piercingly, all his tenderness seemed to be replaced by disappointment. Now she did not know what to say. She didn't think he would get so angry about her future attempts to try this. Now, the same tears came to her eyes. She did not know why this man in front of her caused her such a persistent desire to be with him, when even her husband seemed more and more unpleasant to her. Realizing this, 2 tears slipped down my cheeks. She could not contain this feeling. I'm sorry, John, but In fact, she had known for a long time that her feelings for John had become very weakened and changed, even before this unfortunate situation with the Night of Destruction, but after her relationship with Maxwell, she realized something else. I am a vile. She still didn't want to admit. She fought to the very end. To admit the truth about how she likes cheating means her complete downfall. Then what is all this for? And it was at that moment, with 2 fingers, that Maxwell pulled an elastic band on his penis without any problems and led him to the woman's wet hole. One move and everything will change. If his fingers and tongue were so cool. What if he? It's time for you to understand who is more important to you. Maxwell growled and moved abruptly. The next moment changed everything. Tears and juices gushed out in an uncontrollable stream. A wild moan escaped her lips and Lydia's eyes just rolled back. She clenched her fists in front of her chest and stretched out her lips in the most obscene way. She literally burst into her without warning. The member of not her husband just stuck into her defenseless pussy, and moreover, he did the most depraved thing that he could. He touched her uterus. She felt his heat and desire to possess her. Never before an unprecedented sensation burned the bosom. Even sex before was far from this. With this one movement, he seemed to have marked it and appropriated it for himself. Oh, she could not restrain her feelings. She had never felt so pleasant. She finished in one moment and the orgasm did not end. What is this dick like this? Is this sex? She just couldn't believe it. John could never get to places like this. Never was like this. Perfect? Maxwell literally filled everything in the most necessary places and just touching them without moving already made her tremble, as if, all her life, this was what she lacked. What an amazing pussy. Maxwell swallowed himself, amazed at how tightly she squeezed him, like she was a virgin. Even her daughter, when he took her for the first time, didn't squeeze that hard. He expected anything from the sensitive Lydia, but that was such a vice. You really decided to kill me with a latch? The man asked reproachfully, looking at the face of the woman that spread out in a lascivious smile. Lydia even drooling down her lips, she felt so good. It looks like the training to contain orgasms has surpassed all reasonable limits. She heard every word, pulled herself together, involuntarily licking her lips. Shut up. Yeah. Well, yes. And why you're too big. See come already. It hurts. Maxwell raised an eyebrow in surprise. If it hurts, I'll just pull it out and that's it. Already when he began to slowly draw out his wand, Lydia abruptly grabbed him by the chest of his shirt and hissed, "Toy. If you pull it out, why then I can't." What are you muttering there? Lydia, do not disgrace yourself. When you talk to me, look in the eyes and do not mutter under your breath. Why you? Clenching her teeth, the woman raised her wet, embarrassed face again. Anger mixed with pleasure and uncertainty was red on it, but she still said, "Don't take it out yet and don't." I finished. I haven't finished, understand? Happy now? I've never fucked such a cock. I am so pleased that I cannot think. Keep fucking and don't say anything. Wow. After grinning and wiping her saliva off his face, Maxwell nodded contentedly. I understand you little whore. But, since you want me to take you, then, of course, you will have to ask me properly. Do you understand? Lydia shuddered at these dangerous words. Again he touched upon this topic, causing an involuntary shiver in her body. Maxwell had already seen right through her, saw her special fetish, making her pussy shrink and get wet even more, and her heart beat even faster. Deep down, she enjoyed cheating as much as she couldn't bear it. For a whole week, I will get rid of this scoundrel. Continuing to look into his insolent eyes, Lydia bit her lips. I hate this face, I hate it and, nevertheless, the eyes dropped lower to his thick penis, the smell of which was still swirling in her mouth. She was already saturated with it. Maxwell, I want your tasty, thick and fragrant penis in my wet married pussy. I want to come from him. Wildly blushing with shame, she only became more depraved. Please, let me feel like a woman even more. Something seemed to have broken in her chest, but a flame that had never been seen before was lit in the womb. God, what am I doing, good mouth? Maxwell chuckled, flashing his snow-white fangs, and then sharply leaned forward, again making his way to the very womb. How deep? Yeah, Maxwell burst into her with even more pressure and Lydia couldn't hold back at all. Hi. With a startlingly sexy moan, Lydia simply leaned back on the bed and grabbed the edges of the bed with her hands, extending her elbows, thus revealing such an enchanting chest. Maxwell simply could not resist. He threw her slender legs on his shoulders and quickly approached these sexy nipples. Meanwhile, continuing to hammer his fat cock hard into the woman's squelching pussy. He possessed her. Finally he fucked this proud bitch and she loved it. Oh ho. Maxwell couldn't hold back anymore. Squeezing juicy tits with all his might, he nibbled on her sensual nipples, while driving his fat cock from above. Lydia's love juices splashed in all directions, her slender legs continued to tremble endlessly on his shoulders. Never before had she been possessed in such a shameful position. She was being used as a woman for the first time and loved it as hell. Lydia wanted to feel at least something on her lips so badly that she involuntarily began to think about the forbidden kiss. In a fit of passion, she could not resist. Chapter 42, Mother and Daughter. How deep? Yeah, Maxwell burst into her with even more pressure and Lydia couldn't hold back at all. Hi. With a startlingly sexy moan, Lydia simply leaned back on the bed and grabbed the edges of the bed with her hands, extending her elbows, thus revealing such an enchanting chest. Maxwell simply could not resist. He threw her slender legs on his shoulders and quickly approached these sexy nipples. Meanwhile, continuing to hammer his fat cock hard into the woman's squelching pussy. He possessed her. Finally he fucked this proud bitch and she loved it. Ah. Oh ho. Maxwell couldn't hold back anymore. Squeezing juicy tits with all his might, he nibbled on her sensual nipples, while driving his fat cock from above. Lydia's love juices splashed in all directions, her slender legs continued to tremble endlessly on his shoulders. Never before had she been possessed in such a shameful position. She was being used as a woman for the first time and loved it as hell. Lydia wanted to feel at least something on her lips so badly that she involuntarily began to think about the forbidden kiss. In a fit of passion, she could not resist. The thought made her heart shudder. But, the last pieces of her mind and the look directed to her squelching pussy, splashing juices, made her bite her lips and hold back. She could not. After all, if he kissed her, she no longer knew what she could keep intact. I cannot. I want. Now her lips were so sensitive. Many of the girls would never have attached such importance to kisses, but with such lips and tongue, even they would look at it completely differently. Tearing himself away from nibbling on his nipples, Maxwell licked his lips and made his way to the sparkling droplets on Lydia's neck, savoring the delicious feminine scent. The girl continued to moan passionately under him, in confusion trying to fight the urge to kiss him. It seemed that Max did not notice this. His lips wandered wherever possible, but not where she wanted. Right now, deep down, she might have wanted him to do it, but... He lifted her hand and moved closer to her fingers. Lydia's cute blue marigolds charmed. They already turned white from how strongly Lydia held on to the edge of the bed. The Thunder Knight walked a kiss and over them, biting her little finger, continuing to listen to the enchanting moans. Ah. Ooh. Ah, she just succumbed to feelings and leaned back screaming. Maxwell could not even calculate how many times during these pathetic minutes Lydia's pussy contracted and finished. Her amazing reaction was amazing. Yet, although he wanted to take her kiss, but he only kissed her on the cheek and then made his way behind the ear. I want you to fall in love with me, he whispered, nibbling on this cute treasure, making Lydia's heart flutter once again. Don't say that. Such words were just crazy. Falling in love with another while having sex, how indecent it is. He was at the same time tender with his lips and tongue, and excessively rude with his ruthless cock. He just hammered into the very uterus, constantly kissing it with his tip. As if trying to break through even further and make her completely his own, he did not slow down the pace, and she only squelched and succumbed in response. At that moment, Maxwell felt incredibly good. This tormenting feeling made Lydia's quivering womb again and again shed tears of happiness and unbearable anger. Just like the mistress, even her uterus behaved too proudly. More Maxwello. I'm again. Kkumaya again. The woman succumbed to orgasm once again, unable to count their number. In this life, she has not finished so often and so intensely. One by one, they covered her head over. Juice gushed out of the hungry hole, pouring over the already wet table. The squelching spanks only intensified. They continued to merge in this depraved sex again and again, until the time when Maxwell got close to her lips and only barely touched her, grinned, "You will be mine, huh?" It seemed that fear and desire seized Lydia's heart, but he did not kiss her. Leaning forward sharply, Maxwell closed his eyes and threw back his head. At the same moment, the woman felt something burning in the lower abdomen and trembled. It is not clear why, but her uterus sank. I like a bomb. All the rising heat exploded, touching the most sensitive places, making our way to the hungry and quivering womb. The legs shuddered and stretched upward. Lydia just screamed, "Ee." She has never experienced such an orgasm in her life. Her bosom seemed to begin to melt. From such a heat it became scary. I'm dying. The pupils trembled like mad, and her eyebrows came together. She madly finished again and again. Maxwell poured out, but her bosom stung unpleasantly, continuing to shrink in this disgruntled non-use. It was as if she was deceived and taken away the most important thing. Only Lydia finished. Euphoria simply overshadowed all feelings. She seemed to soar to heaven. In his strong hands and with a dick in her pussy, with a smell on her lips, she just gave herself up to pleasure. Too narrow. Maxwell closed his eyes, the corners of his lips twitching slowly with pleasure. His cock almost melted in this amazing pussy. But, once again, it was worth admitting, it is incredibly narrow. He slowly pulled his still shaking cock out of the wet hole, and then whistled. She was contracting so hard that she did not even release him from her greedy grip. Maxwell grinned and admired the charming hole, continuously oozing nectar and cum. Lydia was still shaking. The first time her head was covered so hard, Maxwell just surpassed himself. The orgasm did not go away, from which Maxwell even envied such fun, and then decided to distract himself and drink sake by the window. Well, there is nothing left, I am already close. But as for my dear lady, over the past week, only she showed good results, now even more so. Over the past night, plus 100 sexual points, 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 plus 50 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 sexual points. New achievement, Virgin, take a woman's virginity, plus 1,500 sexual points. New achievement, Age, having intercourse with a woman 4 years older than the host, plus 11,000 sexual points. New achievement, Mother and daughter, having intercourse with both mother and daughter, plus 5,000 sexual points. New achievement, Age, having intercourse with a woman 30 years older than the host, plus 4,000 sexual points. As a result, Maxwell amassed an impressive total of 25,207 sexual points in a single night, the majority stemming from rare achievements, some of which could never be replicated. For instance, the Age achievement, once unlocked, there would be no additional rewards for being with women 4 or even 30 years his senior. Those milestones were one-time opportunities, forever etched into his growing list of conquests. From the coveted reward for 25,000 he was restrained by some pitiful few dozen in stats. Maxwell took a shower after doing 2 more rounds with Lydia. Fortunately each room had its own bathroom. Once in the tub, Maxwell noticed the bruises that had not yet healed, but other than that, he saw nothing else. He took out the prescription that Dr. Lucia had given him and threw them away. She said that if he took them, he would heal in a few days, but she was not aware of Maxwell's abnormal vitality. Even without the help of herbs, Maxwell felt that he would be completely healed by tomorrow. Once he did this, Maxwell came out of the bathroom naked and marveled at Lydia's sensual and statuesque naked body. He ran his hands over her buttocks, ass and tits, then caressed her hair with a smile. "You are mine now and I will not share you with anyone," he whispered. Being careful not to wake her, Maxwell left his room and entered the girl's bedroom. He noticed that she was still on the floor, passed out, and he picked her up like a princess, gently placing her on her bed. Just like with her mother, he ran his hand all over her body and even kissed her in some places. Then he climbed into bed and slept next to her, with one of his hands on her pussy and his mouth on one of her tits. "See you in a few hours." The sunlight came through the bedroom window, slowly waking the girl up. When she opened her eyes she looked at the ceiling for a few seconds and then managed to feel a hand on her private parts and Maxwell's calm breathing on her chest. The girl jumped in fright and curled up. What's wrong?" Maxwell asked, half awake, running his hands over his eyes. "Why, you're that thing last night was true." The girl stammered in panic. "It was." Maxwell rolled over in the big bed and smiled with his hands on his head. "And it was amazing." "Oh no." The girl panicked, grabbed Maxwell's clothes and threw them at him. "You have to go, my parents can't see you." Maxwell took his clothes and dressed, but he did so with the greatest patience in the world. "You don't have to worry about that. I already talked to your mother, told her that I'm a friend of yours who came to spend the night." Maxwell ran his gaze over the body of the girl who was trying to cover herself. "Now that I think about it, I don't know what your name is." The girl was silent for a minute, thinking about the strangeness of the situation. Maxwell still didn't know her name, but ironically they had already reached the most intimate form of intimacy. "Irene." The girl whispered. "My name is Irene Griffin." "Good, name is Maxwell." Maxwell nodded. "Which time do they have breakfast here?" "So you two are friends?" Lydia asked as the servants placed the plates on the large dining table. "That's right." Maxwell nodded with a big smile. His hand went under the tablecloth and caressed Irene's leg. "Very great friends." Irene frowned in annoyance and tried to remove his hand from her leg. But Maxwell was much stronger than her and she couldn't make sudden movements or her mother and the servants would find out. Once the servants finished setting the table and everything was ready, Lydia waved her hand in farewell and the servants left the room, including the butler, leaving the 3 of them alone. "And what is your name, boy?" Lydia asked. She seemed to want to pretend that nothing had happened yesterday. "My name is Maxwell Magner and I am a knight." "Really? A gentleman?" Lydia laughed in amusement. "Seriously?" Maxwell nodded seriously. "They say I'm the youngest knight the Empire has ever had. If you don't believe me, you can ask about me at the Order." Lydia put down her cutlery and looked intently at Maxwell. "What house do you belong to?" None. Maxwell shook his head. For now I serve the Blackwater. Lydia looked at him intensely for a few seconds, making the atmosphere very tense and uncomfortable. Good, she said at last and continued with her meal. Lydia and Irene continued eating normally, but Maxwell looked at Lydia with a smile and opened his mouth. By the way, my lady. Maxwell set down his cutlery. I'll be coming over to sleep at your place from time to time. After all. Maxwell slipped his hand inside Irene's dress and touched her slit above her panties. We've become very close. Irene let out a small moan, her face flushed. What are you doing? She whispered in panic. My mother is in front. Lydia saw the whole spectacle but ignored them. Really? She raised an eyebrow. How close are you? She asked with a mischievous smile. Maxwell smiled back. We're so close that I've passed my tongue over every place your daughter has to offer. I've taken her vaginal and anal virginity, my big cock has destroyed her ass and vagina. He said as he uncovered his hand that was caressing her slit, and with the other he took out one of her breasts and began to caress it. That's how close we are. No. Irene panicked and tears began to form in her eyes. That's great. Lydia replied with a smile upon seeing them, completely unfazed by the scene before her. What? The one most affected by her reaction was Irene herself, who could not understand how her mother could react like that when she saw what they were doing and what Maxwell said. I thought she would always be watching us from that hole, Lydia replied calmly. You knew that? Of course, you weren't the most secretive or were silent. Lydia smiled. I started to worry about you and your tastes. I thought that after seeing us so much you would want to do it with your father. Of course not. Irene shouted, very indignant. That's why I'm glad, Lydia replied. Chapter 43, Threesome with Mother and Daughter. Maxwell smiled back. We're so close that I've passed my tongue over every place your daughter has to offer. I've taken her vaginal and anal virginity, my big cock has destroyed her ass and vagina. He said as he uncovered his hand that was caressing her slit, and with the other he took out one of her breasts and began to caress it. That's how close we are. No. Irene panicked and tears began to form in her eyes. That's great. Lydia replied with a smile upon seeing them, completely unfazed by the scene before her. What? The one most affected by her reaction was Irene herself, who could not understand how her mother could react like that when she saw what they were doing and what Maxwell said. I thought she would always be watching us from that hole, Lydia replied calmly. You knew that? Of course, you weren't the most secretive or were silent. Lydia smiled. I started to worry about you and your tastes. I thought that after seeing us so much you would want to do it with your father. Of course not. Irene shouted, very indignant. That's why I'm glad, Lydia replied. Maxwell, for his part, lifted Irene from her seat and placed her on his lap. In full view of Lydia, he pulled up Irene's dress, spread her legs and placed them on the table, slowly beginning to run his fingers along her slit, while caressing her tits. Not here, Maxwell, my mom is watching us. Irene blushed, embarrassed. I know, Maxwell whispered in his ear. But she was watching us from that hole yesterday too. Why don't we give her a better view? Irene was very surprised and looked at her mother in shock. Look. Lady Lydia. This is your daughter's pussy. He said as he ran his fingers through Irene's wet panties that were releasing more and more lascivious juices. Her legs and buttocks became wet with her juices, the thin fabric of her panties could not completely hide the dark hairs. And this? Maxwell unbuttoned his pants and pulled out his cock. This is my big cock entering your daughter's horny pussy. Maxwell pushed Irene's panties aside, aimed his head between her lips and thrust hard. Irene screamed as she tried to cover her mouth with her hands. Lydia bit her lips trying to contain herself. Her vagina kept secreting juices as she watched her daughter being fucked just inches away from her. She could literally lean over a little and could place her face between her daughter's legs and lick the cock that entered and exited her shrine. After a few minutes Irene stopped resisting and of her own free will went up and down like a cowgirl on Maxwell's cock. Even more so when she saw her mother masturbating while watching them. Place and me. Maxwell and Irene came at the same time, creating a cream pea in Irene's pussy. How's it going, mother-in-law? Wasn't that a good show? Maxwell said with a smile on his face and one of Irene's tits in his mouth. Irene collapsed tiredly into Maxwell's arms, panting. Surprisingly for Irene and Lydia, Maxwell was not yet satisfied. He threw the food on the table on the floor, placed Irene face down on the table, and lifted her white and pink ass. Grabbing her hips, Maxwell began to thrust. With each slam of his hips against Irene's buttocks, the table moved. Plates and silverware clanged with each thrust of Maxwell, along with Irene's moans. Inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted exclamation mark. Oh. But Lydia was unfazed by this. What really shocked her was that Maxwell was staring at her. As he thrust his big, thick cock in and out of her daughter, Maxwell stared at her. Maxwell began to feel like he was reaching his climax and sped up his movement. Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, NMMN. Inverted exclamation mark 6. Along with Irene's screams, and when the time came to come, Maxwell pulled his cock out of Irene's vagina, held it with one hand, aimed and came on Lydia's surprised face. Slowly, Lydia began to gasp as she felt the warm liquid running down her face. She unconsciously stuck out her tongue and swallowed some. Maxwell left Irene, who was limp on the table, and arrived in front of Lydia with his penis still standing. Feeling Lydia's long, passionate breaths on his penis, Maxwell smiled. "Mother-in-law, I have to go now. Would you give me a hug goodbye?" "Ah. Huh? Why yeah." Lydia looked distracted, panicked, and even a little disappointed. After getting up, Maxwell immediately gave her a big hug and suddenly grabbed both of her buttocks. "You're disappointed that I'm leaving." Maxwell lifted her dress, exposing her ass, where he slapped it, leaving a small red mark. "Or is it because I didn't do the same thing to you as I did to your daughter?" Lydia gritted her teeth, blushing, without answering. Maxwell put 2 fingers in his mouth. He lubed them up, pulled down Lydia's panties, and stuck his fingers in her ass. A long moan escaped her lips. The moan alerted Irene, who raised her head to observe her mother's big ass being groped by one of Maxwell's hands, while the other was used to insert 2 of his fingers into her mother's anus. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Lifting her head a little higher, Irene watched as Maxwell peeked over his mother's shoulder, smiled and winked mischievously. "Your daughter is watching us," Maxwell whispered into Lydia's ear. Her face changed completely and she struggled out of Maxwell's embrace. Being Lydia an adult and also noble, he did not want to risk it and added 5 stats to the strength, keeping it firmly in place. "You must see her expression of disbelief," Maxwell said as he pushed his fingers in and out of Lydia's ass. "She must be wondering why Maxwell is groping my mother's ass. Please let me go," Lydia whispered in the middle of her struggle. "Why?" Maxwell asked as he stopped groping her buttocks and moved his hand towards her vagina. "Your pussy is so wet. It's impossible for you to deny how excited you are. It turns you on knowing that your daughter sees me sticking my fingers in your ass. You're a fucking whore who gets turned on by being watched and cheating on her husband. Stop pretending for once. Let your daughter watch you being defiled by me." Slowly Lydia's struggles became smaller until she stopped struggling. "I like it that way." Maxwell gently spanked Lydia. She released his embrace and ran after him. Once there, Maxwell bent down to be level with Irene and Lydia's ass. "Look, Irene." Maxwell slapped one of Lydia's buttocks. "This is your mother's ass." Irene looked at Maxwell in disbelief. "How?" But Maxwell ignored her and continued. "Spread your legs wider and lower your upper body," he ordered. "Slap." Lydia ignored him at first, but after being slapped, she obediently followed the instructions and bent over while spreading her legs. Maxwell spread both of Lydia's buttocks with both hands and showed her to Irene. "Look. This is your mother's wet vagina." He then licked it. And while Lydia was writhing on her weak legs, Maxwell was moving his tongue in every possible way. After 2 minutes and Maxwell putting his fingers back in her ass while sucking her vagina, Lydia ejaculated. With his chin dripping with vaginal fluids, Maxwell looked at Irene. He took her by the hair and slowly approached her to finally plant a kiss on her lips. Their tongues intertwined with passion and eroticism. The fluids and liquids in Maxwell's mouth passed to Irene's mouth, who observed him with a lost look. "Swallow it," Maxwell ordered, to which Irene nodded and swallowed without thinking twice. "That's the taste of your mother. Now watch carefully as I'm going to eat her in front of you." Maxwell moved Lydia so that she was on her side to Irene. From this position she could see them both clearly. Irene watched with wide eyes as Maxwell's cock suddenly began to vibrate. Spreading her mother's ass cheeks, Maxwell pushed his cock in fully. Lydia's eyes popped out of her head as she let out a long, loud scream that was even heard by the servants. "My lady. Are you fine?" the butler asked from behind the dining room door. "Hi, I'm okay." Irene felt great watching her mother trying to hold back a moan as she responded to the butler. With each of Maxwell's thrusts, her mother writhed and showed an expression of immense pleasure with her tongue hanging out. The sight was so exciting that she started masturbating herself while watching them. Lydia didn't understand what was happening, she only knew that with each jolt of Maxwell a current of electricity ran through her body and filled her with pleasure. In addition, his penis seemed to vibrate, shaking her insides. Inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted exclamation mark. Sit. Maxwell became so excited that with his new strength he ripped off Lydia's dress completely, leaving her completely naked. The sight of those two big tits bouncing with each of his thrusts was one of the most exciting things Maxwell had ever seen. With renewed vigor he began to push harder, creating loud clapping sounds. Clap clap clap. More. Give me more. Lydia seemed to have lost every bit of control she had left and began to scream with an expression of ecstasy, driven mad with pleasure. Ha 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 yeah. Maxwell spanked Lydia, excited. What would your husband say when he saw you jumping so excitedly on my cock? I'd pay to see his expression. Contrary to Maxwell's expectations, Lydia actually got more excited upon hearing this, turning around and looking at him with a smile. Who cares about that idiot? Lydia stood up and grabbed Maxwell's hair with her teeth clenched. Fuck me with your big electrifying cock. Fuck me while my daughter sees what a slut her mother is. Fuck yes. Maxwell lifted one of Lydia's legs and began to thrust hard. Yee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ees. Lydia screamed as she came, but Maxwell kept pushing and pushing until he too reached his climax and ejaculated inside Lydia. With a satisfied smile, Maxwell pulled his cock out of Lydia's pussy and placed it in front of Irene. His big, thick penis was covered in vaginal fluids. Maxwell didn't have to say anything, as Irene herself ran her tongue over it as if it were a lollipop. Seconds later Lydia also knelt in front of his cock and began to suck it along with her daughter. That's it. Yes. Maxwell patted their heads and congratulated them with a smile. What good girls you are. This is definitely the best breakfast I have ever had in my entire life. Maxwell sat down on a chair to enjoy the blowjob from the mother-daughter pair more comfortably. While Irene sucked his balls, Lydia took his penis and put it completely in her mouth. Lydia choked on the penis and had no choice but to take it out of her mouth with tears in her eyes. Ha ha ha, slow down sweetheart. Maxwell stroked her head with a smile. Lydia raised her head, looked at him provocatively and ran her tongue over his glands after peeling his foreskin well. Maxwell's precum stayed on her tongue, which she swallowed with a mischievous smile. Maxwell felt a sudden itch and fought the urge to throw Lydia against the table and fuck her madly. Unfortunately, he had already wasted too much time and had to leave. After letting both women clean his penis with their tongues, Maxwell pulled up his pants, straightened his clothes, and left. Thanks for everything girls. Maxwell grabbed one of their tits and put them in his mouth to give them a hard hickey that left them red. This is definitely the best breakfast I've ever had in my life, he said while grabbing their ass cheeks with a smile. As Maxwell was approaching the dining room door, Lydia stopped him. Why you are coming back? She asked, unsure and a little embarrassed. Maxwell had never wanted to be in a serious relationship with anyone, so he couldn't promise to always come. As long as you can please me, I'll come. Maxwell caressed her face, which was a little sticky from his sperm. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't get bored of you guys that easily. Maxwell spanked her, leaving a mark of his palm on her round ass cheek. With that said, Maxwell opened the door and left the dining room. A few meters down the hall, Maxwell met the house's butler. Hello. Maxwell greeted him very happily and animatedly. Hello, young sir. The butler bowed to Maxwell very respectfully. Do you have a cigarette? Maxwell asked. I'm afraid not, young sir. That's a shame. Maxwell took a piece of paper he had since he snuck into the mansion last night. He rolled it into the shape of a cigarette and used his magic to light the tip. With an expression of smugness and pride, Maxwell placed the paper in his mouth, stuck out his chest and crossed his arms arrogantly. Today Maxwell had realized one of the fantasies that every sane man would have. A threesome. Best of all, he even fulfilled another fantasy in the process. Having a threesome with a mother and daughter pair. Both beauties. Chapter 44, Visiting the Library. As long as you can please me, I'll come. Maxwell caressed her face, which was a little sticky from his sperm. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't get bored of you guys that easily. Maxwell spanked her, leaving a mark of his palm on her round ass cheek. With that said, Maxwell opened the door and left the dining room. A few meters down the hall, Maxwell met the house's butler. Hello. Maxwell greeted him very happily and animatedly. Hello, young sir. The butler bowed to Maxwell very respectfully. Do you have a cigarette? Maxwell asked. I'm afraid not, young sir. That's a shame. Maxwell took a piece of paper he had since he snuck into the mansion last night. He rolled it into the shape of a cigarette and used his magic to light the tip. With an expression of smugness and pride, Maxwell placed the paper in his mouth, stuck out his chest and crossed his arms arrogantly. Today Maxwell had realized one of the fantasies that every sane man would have. A threesome. Best of all, he even fulfilled another fantasy in the process. Having a threesome with a mother and daughter pair. Both beauties. That was one of the biggest fantasies of many men. That and of course stopping time to fuck all the girls around him. I wish there was such magic. plus 500 sex points. New achievement, threesome, having a threesome with 2 women, plus 1,500 sex points. Rare achievement, mother-daughter threesome, having a threesome with mother and daughter, plus 50,000 sex points. Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark. Wow. Maxwell was very surprised to see such a large number of sexual points. Rare achievement? So many sex points. Should I speed up my plans for Adelaida and Sylvia? Lost in his thoughts and in a good mood, Maxwell left the mansion with a smile on his face and an improvised cigarette. Once he left the mansion, he threw the paper cigarette on the ground. He never liked smoking, but he wanted to feel like the main characters in the gangster movies who smoked after sex. He also thought it made him look cooler, but he definitely couldn't stand the smoke in his lungs. With a positive attitude and now completely healed, Maxwell headed to Blackwater Mansion. Upon entering the mansion, Maxwell found it empty. He remembered that it was time to leave for the night order, so only Sylvia and the servants could be in the mansion. Calling for the servants to prepare a bath for him, Maxwell stepped into the large tub without much thought. His skin had already become a little sticky with the various fluids still on him. Every time he remembered Irene and Lydia sucking his cock, he couldn't help but rise with vigor. He. Maxwell scrubbed his body with a goofy grin plastered on his face. He slowly began to whistle a song in the middle of his bath. Knock knock. Maxwell? Yes. Maxwell replied. Sylvia entered the room, looked everywhere for Maxwell, but did not find him. Where are you? He asked. Here. A voice came from the bathroom. The bathroom door was wide open, allowing Sylvia to look inside where Maxwell was showering. Sylvia wasn't shy and she wouldn't feel anything about watching a boy bathe. So she leaned against the bathroom frame with a smile. Aren't you embarrassed that I see you naked? He asked. Not really. Maxwell continued scrubbing his skin without looking at Sylvia. Sylvia was disappointed that she couldn't see a look of shyness on his face, but she continued with what came first. I was informed that you left the infirmary yesterday, but you did not come to sleep here. Sylvia placed both hands on her hips. May I know where you were? Her question brought a smile to Maxwell's face for some reason. You could say I spent the night with some friends. Some friends? Yes. He replied simply. Sylvia's heart skipped a beat. And what did you do with these friends? Sylvia asked, a little authoritatively. Maxwell's eyebrows immediately furrowed at Sylvia's tone. He turned his head to look at her in annoyance. That's not something I want to share with you. Tell me. Sylvia demanded. You are my knight and you have to follow all my orders. Maxwell gritted his teeth in annoyance. He jumped up from the tub and crossed his arms arrogantly, exposing his large cock. Let's just say my little friend here had a lot of fun last night. Maxwell made a recognizable thrusting motion with a lecherous expression. Is there a problem with that? Sylvia didn't answer his question. She stood mesmerized watching Maxwell's big fat cock swinging in the open air. Besides, Maxwell lunged at Sylvia and pinned her against the wall. He grabbed her neck in his hands and choked her. You don't give me orders about what I can and can't do. Sylvia couldn't react to Maxwell's sudden aggression, she just looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Seeing that she didn't respond, Maxwell turned her around and pushed her against the wall. He placed his cock between Sylvia's 2 buttocks and made a movement so that his cock caressed her entire ass. Maxwell grabbed Sylvia's hair tightly and pulled. A cry of pain escaped her lips. Pressing her against the wall with his cock, Maxwell pulled her hair so hard that Sylvia had to arch her back. Grabbing one of her big tits, Maxwell stared coldly at Sylvia. It would be a shame if someone came into your room in the middle of the night, tore your pretty dress, forced your legs open and raped the hell out of you, wouldn't it? Maxwell grabbed one of Sylvia's tits and gave it a hard bite over her dress. Do you understand what I mean? Maxwell held her cheeks tightly. To which Sylvia nodded with tears in her eyes. Good. Slap. Maxwell slapped Sylvia's fine ass. Go away now. Sylvia ran with her tail between her legs and slammed the door shut. Maxwell stared at the hand he had slapped Sylvia's big, arousing ass with. He really wanted to rape her right there, but he didn't know the consequences of such an action. All he wanted was to scare Sylvia and not have to take any of his orders. After all, if his plan failed and Sylvia kicked him out of the mansion, he could go to the Griffins. Now that he was almost officially a knight, he could go to any family who would welcome him with open arms. He was so sure of this that he thought that even if John found out he was having sex with his wife, he would still accept him into his family. A stupid assumption, but one that Maxwell believed. After being mistreated and abused by Maxwell, Sylvia ran into her room. But contrary to what Maxwell thought would happen, she leaned against the wall and began to massage her breasts, while biting her lips. Taking off her blouse, Sylvia revealed her pink tits. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the clear bite mark Maxwell had left on her. Suddenly she stuck out her tongue and began to suck her tit passionately. One of her hands went under her dress and began to put her fingers between her vagina. Inverted exclamation mark, 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 NMGG. Sylvia moaned with a lost look. Hit me. Rape me with that monstrous cock. Fuck me. Saliva fell from Sylvia's mouth onto her breasts. Pulling her wet fingers out of her vagina, Sylvia looked at them for a second and put them in her mouth. Grabbing her neck with an excited and slightly crazy expression, Lydia whispered, "I'll be waiting for you, Maxwell. I'll wait for you to come into my room and rape the hell out of me." After taking a nice bath and changing his clothes, Maxwell threw himself onto the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. What now? Staying in the mansion was too boring. Training wasn't something he did much, not even for pleasure. He thought about going to the animal mansion and he understood more and more why those boys were always there. Whoops. Jumping up, Maxwell walked over to look in a mirror. "It's a little long," he murmured, touching his shoulder-length hair. "Well, never mind." Maxwell shook his head with a smile and brushed the subject aside. He borrowed one of the Blackwater carriages and headed to the Night Order. Their purpose was simple. Explore. The Night Order was as big as a small town, but Maxwell had only visited one restaurant, its classroom, the Coliseum, and the infirmary. After arriving at the Order, the first thing Maxwell did was head to the library. Since he wanted to follow his teacher's advice. On the way he passed a large open field where several boys were playing, throwing a ball around. A bar that at this time of day was completely empty, a sewing room that was also empty. A large theater decorated in an ostentatious and extravagant manner. The chairs were covered with a fine, soft red cloth. Sculptures and decorations of pure gold. A ceiling with beautiful designs that bore a strong resemblance to the Sistine Chapel. In the center of the large theater was an elegant, brand-new black piano. Maxwell walked in curiously, where a grand piano was placed, very intrigued. A grand piano. There were pianos in this world. Running his hand over the smooth surface, Maxwell smiled nostalgically. In his previous world, he had always loved the piano and guitar, so he knew how to play them well enough. Lost for a few brief seconds in nostalgia, Maxwell sat on the leather bench, adjusted his clothes, uncovered the piano and started playing. To Maxwell's utter dismay, the sounds that came out of it were not what he expected. Everything sounded very discordant and disordered. At first he thought it was the piano and this was not exactly like the pianos in his old world, but then he discovered that his fingers were pressing the keys too hard and too roughly. My strength. Maxwell looked at his hands a little complicated. His strength had not increased much, only 1/2 of the strength of an adult man. But still, his control over it was greatly affected. For the next few minutes Maxwell tried to play a piece of classical music but it just sounded horrible. He tried to add 5 points to agility as well but his fingers moved much faster but his strength was still there. I have to train to be able to control this. With each minute he played, he became better and it allowed him to practice his control over the force. He was killing 2 birds with one song, training and having fun with the music. Slowly his hands moved on their own without thinking and he played a song that he really liked in his other life and that only needed a piano to play. Another Love by Tom Odell. The melody started out a little fast but got slower and slower until Maxwell started singing. I wanna take you somewhere so you know I care, but it's so cold, and I don't know where. I brought you daffodils in a pretty string, but they won't flower like they did last spring. The soft touches of the piano echoed through the theater. The melody swelled, filling the vast space with a yearning that was almost tangible. Maxwell's gaze dropped to the piano, his fingers moving slower, softer, as he leaned into the next verse. And I wanna kiss you, make you feel alright, I'm just so tired to share my nights. I wanna cry, and I wanna love, but all my tears have been used up. The sounds of the keys became quieter before Maxwell raised his voice slightly. His voice faltered slightly, not from lack of skill but from the overwhelming emotion behind the words. The keys became quieter, their sound almost fragile. He raised his voice slightly, letting it soar with the chorus, on another love, all my tears have been used up. On another love, all my tears have been used up. On another love, all my tears have been used up. He transitioned to the climactic cry of the song. Oh, 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 oh. His voice carried a rawness that resonated with every person present, his hands striking the keys with a passion that seemed almost desperate. The final chords echoed in the air, lingering like the ghosts of the words he had sung. Maxwell became very excited and began to play the piano with more passion. His breathing quickened, he took a deep breath to sing the chorus now with more strength as in the original song. Clap clap clap, a soft clap echoed through the theater. Shocked in place, Maxwell stopped playing and looked around in panic. Chapter 45, ch. 43 Adelaida her mother Sylvia and sudden loss gravity he transitioned to the climactic cry of the song. Oh. 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 His voice carried a rawness that resonated with every person present, his hands striking the keys with a passion that seemed almost desperate. The final chords echoed in the air, lingering like the ghosts of the words he had sung. Maxwell became very excited and began to play the piano with more passion. His breathing quickened, he took a deep breath to sing the chorus now with more strength as in the original song. Clap clap clap, a soft clap echoed through the theater. Shocked in place, Maxwell stopped playing and looked around in panic. In his excitement he had been singing in English, a language that did not exist in this world. That sounded really good. What song is that? Maxwell looked where the voice came from and saw a beautiful woman in her 20s clapping her hands with a smile on her face. Her hair was a rare purple that Maxwell had never seen before, her eyes were the same color with beautiful white skin. It's a song from an ancient northern tribe. Maxwell quickly made up an excuse. Really? It has a very beautiful sound. Could you tell me what the lyrics mean? I didn't understand anything you said. Maxwell sweated with nerves. He translated the lyrics of the song and waited for the new language to stop her from being interested. What a sad and beautiful letter. The woman seemed genuinely interested only in the music. Are you a musician or something? No. I'm actually a knight. A gentleman? The girl started laughing hysterically, holding her stomach. That's impossible. It's true. It can't be. The girl shook her head. If you were a knight, you'd be in the Imperial District right now. Imperial District? Maxwell asked, intrigued. Yes. All the knights in the capital and its surroundings were called to the Imperial District. That's why it's impossible for you to be a knight. Were everyone called to the Imperial District? Maxwell became very suspicious of this, as a knight is very important in the security and administration of the entire capital. Maybe the reason he wasn't called is because he's not officially a knight yet. Who are you by all this? Maxwell asked. Me? The girl put her arm on Maxwell's shoulders in a very friendly and carefree manner, pressing her tits against him. I am the terror of all the beautiful women in the capital. My name is Elisa. Great Elisa, I'm Maxwell. The pleasure is mine. Elisa ran her hand through Maxwell's head and ruffled his hair. I have to go now, but I hope we meet again, Maxwell. Maxwell looked at Elisa's firm ass as she walked away with mixed feelings. The girl had a nice body with a very beautiful appearance, but for some reason he couldn't feel any sexual attraction towards her. Am I going crazy? He asked himself. After Elisa left, Maxwell stayed for another half hour playing the piano. However, after a while he got bored of it and went to the library. The library was a gigantic circular building. Once inside, Maxwell marveled at the vast number of books. Are you new? A beautiful lady with her hair up and glasses smiled at him. I can tell by your reaction. I didn't think it was this big. Maxwell whistled. Yes. The woman had a dreamy look on her face. The emperor is a very cultured person. Once he ascended the throne, the first thing he did was create the largest library on the continent. The building has 20 floors. Each one has thousands upon thousands of books in it. You are free to go anywhere in the library, but you are not allowed to take any books out. If you damage a book you will have to pay for it out of your own pocket, alright? Yes. Maxwell nodded absent-mindedly and settled down to read. Since it was his first time here, he stayed on the first floor and explored the bookshelves. First he looked for fighting books as his teacher recommended, but the books only showed drawings of some positions that honestly seemed ridiculous. Slowly he became more and more immersed in reading to the point that he lost track of time. Without intending to, Maxwell stayed up reading until very late. The only thing that could distract him was the growling of his stomach demanding food. Giving her a small greeting, Maxwell said goodbye to the librarian and began his journey back to Blackwater Mansion. Something that really caught Maxwell's attention was that Sylvia behaved normally. She greeted him and smiled as if nothing had happened. How strange. He thought as he lay in bed. I thought my time in this family was over. Knock knock on. Maxwell looked at the door in bewilderment. Who is it? It's me, a soft little voice answered. Adelaida? Maxwell scratched his head. Come in. Adelaide opened the door and closed it after entering. She was wearing a transparent robe, her gaze directed at the floor. What's wrong? Do you need anything? Maxwell asked, intrigued. I want you to tell me your secret. Adelaida's face flushed and she looked at the floor again. Why, if you want, you can have sex with me to prove to yourself that I'm an adult. Adelaida's small hands trembled as she grabbed her robe with a blush on her face. Shit. Maxwell nearly hit the wall when he heard her. Not because he was dying to do so or out of excitement. Rather, he felt a little regretful for putting those ideas to Adelaida in a moment of anger. Today he had completely satisfied his sexual desires with Irene and Lydia. So the idea of having sex with Atleta was no longer as attractive as before. After all, he loved voluptuous bodies. Come here. Maxwell sighed to himself and motioned for Atleta to come closer. You want to be a woman, right? Atleta nodded. Then you have to do what I tell you. I'll do it. Adelaide nodded like a little chick. Get naked. What? I said get naked. Atleta gritted her teeth in struggle, her small eyes looking like they might burst into tears at any second. I see you don't have the will to be an adult yet. Come back when you're older. No. Atleta looked at him defiantly and untied her own robe to stand completely naked in front of Maxwell. Although Maxwell was not willing at first, the sight in front of him immediately excited him. Atleta's small pink tits hadn't quite grown yet. But it was precisely this feeling of youth and vitality that excited him a little. Looking down, he realized that he was right, there wasn't a single hair. There was only a small pink slit sticking out. Maxwell pushed Atleta onto the bed. He ran his tongue from her pubis until he reached her firm, erect tits. Atleta squealed in surprise with a little jump. Maxwell took one of her small tits in his left hand, while he sucked on her other tit and played with it, with his tongue. Inverted exclamation mark. You look like a very innocent girl, but you are actually very perverted. Maxwell took Atleta and placed her upside down. He spread her legs and placed her in the banquet position. Licking his lips with a smile, Maxwell ran his tongue along Atleta's tight slit. Adelaide covered her mouth and looked at Maxwell in disbelief. Is this sex? She thought. It's so amazing. Grabbing Atleta's buttocks, Maxwell ran his tongue along Atleta's pink, innocent slit with eagerness. His tongue circled around her clit and he tried to insert the tongue deeper inside her. As the seconds passed, Atleta's vagina began to get wet, a liquid that Maxwell sucked as if he were very thirsty. Atleta began to twist her whole body and grabbed Maxwell's head and pushed hard. As if she wanted to insert his head into her vagina, Maxwell raised his head to see the urgent and excited expression on the innocent Atleta's face. Ha ha ha, he laughed mischievously and moved his tongue like crazy around Atleta's vagina and sucked her clitoris hard. Urgh. Atleta's entire body writhed in pleasure as she grabbed the sheets and rolled her eyes. Large jets of liquid were expelled from Atleta's vagina like pressurized water. That's an orgasm, my girl. Maxwell laughed, his face drenched in Atleta's juices. Now let's get serious. Maxwell pulled out his giant cock and placed it in Adelaide's slit. Atleta, who was still ecstatic from her recent orgasm, regained some of her mental clarity upon seeing such monsters trying to enter her. No. She cried in fear. That big thing won't fit me. Don't worry, you're already very wet, and I'll only put the tip in. Don't worry, we'll take this slowly, Maxwell replied with an evil smile. When the tip of his cock was already opening Atleta's slit to enter. The door rang. Knock knock, Maxwell. Are you awake? Maxwell and Adelaide immediately panicked. Maxwell handed her robe and motioned for her to hide under the bed. Not knowing what to do, Atleta listened to Maxwell and hid under the bed with her hands over her mouth to avoid making a sound. Maxwell knew it was too late to answer the person behind the door, so he pretended to be asleep and covered himself up. The clear sound of the door opening and closing rang in Maxwell and Atleta's ears, making their hearts race 1,000 miles an hour. Maxwell felt the footsteps getting closer and closer. Soon he felt someone climbing onto his bed. Maxwell was puzzled by this and thought that someone wanted to kill him. When the blanket covering him was removed, Maxwell heard clearly. Oh, you sleep naked? But look at that monster, he's standing even in his sleep, hee hee. This was followed by a fantastic warm sensation running through his cock. Maxwell pretended to wake up to find Sylvia kneeling in front of him, running her tongue over his cock. Sylvia? Oh, you woke up. Sylvia smiled. You promised to rape me all night, but no matter how much I waited for you, you never came. Sylvia stuck out her tongue and ruled on Maxwell's penis. Taking his penis like a microphone, Sylvia gave his cock a small, sensual kiss on the head. So I came here so you could keep your promise to rape me. Maxwell opened his eyes in surprise. At first he thought it was some kind of joke or a plot against him. But when Sylvia put all of it, seriously, all of his cock in her mouth to throat. Ugh. Tears came out of her eyes and she looked like she wanted to vomit. But contrary to what one would think, an expression of immense satisfaction appeared on her face. Maxwell felt his world stop for a second before it started to spin again. A single word appeared in his blank mind. Masochism. His eyes grew more and more malicious. Something deep inside him, a part he didn't know existed, began to emerge. Maxwell pulled Sylvia by the hair and pulled hard. Arg! Sylvia screamed in pain and then looked at him with even more lustful eyes. Not caring a fig for Sylvia's safety, he placed her against his cock and forcefully forced her to swallow his entire cock. Inverted exclamation mark. Tears ran down her face, But her nipples grew hard, her pussy expanded and was now a mess of vaginal fluids. Maxwell pulled Sylvia over and placed her in front of him. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, her mouth dripping with drool and precum. But the expression of pleasure and ecstasy would not leave her face. "If only your daughters could see you right now." Maxwell showed an evil expression and looked under the bed. Sylvia didn't understand what he meant, but she followed Maxwell's gaze. When his gaze met the little head that was peeking out from under the bed, the mansion began to shake. The windows in all the rooms shattered and suddenly a blinding light filled every room. Maxwell and Sylvia closed their eyes. The light was so strong and sudden that it blinded them immediately. They covered themselves with their arms and slowly tried to open them again. The light was still very strong and blinding, but they were slowly getting used to that level of light. At first, the only reason for their blindness was the sudden change in light. "What's going on?" Maxwell got out of bed and noticed that the light was so bright that it seemed like dawn had suddenly come on. His room was so well lit that Sylvia and Adelaide could see each other clearly. The two looked at each other for an awkward moment before gravity seemed to stop working and the three people in the room began to float for no reason. Adelaide screamed and tried to grab onto the bed but ended up stuck to the ceiling. Chapter 46, Fun? The whole family is filled bitches? Veronica the big bitch? If only your daughters could see you right now. Maxwell showed an evil expression and looked under the bed. Sylvia didn't understand what he meant, but she followed Maxwell's gaze. When his gaze met the little head that was peeking out from under the bed, the mansion began to shake. The windows in all the rooms shattered and suddenly a blinding light filled every room. Maxwell and Sylvia closed their eyes. The light was so strong and sudden that it blinded them immediately. They covered themselves with their arms and slowly tried to open them again. The light was still very strong and blinding, but they were slowly getting used to that level of light. At first, the only reason for their blindness was the sudden change in light. "What's going on?" Maxwell got out of bed and noticed that the light was so bright that it seemed like dawn had suddenly come on. His room was so well lit that Sylvia and Adelaide could see each other clearly. The two looked at each other for an awkward moment before gravity seemed to stop working and the three people in the room began to float for no reason. Adelaide screamed and tried to grab onto the bed but ended up stuck to the ceiling. Maxwell and Sylvia suffered the same fate, but unlike Sylvia and Adelaide, who panicked looking everywhere, he got up face down on the roof and walked across it until he reached the wall where the window was. When he saw what was outside, he couldn't believe it. 3 white suns were suspended in Brainer's sky, illuminating the night like day. Giant stones, horses and trees flew across the sky, painting one of the most incredible scenes Maxwell had ever seen. The scene lasted a few minutes before Maxwell's incredulous eyes before everything disappeared as if it had never existed in the first place. The force holding them to the ceiling disappeared so suddenly that Maxwell couldn't react in time and fell, but with a second brain he still landed on his legs. Holding the back of his neck with clenched teeth, Maxwell pulled on his clothes. "Gather everyone in the dining room," he said to both women who had already put on their robes. "What for?" Sylvia asked. "We have to be together, in case something happens." "Okay." Sylvia nodded at her words, took Adelaide's hands and ran out of the room. Maxwell stared out the window for a few seconds before going down to the dining room as well. "What are we doing here? And why is he here?" Veronica snorted, puffing out her giant chest arrogantly. Everyone had woken up to the strange events of the night and had come down after Sylvia had asked for their assistance. But Veronica couldn't pass up an opportunity to behave like a spoiled child. Philip remained silent as usual. There was a clear barrier between Adelaide and Sylvia now, when before they were very close. Maxwell, on the other hand, leaned his back against the wall and closed his eyes. He really wanted to sleep after such a long and busy day, but he was afraid of what could happen in the middle of his sleep, when he was most vulnerable. The only one who responded to Veronica was Andrea. "If you don't want to be here, you can go to your damn room." Andrea pointed at her. "No one is forcing you. Shut up already," Sylvia shouted in exasperation. "We could be under attack. This is not the time for useless discussions." "Attack? Don't be ridiculous. When in the entire history of the Empire has anyone attacked Brainer?" Veronica laughed like crazy. "No one is that stupid. Even if we can't separate for now. Right now it's better to be together," Sylvia replied. Veronica gritted her teeth angrily, slammed her fist on the table and pointed at Sylvia. "I already told you that nothing is going to happen." The mansion suddenly shook violently. Utensils scattered across the floor and decorations were broken. Veronica, who was in the middle of her tantrum, fell to the ground and cut herself on the broken porcelain tiles that were on the floor. "We have to get out of here," Maxwell shouted as he tried to lean against the wall. "Are you crazy? We're safer here," Veronica screamed hysterically. "Who knows what's out there?" Maxwell wanted to disagree, but he knew Veronica was partly right. He didn't know what could be waiting for them out there. Andrea screamed in fear as she saw a huge stone pillar fall from the ceiling. Damn it! Maxwell activated his lightning speed and climbed onto the table to catch the pillar that was falling towards Andrea and Sylvia. Although the pillar had not completely fallen and Maxwell was not supporting his full weight, his shoulder took the full brunt of the impact and was dislocated. Get out! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Without much thought, he invested all the points needed to raise his strength to 5 times that of an average adult. Maxwell screamed as he knocked the heavy pillar aside. They had all followed his advice and rushed to the mansion's door. But once there, they discovered that they were unable to open it. Part of the wall had fallen, blocking the door in the process. Now what do we do? Veronica asked in panic. Get out of the way. Maxwell ran through them like a madman and crashed into the blocked door. Crack. Boom. Both doors were blown wide open with debris flying from the force of the impact. Get out. Get out now. He shouted from outside. What do we do now? Andrea asked. The ground continued to shake with recurring sounds of explosions in the distance. Maxwell ignored her. Biting on a rag, he grabbed his arm and pulled hard. He didn't know anything about medicine and he didn't know if what he was doing was right either. But he couldn't just leave his arm like that in the face of a possible attack. Crack! Maxwell's scream was muffled by the rag in his mouth, but everyone could hear it clearly. We need to get out of here, Maxwell managed to say through gritted teeth. It's not safe here. Yes, but where? Andrea asked. To the outer city. Maxwell said as he twisted his arm around to check for any pain and moved his fingers. The sounds are mainly coming from the Imperial District. The further we go, the better. When Maxwell saw that he didn't feel any discomfort in his arm, he nodded. Follow me, he said as he turned around. And who are you to tell us what to do? Veronica screamed with a red face. We are the masters and you are just a gentleman. Veronica. Sylvia shouted angrily. What? Veronica turned to face Sylvia, completely out of her mind. Who are you to tell me what to do? You're just a whore that my father threw away. You're all just trash that no one wants or needs. She turned to look at Philip, who was staring at her coldly. You are so useless that our father didn't even give you a chance to fight for the succession. You were thrown into the order like the rest of the trash here. And you? Veronica looked at Adelaida and Andrea, but especially Andrea. You're just a bunch of semen sacks sent to roll around with any halfway good gentleman. Your existence only serves political purposes and first-class whores. You. Andrea pointed at Veronica, her hands shaking with anger. Repeat what you said. Small black spots began to appear on Andrea's white, tender skin. Her eyes turned an abysmal black, giving her a very sinister and threatening appearance. Enough. Maxwell grabbed Andrea's hand, which had already been raised. Get away. Andrea screamed hysterically as she tried to break free from his hold, but even using all her strength she couldn't move her arm even an inch. Andrea turned her head in surprise only to see Maxwell's gaze slowly growing darker and darker with small sparks of electricity in them. Come on, Maxwell said coldly. He let go of her arm and turned away. If she wants to stay, that's her problem. Andrea was now free to fight Veronica, but she didn't. She felt that Maxwell's words were not a simple suggestion. Remembering Maxwell's fight with Derek, she couldn't help but tremble a little in fear. You're in luck. Andrea gave Veronica a venomous look before turning around and catching up with Maxwell and the others who had already left them behind. Veronica's face turned an unusual red as she watched the 5 people leaving a few meters away. Wait. Veronica stood in the way of Maxwell and the others. Where do you think you're going? I haven't given you permission. Maxwell was already starting to get angry. He looked at Veronica as if she were an idiot. He couldn't understand how stupid and arrogant someone could be to behave like that. No one in their right mind would do that. Maxwell's heart began to beat at a very slow rate and sweat began to run down his lower back. Why would someone behave in such a way in a situation of obvious danger? This was not normal. I had been treating the situation as if it were a movie where there was always an antagonist who was arrogant and hateful for no reason. But what if it wasn't like that? Veronica had been behaving very strangely from the beginning, trying by all means to prevent them from leaving the property. Both inside and outside the mansion. She wanted to keep them here so badly that it was already very strange and obvious. His heartbeat slowed down so much that it stopped for a brief second. That very second was when Maxwell instinctively jumped to the side in panic. Maxwell's sudden jump caught everyone off guard, wondering the reason for such an irrational act, but under everyone's surprised eyes, the shadow that was not supposed to leave his feet, moved on its own, taking the form of a large blade and piercing through Maxwell's previous position. The blade didn't stop after missing its original target and continued on its way, piercing Andrea from her abdomen and lifting her a few inches off the ground. Andrea's eyes popped out of her head as she felt a sudden and terrible pain. With a look of disbelief on her face, she looked at her abdomen where the large blade took up almost her entire torso from her chest to her hip. Why, Andrea couldn't even get a word out before vomiting blood, and then another shadow emerged and pierced her head. Adelita screamed in terror, taking refuge in her mother's safe arms. Maxwell, Philip and Sylvia turned their heads to watch as Veronica's face slowly changed from that of a stupid, spoiled and arrogant girl to a calm and cold face. "Oh? You were able to evade that?" Veronica smiled with a look of interest. "My attack couldn't have been foreseen by anyone." "So? How did you know?" Maxwell's heart began to beat normally again, but his state of extreme concentration remained. Everything was very sudden and surprising, but his mind acted very quickly, jumping with his hands, which made him get up from the ground very quickly. Electricity ran through his body at first sight, observing Veronica carefully without saying a word. "You don't want to tell me?" Veronica leaned forward in a very sexy pose, showing him her gigantic tits that were sticking out of her cleavage. She put one of her fingers in her mouth and looked at him provocatively. "I know very well how you look at me. If you tell me, maybe." "Sword!" Maxwell shouted, still staring at Veronica. "Here." Philip, who had remained equally calm throughout, threw his own sword at him. Maxwell didn't wait for the sword to reach him. He activated lightning speed, grabbed the sword in midair and charged at insane speed towards Veronica. Bomb! Maxwell split Veronica in half with such force that the ground was split as well. But as the two parts of Veronica were splitting, she turned into two shadows that blended into the surrounding darkness. Maxwell raised his guard and looked around cautiously. "That's my family's special ability, we can hide in the shadows and attack from them." Philip turned his eyes in all directions very carefully. "It's impossible to tell where she is now." "It's a very annoying skill." Maxwell clicked his tongue with maximum concentration on the surroundings. Unexpectedly the attack came from his own shadow, where a slender arm holding a dagger rose. Maxwell's heart beat rapidly, and as fast as he could he swung his sword towards the arm. Maxwell's movement was by far faster. But before he could connect with Veronica's arm, it dissolved into the shadows. Shit! Maxwell's sword hit the void, throwing him off balance a little, and he still hadn't gotten used to his new strength, but he quickly regained his stance for fear of another attack. Indeed, another attack appeared, this time from behind. With a quick turn, Maxwell swung horizontally, but Veronica's silhouette merged with the shadows.